Hey everyone. Welcome back for the third part of Return of the Flash. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 15. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, thankful for the dimness of the room. He lay off on the bed, staring into nothing and thinking of nothing, and cleared all the sleep from his eyes. Sitting up, he was happy to find that he no longer felt exhausted and tired like yesterday evening. In fact, he could say with certainty that aside from having chakra control problems, he was in top physical condition. Looking around the room, he saw his two teammates sprawled out on their beds. Like him, they hadn't bothered to change or freshen up, they had probably fallen out a little after him. He took the opportunity to hit the shower first and moved to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, he was clean and fresh in a new pair of clothes and Sasuke and Sakura were just beginning to stir when he walked out of the bathroom. He grinned at their half-sleepy forms. "Hey guys," he exclaimed a bit too loudly. He grinned a bit more when they just grumbled angrily. No one liked loud noises in the morning. He chuckled, "Anyways, I'm heading off to breakfast in the canteen. The bathroom's free if you want it." He walked to the door and just when he was about to open it when he turned and smirked, "I don't know if the hot water is limited or not." Sasuke and Sakura froze for a moment and for a moment, they just sat like that. Sasuke was the first to snap out of it and was about to rush into the bathroom when the door was knocked, causing the two Chunin to pause momentarily. If Naruto had not been a censor, he would have probably slapped an explosive tag on the door and backed away. However, he sensed two familiar chakra signatures outside. Kakashi-sensei and Jiji. Didn't know they would come this early. Then again, this is Orochimaru we are talking about, he mused as he opened the door. Hiruzen and Kakashi's serious faces greeted him on the outside. Behind him, Sakura and Sasuke also tensed up for a second before relaxing. Naruto wordlessly stepped aside to let them through and closed the door behind them. Hiruzen turned to Naruto and said in a tone that unconsciously caused Naruto to straighten his back. "Iruka said that you encountered Orochimaru in the forest." Naruto nodded just as seriously, "Hi, Hokage-sama." He then recounted everything, beginning from the time when they first encountered him. How he was forcefully separated from his team, how he and Sasuke teamed up to take him down and failed spectacularly. "I don't know what happened after I was knocked out, but I can take a guess," he said, glancing at Sasuke, who tensed up. Hiruzen and Kakashi both knew very well that when Naruto said that he could guess something, it was something worth witnessing. Naruto never guessed anything, he always observed and when he had gathered his facts, he connected them in such a way that it was hard to argue with him when he had presented his deduction. Seeing Jiji's and Kakashi's anticipating looks, he continued. "I woke up a day after I was knocked out. I was mostly fine, but when I emerged from our hiding spot, I observed that we had been ambushed. An unconscious Lee was in the clearing. When I observed Team 10's faces, they positively did not know when Lee had come, which meant Lee had arrived before Team 10 came to our aid. He was knocked out when I saw him. But," he said, glancing at Sasuke, who was staring at him with a neutral face, something was wrong with Sasuke. He didn't mince his facts. The whole room turned to face Sasuke, who had adopted a scowl. Naruto continued his explanation, "I felt a strange chakra emanating from him. It felt very evil, for the lack of a word. It also caused him to become extremely ruthless while under its effects. What's more dangerous is that the feeling of that chakra was quite similar to what I felt from Orochimaru." Both Hiruzen and Kakashi had wide eyes at what had happened. Naruto seemed not to notice their shock as he still continued speaking. He was covered in strange black marks that were spread over the left side of his body. Judging from his euphoric and ruthless behavior, I'd say he was under the effects that are quite similar to when shinobi receive a major boost in power. However, an accidental slip caused him to get knocked out and while it was only for a fleeting moment, I saw the marks receding to underneath his left collar. That confirmed Hiruzen's and Kakashi's worst suspicions. Hiruzen turned to Sasuke and asked, "But it was more like an order, Sasuke-kun, can you please remove your shirt for a moment?" "Hi, Hokage-sama," came the quiet response from the boy. Sasuke deftly pulled his shirt off and all the occupants in the room were wide-eyed, including Naruto, when they saw a strange mark on the left-hand side of his neck, its appearance not unlike the three tomos of Sharingan. "Oh Kami," Hiruzen breathed out. This was not good at all. Orochimaru had come into the Chunin exams and had put his curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke of all people, who was a major flight risk. Orochimaru knew that Sasuke carried a deep, revenge-fueled desire within him to avenge his clan by killing his brother. He had offered a source of power and gave a glimpse of its effects to Sasuke. Hiruzen became even more worried that Sasuke will go to Orochimaru in hopes of controlling that power. Naruto curiously asked in disgusted fascination, "What the hell is that?" He had a feeling that this was quite familiar. Hiruzen turned to Naruto, "That is the curse mark of Orochimaru. I'm sure you know of this, Naruto." He gave a knowing look that confused the others in the room. Naruto furrowed his brow in thought and it immediately came to him. Anko-sensei had showed him the same thing once on her neck. "Oh damn," he breathed out. Sasuke was starting to get irritated that the others were talking about him as if he was not even in the room. "What are you talking about?" he near snarled at the three. Naruto turned and walked towards Sasuke, pressing 2 fingers to the seal. While his sensory abilities were still blocked, being in contact with the seal negated the handicap. For a moment he just felt it out, brushing against it with a tiny amount of his chakra. He ignored Sasuke's flinch at the burn of the seal and thought for a moment on how to explain it to someone who did not even know the F of Fuinjutsu. "This seal, it might sound extremely bad on my part, but it's quite a beauty. It's so complicated, so intricate that it will take years of study to try and find a counter to it. It's like a storage seal that can only be activated by you. If I had to make a guess, judging from when I previously observed you using this seal, it has Orochimaru's chakra in it. Not exactly the same, but just enough to tell that it's similar." He laid out his analysis. Hiruzen nodded, "Very good analysis, Naruto-kun. That's exactly what it is. However, there is a risk in using it. A grave one." Sasuke raised an eyebrow, "What is the risk?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at not just Sasuke's question, but also the way he asked it. He could not say with certainty, but he almost felt like Sasuke was considering using that chakra. Naruto cut in before Gigi could speak, "In the short time that you used it, it probably must have felt euphoric to you. A rush of power so potent and heightened, unparalleled by anything you've felt ever before. Am I wrong?" He pinned Sasuke with a stare that advised him not to lie. Not that he could anyway, with Kakashi and Hiruzen keeping a close eye on him. "Yeah," Sasuke answered hesitantly. Hiruzen and Kakashi were in awe of Naruto's deducing skills. If not for both of them knowing who his parents were, they would have thought he belonged to the Nara clan. Naruto picked up from his answer, almost mumbling more to himself rather than his superiors in the room. "And whatever feels to us that way, we are bound to resort using it again and again. Orochimaru must have kept this in mind when he designed the seal. Anyone who used its power would be tempted to use it repeatedly until they become dependent on its power." Turning to Sasuke, he said in a pleading tone, "Sasuke, no matter what, you have to absolutely avoid using that seal. I was told that it was nothing but a slave collar, a way for Orochimaru to make you kneel to him." Naruto carefully studied Sasuke's expression. By the end of his explanation, Sasuke looked angry that someone tried to make him dance to their tune. But underneath the anger, Naruto could see it. Sasuke was leaning towards using it when the situation gets worse. Judging by the looks on Gigi's and Kakashi's face, they had seen it too. Hiruzen spoke in a commanding tone, "We have no choice but to seal it immediately. For the good of others and your own." Naruto raised an eyebrow, "How will you seal it? There is only one such seal in existence and that too relies on the will of the recipient." Kakashi nodded, "I will seal it with the Fuja Hoin, evil containment seal. But, as Naruto said, there's a catch," he said, glancing towards Sasuke. "What is it?" Naruto took up from where Kakashi left off, "The evil containment seal is only as powerful as you want it to be. The stronger your will to resist using that chakra, better will be the effects of the seal and better will it be contained." Kakashi stepped forward, "Come, Sasuke. You can relax after the sealing is over. We must do it now." Naruto smiled slyly, "I didn't know you were versed in the delicate art of sealing, sensei." Kakashi turned with a bored eye, "I picked up a thing or two from my sensei." Taking a hold of Sasuke, who had put on his shirt, he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen proceeded to leave as Sakura closed the door to the bathroom. "Gigi!" he called out. This was his chance to get his seal taken off. He lifted his shirt and jacket and molded some chakra to make his seal visible. "Can you remove this seal? Orochimaru placed it on me, and I don't think I want my teammates to know about my status just yet." Hiruzen studied the seal and saw what it was. I can do it, but you better brace yourself, he warned before 5 kanji lit up on his fingers. On the count of 3. 1. He slammed the fingers onto the seal, exclaiming Gagyo Kane. He watched with satisfaction as the seal came off. Naruto, who was unprepared and as such, fell on his butt. The 5-element seal disappeared from on top of his seal. Naruto glared at the old man. Where was the 2 and 3, old man? Sarutobi shrugged innocently. 2, 3. All the best for the next phase. He shined away just in time to avoid a barrage of shuriken. Naruto grumbled in irritation, but brightened up when he felt his consciousness being prodded by a familiar presence. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was in the valley again, underneath the tree that Kurama enjoyed so much. The said demon was lazily lying underneath it, his tail swaying behind him lazily, but magnificently. He stared at Naruto intensely, who grinned back. Naruto walked up to Kurama's head and sat down in front of him. Are you all right, Kurama? Kurama scoffed, sending hot air from his nostrils. Such a seal can't affect me, but it did affect the seal your father placed on you. We aren't mutually inclusive. Naruto nodded in understanding. Kurama spoke again. By the way, nice job on trying to fight Orochimaru. You were quite efficient in your attacks, if only to compensate for your weakness. Naruto simply waved that comment away. He had gotten used to Kurama's way of complimenting a long time ago. Also, the tag team that you formed with the Uchiha was quite impressive, considering how repulsive he acts towards you. Naruto turned serious. Sasuke will do what's necessary to survive to face Itachi someday. Even if it means admitting his weakness right now and teaming up. Kurama gave a grunt to acknowledge him, but Naruto knew that Kurama could care less about Sasuke, or any Uchiha in general. Alright, I'll see you later, Kurama. Kurama nodded and settled down for a nap. Naruto then exited his mindscape and opened his eyes in the real world. Only 5 seconds had passed. Naruto smirked at the time difference, opened the door and proceeded to breakfast. XXXXXXX. The next 2 days were pretty much uneventful. Naruto did not waste the time given to them. The day the seal was removed, his chakra control came back. He was better than before, hell, even his chakra pools had expanded quite a bit. Nothing interesting had happened in the 2 days, other than Naruto meeting Temari once again during breakfast. Nothing major had happened, except the two had made eye contact once and looked away quickly, both of them blushing heavily. It seemed that now that the tension of the second phase had passed, the awkwardness from the end of the first date had returned in full. They didn't meet each other again until the last day, when all the Chunin had assembled in an arena of sorts. They were pleased to find that all of the Konoha teams had made it, along with the Oto team as well. He already knew about the Suna team. All of the Chunin stood in a formation before the Sandaime, who looked serious and imposing, every bit the shinobi he was known to be. He observed all the Chunin from under his hat, and Naruto could see none of the kindness that he was usually known for by the people of his village. Congratulations on successfully completing the first half of the Chunin exams. You all have proven you at least have the will to become Chunin, but will is not enough by itself, however strong it may be. It's time I revealed to you the real reason why Chunin exams are held, one of the many truths you will no doubt learn later in your life, he addressed them. In reality, the Chunin exams are games of war, a representation of the conflicts between all the nations. It is a chance for hidden villages to showcase the best of their shinobi, who strive to bring glory to their homes. Other nations, all potential clients of our profession, will watch the battles. Naruto tuned the rest of the speech out as he frowned and thought. Basically, what Gigi was saying is that the Chunin exams are a show of strength from the hidden villages, and they were merely pieces of the whole game. It made perfect sense to him though. The village received more missions and commerce, and in turn put more money in his pockets. He had no complaints to make as long as he was getting his due. He returned his attention to the front when Hiruzen cleared his throat. Now, I will. He trailed off when a jonin from the lineup of all senseis behind him jumped up and appeared in front of him in a kneeling position of respect. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, please allow me, the proctor of this exam, to explain. Naruto observed the ninja carefully. The man was decently tall, bandana with metal plate attached covering the most of his brown hair save for the few in the front. The bags underneath his eyes indicated an exhausted and, if the repeated coughs were anything to go by, a chronically sick nature. The Hokage nodded and moved back to stand in front of the lineup, his eyes sharp and present. The man cleared his throat and began speaking. My name is Gekko Hayate, and I am the proctor for the third exam. We usually don't do this, but it is being done this time, he said all that before being attacked by another coughing fit. The Genin muttered among themselves as they tried to figure out the reason for the preliminary round. Shikamaru called out in irritation, "What? Why do we have to go through a troublesome round like this?" Like Hokage-sama explained, there will be people coming to watch this. Important people such as the royalty, businessmen. We want them to have a good time watching the fights. We didn't anticipate on this many people remaining after the second round. So for the best fights, the best fighters would be chosen. That being said, the rounds will start immediately, so if you don't feel your best, you can drop out right now. Your teammates won't be disqualified if you drop out, he explained. A hand rose up from the crowd, which Naruto identified belonging to one Yakushi Kabuto, the Genin they had met back in the exam room. "I forfeit. I have almost no chakra left," Kabuto said. Hayate nodded, "Always good to know your limits. You can leave." Kabuto nodded and walked away. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He could easily sense chakra levels, and Kabuto's was almost full. In fact, he had more chakra than any Genin assembled, barring Naruto himself. Naruto saw Ibiki speaking to the Hokage, who nodded. Nothing more, he turned his gaze back front. Speaking of sensing, Naruto's gaze shifted and landed on one of the Jonin from Oto. His chakra was as normal as any of the Jonin, but the very familiar maliciousness in his chakra gave him away. He was the only Jonin who had such a feeling to his chakra. Not to mention, he failed to disguise his eyes. Naruto heard Kurama snigger as he thought, "Is Orochimaru an idiot or what? I'm surprised those snake-like eyes haven't been caught by Gigi yet." He turned his gaze away just before Orochimaru faced his direction. Naruto kept his cool, knowing that he wasn't the target of Orochimaru's stare. Hayate explained that now that the number of Genin was even, they will now have 10 one-on-one matches. The victors will proceed to the final stage of the Chunin exams. He explained all the regular rules of an authorized shinobi fight and started the matches. All the teams and senseis went up to the balconies. Foreigners on the right and Konoha on the left. They all turned to the screen to see names flashing by, before they stopped on the first two. Akata Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto rose an eyebrow. "Looks like you're first, Sasuke. All the best," he wished the boy luck, but it wasn't said genuinely. Honestly, it was getting harder and harder to trust Sasuke now. Anko had once told him that the cursed mark brought out the worst, the truest part of you. Naruto had taken a glimpse at the real Sasuke back in the forest, a maniac who would do anything for power, even kill his own. He had no love for his own people. Naruto watched as Sasuke went down. Sasuke was his comrade, and as such, he would protect his comrades with his life, as was his duty. But to Naruto, that's all what Sasuke was to him right now. A comrade, nothing more. There was no friendship, no trust between them as of now. Sasuke officially lost them when he chose to use the tainted power and attack him with the intent to at least fatally injure him. Naruto would be wary of Sasuke now. Back in the arena, Hayate raised his hand before shouting, "Hajime." Yoroi placed his hands in a seal, "Let's do this." Naruto closely paid attention to the match. After Yoroi had placed his hands in a seal, his left hand had begun to emit a blue aura of chakra as he took off in a sprint towards Sasuke. Sasuke, for his part, simply stood still with his Sharingan active. I thought he wouldn't be able to use the Sharingan without being affected by the cursed seal. But no matter, I will win anyway. Yoroi panicked at first, then relaxed, continuing his assault. As soon as Yoroi threw his hand forward, Sasuke blocked it. However, he was shocked when he could feel his chakra leaving him. "I have the ability to absorb another person's chakra through my jutsu. You don't have a chance," Yoroi said smugly. Sasuke grit his teeth and immediately lashed out, forcing Yoroi to disentangle from him. Sasuke stood at a distance, breathing heavily. He had deactivated his Sharingan. Damn it. I was too careless. I can't afford to lose any more chakra. I have to finish this fast, or I risk exhaustion from his jutsu. He thought furiously. Yoroi gazed at Sasuke, feeling smug about his apparently easy victory. However, that feeling soon disappeared when Sasuke seemed to disappear as well, right in front of his eyes. However, the Jonin and Naruto saw that Sasuke had just moved incredibly fast, crouching in front of Yoroi and delivering a kick to the boy's jaw. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That cannot be his speed. He was that fast only with the power of the curse mark. But that kick, Sasuke copied Lee, didn't he? Not bad at all. Yoroi was sent flying with the force of the kick. When Sasuke appeared below him, Yoroi instantly recognized the maneuver as the shadow dance. He had no time to be shocked at all. Shishi Rendan. Sasuke executed a devastating 3-hit combo, with the last hit involving smashing Yoroi into the ground with such force that the boy was knocked out instantly. Sasuke stood back, breathing heavily and a scowl on his face. I can't believe I was pushed so far by this guy. I should have been able to defeat him no time at all. Hayate checked if Yoroi was knocked out. When he was, he stood up and announced Sasuke's victory. Ino and Sakura cheered loudly at the victory, and even Kakashi cracked a smile. But Naruto was standing with a neutral expression, just looking at Sasuke and replaying the fight in his head. He copied Lee's techniques back when they were fighting. That Sharingan, quite a useful way to learn techniques, he speculated. Then he looked at Lee, who looked a bit downcast. I guess that's how everyone feels when they have all their hard work copied by the Sharingan in just a blink. I'll have to be careful from now on, Sasuke might just be looking for opportunities to use the Sharingan on me, he thought. The rest of the fights that followed were quite interesting. The next fight was Shino vs Zaku. According to Naruto, Shino won in a true shinobi fashion. Zaku could only use one arm, but he almost got Shino with his attack Zankua. But despite being hurt, Shino was able to trap Zaku with his Kikaiku in a checkmate. The bugs had actually stuck inside the holes of Zaku's arms, rendering them completely useless and making it a victory for the Aburame. The next match was Kankuro vs Tsurugi, the Genin from Kabuto's team. The match was very short. Tsurugi could contort his body, his arms and limbs getting longer and trapping Kankuro in his grasp. At first, it seemed that Kankuro's neck was snapped, but it just turned out to be the puppet, while the real Kankuro was the one in the bandages. He turned the tables on Tsurugi and trapped his in the grasp of his puppet, breaking several of his bones. Tsurugi lost the match and Kankuro was declared victorious. The next match was Sakura vs Ino. Honestly speaking, the fight was quite pathetic. It was nothing more than two fangirls fighting, though this time, Sakura was more focused on her fight rather than just impressing Sasuke. She managed to land many hits on Ino before Ino allowed her anger to take over. In an impulsive action, she cut her own hair, trying to show her resolve. Naruto just shook his head, feeling second-hand embarrassment on behalf of them. This is what ninjas of Konoha are supposed to be? The previous Hokages must be rolling in their graves. Both of them just knocked each other out. Kakashi went down to pick Sakura up, while Asuma picked Ino up. Naruto was honestly torn in his feelings about the next match. He didn't know whether to ogle Temari and admire her, or to feel bad about his fellow Konoha Genin, Tenten. The matchup for Tenten couldn't have been worse. All the weapons that Tenten threw at Temari were effortlessly blown away by the other girl. Naruto shook his head. Tenten overly relied on her weapons and that was a glaring weakness. Without her weapons, Naruto doubted she knew any elemental jutsu. Tenten's final move, which was throwing all her weapons at Temari, was as useless as Naruto predicted. All her weapons were thrown back at her. Tenten flew up in the air, and was about to land on the ground when another swipe of Temari's fan sent the girl rolling on the ground, unconscious surrounded by her weapons. Lee seemed to take Tenten's defeat quite personally, and felt that Temari was a bit too harsh. He moved to attack Temari, who just blocked the attack with her fan. The world of the shinobi is harsh, Lee. What Temari-san did was actually quite mild, Guy-sensei said in a solemn tone as he guided Lee back upstairs. Temari scoffed at Lee and turned to go back upstairs, when she stole a glance at Naruto. He was looking at her with a warm smile, silently mouthing his congratulations with a wink. She blushed and looked away from him, walking back to her brothers. The next match was Shikamaru vs Kin, a Genin of the Sound team. Naruto actually enjoyed watching his friends match. Shikamaru's intellect never failed to surprise him. She used needles tied with bells towards Shikamaru, who figured she would throw one with the bell and one without the bell to confuse him. She threw more bells, all dodged by Shikamaru. But he was shocked to hear a bell behind him. Turned out she used a type of genjutsu based on sound, disorienting him. After a little struggle on his part, Shikamaru managed to trap her in her shadow imitation technique. He threw a shuriken at her, causing her to do the same and dodged, but the wall was in her way and she was easily knocked out. All in all, it was a great match. Shika can go far if he focuses a bit more on the versatility of his techniques instead of just relying on the clan techniques, he thought with a smirk. He nodded to the guy, congratulating him on the match, but the boy just muttered troublesome and walked away. It was finally his turn. And his match was against Kiba. Naruto just sighed at the matchup, whereas Sakura and Kakashi seemed to wince. Even Sasuke felt his eye twitching. Kiba was in for a rough time. "Ha! We got lucky, Akamaru." Kiba gloated, jumping down into the arena. Akamaru gave an enthusiastic bark of agreement. Naruto also jumped down into the arena. Now was the time to show a little of what he was capable of. Kiba didn't know of his true strength like his own team and Team 10, so he was likely to be underestimated. On the other hand, Kiba was likely to stick to clan techniques. This was a great opportunity to learn Kiba's ways of fighting. He wouldn't be revealing anything significant of his own. Naruto stood across from Kiba as Hayate stood between them. Kiba smacked his right fist into his other palm. "Hey, I feel bad for you, Naruto. I'll end this in just one punch." Naruto showed no reaction at that. In fact, the Konoha Jonin except Kakashi were quite unnerved at the lack of reaction from the resident prankster of Konoha. His face was devoid of expression, eyes giving nothing away. It reminded them too much of a certain missing Uchiha. Hajime. Naruto did not bother falling into a stance. First, he would let Kiba do all the work, showing him all his techniques. He was not disappointed when Kiba underestimated him and dashed forward in low Chunin speed, after getting on all fours, an elbow on the way to get buried in his gut. Kiba grinned savagely when he neared Naruto. "He doesn't stand a chance against me." However, that thought was thrown out of the window when Naruto sidestepped at the last second. Kiba was going too fast to stop, so he just went past him. Naruto grabbed Kiba's jacket from behind and threw him back towards Akamaru. Kiba grunted as he landed on his back, managing to flip up after the landing. Naruto just stood there, arms at his sides. He called out, "Don't give less than your best, Kiba. Or you won't even stand a chance of winning." Up in the stands, Kurenai frowned and turned towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, your Chunin is being quite cocky, despite being the dead last of his batch." Kakashi nodded, "He has every right to be." Kurenai scoffed and turned back to the fight. "Kiba will thrash him, Kakashi. Naruto is no match for his speed." She missed the entirety of Team 7 wincing. If only you knew, they collectively thought. She was about to be proven wrong. Down in the arena, Kiba was scoffing. "I don't need my best attacks to beat you, Naruto." However, Naruto was no longer in front of him. His eyes, along with all the Jonin present, widened. He turned around and almost a whiplash and panic gripped him when he saw Naruto holding Akamaru by his front legs, the puppy whimpering in fear. Naruto's voice was as cold as his eyes. "Is this enough of an incentive?" Kiba grit his teeth. "I didn't even see him move. How is he this fast? And he's got Akamaru." Kiba didn't waste any more time. "Akamaru." He tossed a pill into the open mouth of the dog. Naruto immediately dropped the puppy and retreated to a safe distance. "Now I might get a warm-up, at least." He was wrong. Immediately after Akamaru had swallowed the pill, he grew larger until he was a regular-sized dog, with red fur. Akamaru dashed in a speed he did not possess earlier to Kiba's side. Kiba and Akamaru then dashed together towards Naruto, with Kiba throwing smoke bombs around Naruto. He expected Naruto to get disoriented and confused, allowing him to hit the boy easily. However, Naruto surprised everyone again when he flash-stepped out of the smoke field in an instant and looked at the smoke screen intently. All the Jonin suddenly realized what Naruto was doing. He was scouting, analyzing Kiba's techniques and strategies to develop a counter-strategy. So far, Naruto had gathered quite some info on his opponent. The Inuzuka clan employs Ninken to aid in their battle. From what I have seen until now, Kiba's style is purely offensive, relying on speed and ferocity and augmented by Akamaru. His fighting style utilizes his claws. Kiba is hot-headed, plunging headfirst into this situation without any strategies, believing he can overpower me with brute force and speed. However, he employs distraction tactics when brute force does not work. The smoke bombs were to confuse me, and taking advantage of that, it would allow Kiba would land his attacks. The whole train of thought took less than a second. Naruto knew Kiba had much more to reveal. "Oi, Kiba. There is no one in there, you smelly dog." Of course, Naruto meant no offense. It was purely to provoke Kiba into attacking him with his strongest attack, revealing his trump card to all. As expected, Kiba took the bait and rushed out of the smoke screen with Akamaru, both snarling furiously. "You'll pay for that, Naruto." Finally, He revealed it. He crouched on all fours again, with Akamaru climbing on his back. Jiju Ninpo. Ninja art of beast mimicry. A puff of smoke revealed that Akamaru had transformed into Kiba, with both the Kiba crouched on the ground. Kurenai smirked on the railing. Seems that your student is done for Kakashi. He may be fast, but not fast enough to avoid both of them at the same time. Kakashi just I smiled at her. We'll see, won't we? In the arena, both the Kibas took off towards Naruto, their speed greatly increased. However, Naruto surprised everyone present when he nimbly dodged all of their efforts to land on him. What confused the Team 7, however, that they didn't know Naruto incorporated his fighting style to be so flexible. They didn't know that Naruto had indeed incorporated the snake-style taijutsu in his own style of fighting. This continued for about 10 seconds, after which Naruto decided that Kiba was still hiding his ultimate technique. He absently dodged a Kiba by leaping into the air, thinking on how to make him reveal it. Kiba grinned when he saw Naruto leap into the air to dodge Akamaru. It was pissing him off on how easily he was dodging them. He never knew Naruto was capable of being this fast. But now he had their chance. Gatsuga-ah! The cry snapped Naruto out of his thoughts, noticing too late the twin swirling tornadoes heading towards him in mid-air. He cursed for letting his concentration slip and immediately threw a kunai behind the duo before he got hit with them. Kurenai smiled in satisfaction as she saw Kiba using his strongest attack to smash Naruto into the ceiling of the arena. Your student lost, Kakashi. Might as well go and collect him, because that was Kiba's strongest attack. Naruto won't be getting up anytime soon. Kakashi smirked beneath the mask. Well, it's not over yet, Kurenai. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and looked down, eyes widening along with Asuma and Guy when they figured out what happened. Kiba stood triumphantly over the down form of Naruto. Hey! You might be tough, but not tough enough. Gatsuga is a crippling attack, and you just The Naruto on the floor puffed into smoke, revealing just a kunai. Kiba spun around just in time to receive a blow to his stomach that sent him barreling into Akamaru. Naruto carefully kept his eyes on the real Kiba as they rolled. The next part of his plan required it. He taunted Kiba, I'm getting bored, Kiba. I am finishing this now, if you don't mind. Without a seal, a shadow clone popped up beside him. I'll give you only 30 seconds. Try to knock me out, will you? With that, both of them separated, the clone going after Akamaru and Naruto facing Kiba. In the next 30 seconds, Naruto dodged 3 Gatsuga, all the while looking relaxed. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity, which arrived finally when Akamaru had to take a breath. Kiba barreled towards him with another Gatsuga, finally hitting him. The attack sent Naruto barreling into the wall on the other side, causing it to crack a little. Kiba was lightly panting as he stared at the down form of Naruto. That'll teach you not to get me angry. However, panic gripped him for a second time in the whole fight when another puff of smoke revealed just who he had hit. Akamaru lying on the ground, unconscious and heavily injured, if the blood was anything to go by. He turned around with wide eyes to see Naruto and his shadow clone smirking, both sharing a fist bump, after which the clone dispelled. The Jonin above were dumbstruck. None had expected Naruto to substitute with Akamaru at the last second. Naruto had used a simple, but a very clever tactic to take Akamaru out of the fight. Now that Kiba was alone, the Konoha Jonin were rethinking the fact whether Kiba would be able to beat Naruto or not. Naruto said while smirking, now that your partner's out of the fight, it's your turn, Kiba. Kiba's eyes were wide with disbelief at how Naruto had completely turned the tables on him. Naruto, except for the punch that sent him into Akamaru, had not attacked once. Instead, he just let the fight progress, letting Kiba do the work for him and taking Akamaru out instead of himself. Naruto created 4 shadow clones that popped into existence with a half-ram seal. They all surrounded Kiba, who cursed at his situation. What happened next would be remembered by everyone. The Naruto in front of Kiba punched him fast and hard, sending him into the Naruto behind him, who roundhouse kicked him into the Naruto on his left. That Naruto spun anti-clockwise and his left leg caught Kiba in the chest, sending him backwards into the 4th Naruto, who kicked Kiba so hard in the chin that Kiba swore he felt his teeth crack as he was sent flying across the arena in an arc. Naruto then jumped across the arena himself, having timed the jump such that he was above Kiba in mid-air. Ha! The cry was to denote the victory in his voice rather than the application of force. Spinning to gather momentum, he sent a punishing kick to Kiba's gut that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a mini crater. He landed in a crouch a few meters away, facing away from Kiba. He already knew that Kiba had passed out from the pain. He looked over to Hayate, who was confirming Kiba's condition. Finding him to be unconscious, Hayate rose and declared, "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." The entire crowd, including Naruto's team, was speechless. The teams outside of Konoha were gaping at the blonde, who was not even out of breath. What kind of training did Konoha give to this guy? The team from Suna had varied reactions. Kankuro was slightly sweating, not because of the punishment Kiba went through, but at how effortlessly Naruto delivered it. Temari had a hand over her mouth to prevent anyone from seeing that she was gaping in amazement. She had figured Naruto was strong, but not this strong. He had finished the fight with just a shadow clone and taijutsu, not to mention he didn't use any weapons, except for the kunai which he just used for replacement. He had not given away any of his trump cards, and could dish it out hard without resorting to any of them. He wasn't even out of breath. But the reaction from Gaara was the one that worried them the most. "Uzumaki Naruto," he whispered, a crazed expression coming onto his face. "You'll prove my existence." Naruto walked up the stairs confidently, but stopped when Kurenai stepped in front of him, an incensed look on her face. "Was it really necessary for you to be so brutal?" Naruto folded his arms and replied, "I fail to see why you're so incensed." Kurenai put her hands on her hips and glared hard. "I believe, from your performance, that you were skilled enough to simply knock him out. Why didn't you?" Naruto checked in his peripheral vision that all the Konoha nin on the railing were watching in interest. Turning his attention back to Kurenai, he said, "You won't understand. Besides, there are people my age who are way stronger than me. If this were a real battle, Kiba would have been dead 100 times over in 1 minute." He wanted to say more, but held it in. He just walked away, letting Kurenai take in his words. The Konoha nin had to admit that it was true. From the looks of it, Naruto had gone extremely easy on Kiba, not even putting much effort. If he had put effort, they didn't want to think about it. "And, sorry for the skip guys, but I won't be writing any more of the fights. My main focus is on Naruto, so read it like the rest of the fights went exactly like that of in canon." After the fights were finished, Hayate called out, "Will all the winners please come down to the arena floor? We have a few announcements." Sasuke, Shino, Temari, Kankuro, Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji and Gaara arrived at the arena floor as Hayate addressed them again. "Congratulations to you all. You 8 Chunin are the finalists that will compete in the finals of the Chunin exams in 1 month's time. It will be just how it happened today, except your opponent will be decided right now." He pulled out a small pouch filled with chits. "You will pull a number from the pouch and announce the number you have received along with your name. By those numbers you will be paired." He started with Naruto first and then went down the line. Uzumaki Naruto 1. Aburame Shino 6. Gaara 3. Kankuro 5. Hyuga Neji 2. Sabaku no Temari 7. Uchiha Sasuke 4. Nara Shikamaru -8. Hayate nodded and read from the clipboard he was carrying. The final matches will be the following: Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Kankuro vs Aburame Shino. Sabaku no Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. He looked up from the board and addressed the Junon. There will be 7 matches in total. The 5th match will be between the winner of the 1st and the 2nd, the 6th match will be between winner of the 3rd and the 4th, 7th between the winner of the 5th and the 6th. Sandaime stepped forward at this point. "Now that you know who your opponents are going to be, use the following month to prepare for the finals. Your village will be represented, so while preparing, keep that in mind. XXXXXXX." The next day, Naruto was walking at a comfortable pace to Training Ground 7, where he had sensed Kakashi. As he walked, he thought about what happened yesterday. Hinata had been pit against Neji, and it wasn't just cousin rivalry that was going on. Naruto had learned for the first time, listening to Neji talk, that the Hyuga were divided even among themselves. Hinata was the heiress of Hyuga, which meant that she was a member of the main house. Neji was a member of the branch house, and held a serious grudge against the main house, if his behavior towards Hinata was anything to go by. Naruto hadn't taken well to Neji verbally assaulting the already timid girl so much. Neji had to be stopped from landing a fatal blow to Hinata by the Jonin senseis. Naruto himself had sworn a blood oath to make Neji pay for what he did to Hinata. Maybe it was fate that they ended up being opponents. Who knows? Naruto didn't know the full story yet, but he won't be looking into it just yet. Right now, he needed to find Kakashi for his training. He leisurely walked into the training grounds and spotted Kakashi and Sasuke, both standing by the stumps. Kakashi, as usual, had his head buried in his porn while Sasuke just looked plain annoyed. He then spotted Naruto walking towards them in no hurry at all. "What are you doing here?" The annoyance was crystal clear in his voice. Naruto easily shrugged it off and replied, "I'm sure our sensei was expecting me. After all, we both need training for the Chunin finals." He easily smiled back, further annoying the Uchiha. "I was, indeed, expecting you, Naruto," Kakashi said, snapping his book shut. He regretted for what he was about to do, but it couldn't be helped. Naruto stared intently at Kakashi, straight in his visible eye. There was something going on that he did not know. Casting a bored glance at Sasuke, he couldn't find anything. Boy just looked annoyed and impatient? Impatient for what? Kakashi found it hard to stare his student in his eyes. Those eyes that were full of intelligence, but always looked bored. But now that Naruto was staring at him, trying to figure out what was going on, he didn't see Naruto. Instead he saw his sensei, who only looked disappointed at him, as if already knowing what he was about to do. Naruto stared at Kakashi, waiting for him to speak. But for some reason, the usually cool Jonin looked a tad bit uncomfortable. Naruto mentally sighed, thinking that Kakashi would need some prompting to speak. Bluntly pointing a finger towards Sasuke, he asked, "Why is he impatient?" The question caused Sasuke's neck to snap towards him. It also caused Kakashi to finally regain his wits. Before he could speak, Naruto beat him to it. "Anyways, I came to ask you to train us for the finals, Kakashi-sensei." He was careful to say us and not me. "You see, Naruto, the thing is, I won't be training you for the finals," he said, guilt bubbling up on the inside. The level of guilt grew exponentially when he learned what his student had come to ask for. But because of who Sasuke's opponent was, he needed to train him. Naruto, for his part, simply stared at Kakashi like he was stupid. Inside though, he was a bit hurt. He knew Kakashi was the only man with a Sharingan still affiliated to the village and therefore, was the best person to train the last loyal Uchiha. But that excuse became invalid the moment he chose to become a sensei. As a sensei, he had to treat all his students fairly, without playing favorites. He could understand that Sasuke needed training because of who his opponent was, but that was no excuse to ditch his other students. What about him and Sakura? Naruto's posture straightened up, and he folded his arms across his chest. Other than the fact that Sasuke is facing Gaara and only you can train him with his Sharingan, what excuse do you have this time for ditching me and Sakura? He didn't mince his words. He had laid his cards onto the table, opting to see Kakashi's hand. Kakashi flinched heavily this time. The accusation was clear in Naruto's voice, and his question had hit a bullseye. What excuse did he have? He could not form an answer. Naruto watched Kakashi struggle for words and fought to keep his eyes from narrowing. He felt anger for the first time since Wave Mission, and it was smoldering. He knew that he himself had received special training before, but it was justified considering his position as the lone Jinchuriki of the village. Why was Sasuke entitled to special training? Naruto simply put his arms in his pockets and turned around. He really wasn't in the mood to hear another half-assed excuse that Kakashi would likely give to him. Don't bother answering. I can see you have no excuse, Naruto said, walking away. Kakashi decided to change the topic to at least salvage what little he could. But I did find you another sensei, Naruto. Naruto stopped, but did not turn around. If you mean the closet pervert hiding in the woods behind us, thanks but I'll pass. He was in no way training with Ebisu of all people for something as important as the Chunin exams. He had met the man when he was training Konohamaru how to use the Oiroku no Jutsu. Needless to say, he was not impressed at all. The man's chakra was barely mid-jonin, and his attitude towards him pissed him off. Before using Shunshine to go away, he said without turning around. I don't know if you know or not, but Gaara's like me, maybe even stronger, he revealed, causing Kakashi to widen his eye in shock. Naruto continued, even people like you would be hard-pressed to beat him. He flickered away, not waiting to watch the man's reaction or Sasuke's confusion. He appeared in front of the Hokage Tower, deep in his thoughts. He was sure everyone would remember what Gaara had done to Rock Lee yesterday. The guy, with his sand, had crushed Lee's hands and legs so brutally, without any hint of remorse or emotion, that even Naruto had sweat a little. Gaara was dangerous, and he himself didn't know how he would beat the guy. Kurama had told him that since the Ichibi was the weakest of all tailed beasts, he gave his host full access to his power very early, which is why Gaara was so deranged. Shukaku had been influencing Gaara ever since Gaara could talk, so it was bound to affect him some way. Naruto did not care to go through all the doors. He simply jumped up to the window, slid it open and announced Yojiji. XXXXXXX. Sarutobi was glaring at the paperwork before him with all the hate he could muster. He was about to start on it when he felt an exceptionally large amount of dense chakra heading towards him. He was about to stand up when he heard the familiar voice Yojiji. Sarutobi blinked at the blonde perched on his window, waving casually at him. However, he detected a small amount of sadness emanating from the boy. Naruto-kun, come in. He let the boy come inside and sit in front of him. He patiently waited for Naruto to speak. Naruto deliberated how to say it, but decided that laying it out seemed the best option. I need someone to train me for the finals. He had expected the confusion on Jiji's face. Why, what happened to your sensei? Naruto managed to keep the bitterness out of his voice. He is training Sasuke for the finals. Sarutobi had been a shinobi for almost 70 years, and therefore was adept at reading the emotions of people, especially the hidden ones. So it immediately became clear to him what had happened and his eyes hardened. Kakashi promised me he would treat his students without favoritism. How dare he break that promise? I knew he would be conflicted between Obito's and Minato's legacy. He should have at least found some middle ground instead of just tossing aside Minato's legacy. He raged mentally for a few more moments before calming down. Fortunately, he did have someone excellent who could train Naruto for the finals. Very well, Naruto. I will speak to Kakashi later, but for now, I do have someone who could train you. Naruto's eyes lit up with hope. You do? Sarutobi smiled and nodded. Why, yes. He is in the village right now. Naruto looked confused for a second, but immediately grasped the meaning of that statement. A smirk spread across his lips. Is he now? Without waiting for him to respond, Naruto was gone in a swirl of leaves. Sarutobi chuckled, returning to his paperwork. He looked forward to seeing what Naruto did in the finals. Naruto immediately spread his senses, sensing every chakra signature he could. A particularly large chakra signature showed up on the outermost point of his range. Naruto smirked and ducked into an alley. After checking that no one was watching, he flashed to the location. He had put his formula around the hot springs as well. Appearing silently in a blue flash beneath the large man perched on the branch of a tree, shamelessly peeping into the women's side of the hot springs and giggling, Naruto reacted the instant he appeared, jumping up and kicking the man into the women's side of the bath. He then sat down to enjoy the show. There were definitely screams of women and the pained screams of Jiraiya filled the air. Naruto laughed heartily at the beating his godfather was going through. He had settled things with him a while ago, and had no problem making fun of the guy. He didn't stop laughing even when Jiraiya managed to leap over the fence and out of the war zone looking no worse for wear. He glared at the blonde brat on the branch, who was wheezing so hard that he fell down the branch, not even registering the fall. Jiraiya growled and was about to kick the brat when Naruto finally stopped wheezing and stood up. His face was flushed with all the laughing. That's what you get for peeping, Uro-sennin, Naruto smirked, folding his arms. Jiraiya crossed his arms in a huff. You know better than to interrupt my peeping time, Naruto, he muttered, though there was no heat in his voice. He then really looked at Naruto for the first time. He had grown well, standing over at 5 feet 2 and a well-built physique for his age. His hair was tied in his usual ponytail, and he still looked as bored and indifferent as ever. Anyways, what do you want? Naruto's expression turned serious and asked, with a hint of pleading in his voice, will you please train me for the Chunin finals? Jiraiya smirked, having already known what Naruto was going to ask. He had no problem training his godson for the finals, but he wanted to test his resolve first. What are you offering me in return of the training? Naruto gave a deadpan stare. What happened to being a respectable shinobi? The people would be mighty disappointed to learn that the mountain toad sage is a stingy old man. Jiraiya shook his head, not at all offended. I'm not talking about money. A lecherous grin spread across his face. I'm talking about your Oiroke no Jutsu. It sounds very interesting from what sensei told me. Naruto raised an eyebrow in interest. You really are just a pervert, aren't you? Wrong, Jiraiya shouted, waving a finger. I'm not just a pervert, I'm a super pervert. Naruto let a smirk across his face. Let's see you hold up against this. With a ram seal, Naruto was replaced with a naked, buxom young woman with smoke covering her most sensitive areas and her pigtails waving gently in the breeze. Is this what you were referring to, Jiraiya-sama? Naruto asked cutely with a finger on her lower lip. For a moment, he thought Jiraiya would fall over in a nosebleed. His eyes were bugged out to the max, and the man almost looked like he'd have a heart attack on the spot. But suddenly, he surprised Naruto with a two-way thumbs up, hearts replacing his eyes. That's very good. He almost crowed in praise. Alright kid, I'll train you. Great. Naruto cheered and almost released the jutsu when Jiraiya stopped him. One condition though. Jiraiya stopped him. What? You have to keep that henge on the entire time we're training. Naruto dispelled the jutsu, looking plain annoyed. You are way over the top sometimes, Uro-sennin. Don't call me that, brat. He barked, bonking Naruto on the head. Fine, I'll train you. Meet me here tomorrow, morning 7 o'clock. Don't be late. Giving a two-fingered salute, he was gone. Naruto chuckled. It was good to see his godfather after such a long time, and he was as perverted as ever. He was gone in a blue flash a moment later. XXXXXXX. The next morning he met Jiraiya at the bathhouse again. Good morning, Uro-sennin. Jiraiya grumbled, you're really stuck on that name, huh? Naruto said mildly, you have to admit though, it's oddly befitting of you. As they walked, Jiraiya explained, alright, first I need to have a measure of your current skills, so we'll go an empty ground I know a few ways away. Then after that, I'll help you set up for the things you need to work on, while I do my own work. Naruto interrupted with a dry tone, you mean peeping, don't you? Jiraiya didn't even acknowledge the question, leading them into a field with a large lake on the other side of the bushes. Jiraiya stopped in the middle of the field and turned to face Naruto. Show me what you got. Naruto asked in return, should I take off the resistance seals? Jiraiya considered it and said, start with them, then when I say so, take them off. Naruto grinned savagely. He could strike without holding back this time. The thought spiked his heart rate, adrenaline filling his veins. He shot forward in a dash, his right foot towards Jiraiya's face. It was blocked by the man, but Naruto only needed to get close. He engaged Jiraiya in an exchange of punches, kicks, palm strikes and jabs, never hitting the Sannin, but not getting hit either. He realized that Jiraiya was just getting serious, so he decided to up the game. Disengaging, he formed the snake seal. Futon, Kaze Jurai no Jutsu. Wind style, wind torpedo, a spinning ball of wind sped towards Jiraiya, who looked shocked. He knows Futon? He jumped out of the way, seeing the spot he was standing on exploding wind. I would have been cut in pieces if I had gotten hit with that. He sped through his own hand seals. Ninja art, toad oil bullet. Naruto's mind worked instinctively, knowing what set oil on flame. Canon, Ryuka no Jutsu. As soon as the fire impacted the sticky oil, it raced back towards a stupefied Jiraiya. He knows Canon? He immediately disconnected the oil. He turned around on instinct to block the punch from the shadow clone, kicking it and causing it to dispel. However, chains of water rose up and wrapped around him in a flash. He knows Sutin as well? However, he was not allowed to dwell on it for long. A cry distracted him. Sutin, Dai Suigaden no Jutsu. Water style, Great Water Fang Projectile. Jiraiya stared dumbstruck at the 20 feet tall spinning water drill coming from above, with Naruto holding the dog seal. The drill crashed onto where Jiraiya was being held, creating a large explosion of water. Naruto stared at the spot where Jiraiya was, a wooden log in its place. His danger sense rang true, warning him from behind. He shunpoed just in time to avoid the heel that would have sent him through trees. Jiraiya blinked when he missed. What was that? Naruto then appeared in front of him, his face not giving away anything. Jiraiya rose an eyebrow, curious as to what the blonde was up to. You're fast, Uro-sennin. But are you faster than lightning? He added a smirk in the end. Jiraiya only had a microsecond to get confused before Naruto was covered in red lightning of all things. Since the whole area was covered in water from Naruto's earlier jutsu, it acted as the medium for the lightning to race towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya was obviously not faster than lightning, so he grunted when he was electrocuted. It only lasted for a moment, after which Naruto landed a direct kick in Jiraiya's gut, sending him flying backwards on his behind. Honestly speaking, the fight should have been over by now. Naruto didn't need to let up the lightning, otherwise Jiraiya would have been finished by now. But Naruto watched dispassionately as Jiraiya crumbled. He flipped back to avoid his face from meeting the ground. Jiraiya grinned as he watched Naruto settle into a strange fighting stance. He's fast, and his taijutsu style is something I've never seen, but it had elements of the snake style. He hits hard and fast, even with the weights. His instincts are excellent, and he doesn't let his guard down even for a moment. He knows 4 nature transformations and he is pretty well versed in them, considering he used 3 of them with only 1 or 2 seals and the lightning without a seal. He almost had me there, if I hadn't substituted at the last second. A Jonin would be hard-pressed to beat him right now. Alright Brad, seals off. He felt a little nervous at the grin that appeared on his godson's face, but shook it off. This time, he took the initiative, dashing forward towards Naruto. However, he was once again surprised just how fast Naruto was. His speed was easily high Jonin, with the reflexes to match. Jiraiya was hard-pressed to find an opening the fight. He was forced onto the defensive when Naruto took out 2 kunai, held them in a reverse grip, and channeled wind chakra, causing the kunai to look like blue daggers. He was on the defense for a while before he managed to disengage with the help of an earth spike, sending Naruto back. Naruto threw the kunai midair with deadly accuracy, which Jiraiya avoided by the skin of his teeth. Naruto landed and looked at him, and Jiraiya had to admit he was more than a bit unnerved at the grin Naruto was showing. Naruto then took out 2 exploding tags between fingers of both hands, held them in a cross and threw them such that they were on either side of Jiraiya, who scoffed. If you think 2 explosive tags can take me out, think again. But then he cursed and jumped back, because somehow, the tags were multiplying. Gojo Kibaku Fuda, Naruto exclaimed. A series of successive explosions shook the area. When the smoke cleared, as expected, Jiraiya wasn't there. He spread out his senses, but it seemed Jiraiya had a way to block himself from sensor-type ninjas. He sniffed the air, looking for the distinctive smell of oil, but other than in the clearing, it was nowhere. But he wasn't out of his options just yet. He still had yet to reveal his trump card. Hiraishin. Jiraiya may have been able to block himself from his senses, but Naruto could always sense where he had placed his jutsu shiki. Along the course of the fight, Naruto had placed his formula on the ground in multiple spaces. All of them were in his vision, all except one. Jiraiya in a tree 50 feet behind Naruto. Naruto wasted no time in flashing. Jiraiya closely observed Naruto while under a jutsu that prevents anyone from sensing him. He is good, better than what Minato was at his age. He's faster than most of the Jonin that I know. What is that technique, though? It seemed like a short-ranged shunshine, but not the shunshine. Those explosions though, how did he create those? The tag multiplied into copies, but the explosive power didn't diminish one bit. It was a truly ingenious seal. He is easily mid to high Jonin level. But now that the enemy is hidden, what will you do next, Naruto? He was flabbergasted, however, when Naruto disappeared in a blue flash. Naruto grinned as he connected a solid kick to the real Jiraiya's cheek for the first time in the fight, sending him flying through 2 trees and straight back into the clearing. Jiraiya flipped onto his feet, ignoring the pain completely and staring open-mouthed at Naruto, who used his shunshine-like technique to appear in front of him. That was. He didn't get a chance to finish as Naruto disappeared in a blue flash again, appearing right in front of Jiraiya and punching him in the cheek. Jiraiya staggered back, clutching his tender jaw. Naruto disappeared again, reappearing behind Jiraiya in less than a second. A double palm thrust sent Jiraiya flying straight into the path of a tree. However, he already knew what he wanted to know. Jiraiya easily landed sideways onto the tree, then jumping down. He stared at Naruto in shock, who was smirking. His voice was barely above a whisper, "You mastered the Flying Thunder God?" Naruto nodded, still smirking. He kept smirking when Jiraiya chuckled, which progressed into deep bellowing laughs. He hadn't had this much fun in a fight since Minato. He calmed down and stared at Naruto with a grin. "Kid, you could beat most Jonin with what you have right there," he remarked, and his opinion of Naruto only rose higher when he replied. "True, but there is always room for improvement," Naruto conceded. He still wanted to improve. He was still only 13 years old, so he had a lot of room for improvement left. Jiraiya asked with some hope in his voice, "Naruto, how would you like to become my apprentice?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "Really?" Jiraiya nodded with a smile. He would make a damn good shinobi out of this kid, even stronger than Minato. Naruto jumped up in joy. "Yada." Naruto looked at Jiraiya with his blue eyes shining. "Does that mean?" He didn't even finish his question when a scroll appeared in Jiraiya's hands, offering it to Naruto. Naruto opened the scroll and his eyes softened when he saw the name of the latest Toad summoner. Dad. His eyes moistened as he rubbed them. He took out a kunai and cut his right thumb. Just as he was about to sign on it, Kurama stopped him. Wait, Naruto. Naruto's thumb stopped short of the scroll, brow furrowing in confusion with Jiraiya. He looked over to Jiraiya, pointing towards his stomach and then to his mind. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose disbelievingly. The Kyuubi is speaking to you? Naruto nodded absently as he put his thumb in his mouth. What is it, Kurama? Don't sign the contract, the fox rumbled. Naruto rose an eyebrow in challenge. Why not? They are powerful. What he heard next caught him off guard. The fox contract is even more powerful. Naruto couldn't help but blurt it out, you want me to sign the fox contract? Jiraiya's eyes widened, there is a fox contract? He couldn't believe that the Kyuubi of all beings was trying to persuade Naruto to sign a contract that was the same as its species. He watched as Naruto's face cycled through different expressions. First shock, confusion, challenging, speculation, agreement and finally resignation. Naruto sighed, Kurama wants me to sign the fox contract, Uro-senin. Kurama? Naruto gave him a look, the Kyuubi has a name, you know. And he won't accept me signing any other contract than that of the fox. He looked up to Jiraiya with worried eyes, does that mean I won't be able to become your apprentice? Jiraiya was frowning, and that only fueled Naruto's worry. Are you friends with Q, Kurama? Naruto looked confused as to why Jiraiya was asking this question, but nodded. Jiraiya then surprised Naruto by chuckling. No worries Naruto, he declared. You might not become a Toad summoner or apprentice, but you will still be my apprentice. Who knows, you might even become a better summoner than me one day. Jiraiya was deeply hurt and sad that Naruto won't be able to become a Toad summoner like him or Minato. But he really didn't want to antagonize the demon fox residing inside Naruto, not to mention the prophecy that the Toads gave him. The key to Naruto's seal was with the Toad clan, so Jiraiya was the only one who can give it to him now. He hates Toads. Jiraiya blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. What? Naruto ignored Kurama's enraged yells, he doesn't want to be associated with Toads. The reason he explained for a long time how foxes are superior to Toads in every way is because he can't be upfront about his feelings. Jiraiya was finding it hard not to chuckle, lest the Kyuubi forcefully send some chakra into Naruto in an attempt to kill him. The aspect of Kurama he just learned, it was surprisingly human. He figured it was fair reason for Naruto not signing the Toad contract. But that left a problem. Where will you find the fox contract though? Naruto answered, Kurama told me that for shinobi to use summoning jutsu successfully, they have to have a contract with an animal. But if a shinobi performs the summoning jutsu without a contract, they will be transported to the realm of the animal they are most suited to have a contract with. Jiraiya remembered with a grimace when he had tried to do the same and ended up on Mount Myaboku. That's true. Naruto shrugged, then I will do the same, but my case is a bit special. Due to having Kurama, a fox demon inside me, I automatically qualify to become a fox summoner. So performing the jutsu will take me straight to the fox realm. Jiraiya thought over it a bit. It was a sound theory, but if it didn't work, Naruto would have no way to come back. What if doesn't work? Naruto blinked then winced, Kurama doesn't like other people questioning his intelligence. Jiraiya paled, but nodded and told Naruto the hand signs. You perform the hand signs boar, dog, bird, monkey and ram and slam your hand onto a surface. That's the gist of it. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, Naruto made each hand seal slowly, his anticipation clear for Jiraiya to see. As soon as he completed the sequence, Naruto slammed his hand on the ground. A sealing array, which Naruto guessed was a contract seal, erupted and he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya exhaled a sigh and sat down, waiting for his godson to return. XXXXXXX. Naruto appeared in the realm of the foxes, shaking his head at the sight dizziness. The sensation of traveling was not unlike Hiraishin. He heard Kurama's voice in his head, which was filled with the emotion one goes through when they come back home. Welcome to Kitsune no Kuni, Heiwa no Oka. The Hills of Peace. Naruto gazed awestruck at the realm of the foxes. It was the most beautiful place Naruto had ever seen, so exotic that it felt like the true symbolization of nature. It looked very much like a hill station, but instead of houses, a number of caves were on each hill. There were 5 hills in total, leading up to a huge mountain, the top of which was among the clouds. The place was so full of ambience that Naruto had unknowingly sat down just to admire the beauty of the place. He had never felt this close to nature ever before. Naruto had never seen so many foxes in one place before. Beautiful, isn't it? Kurama spoke in a soft tone, well as soft as rumbling voice could become. Naruto agreed in an equally soft voice, afraid that if he spoke above a whisper it would shatter the peace of the place. Yeah. He just kept gazing at the valley, a soft smile on his face, not even noticing that a brown fox had spotted him and alerted the others. A snarl interrupted his thoughts and he found himself gazing at around 15 snarling foxes of different colors, who looked not the least bit friendly. Naruto unconsciously straightened up while sitting Indian style, making eye contact with the lead, silver fox. He didn't mask himself, instead, he revealed who he truly was through his eyes. The fox stopped snarling, and adopted what looked like curiosity on his face. He looked into Naruto's eyes for several moments, Naruto not flinching away for even a moment. "Who are you, human?" The smooth tenor surprised Naruto only for a second, but he recovered. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. May I know yours?" Best to be polite rather than hostile. "Osamu," came the reply. "What are you doing here, Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto didn't know whether his answer would infuriate Osamu or not, but it would be unwise to lie. Foxes are extremely clever creatures. "I was told to come here by Kurama to sign the contract of the foxes." He gulped when he saw Osamu's face twisting, revealing his sharp teeth. It did not help that Osamu was almost as tall when Naruto was standing. "You have some nerve, addressing the Lord of Foxes by his name, without an honorific no less." Naruto spoke before he would be forced to defend himself, "because he lives inside me." Osamu blinked, not understanding Naruto's statement at first. But when he realized what it meant, his face twisted into a snarl once again and he got into an attack position. "Why you?" "Stop." A simple command from a soft voice caused all the foxes to turn around. Naruto found himself gazing at a regal-looking red fox. The voice was obviously female, filled with power and superiority but at the same time, a warm and comforting tone. She looked beautiful. The red fox strode towards Naruto, assessing him with her gaze. The foxes parted for her and soon she was looking down at Naruto. "Stand up, Naruto-kun." Naruto blinked at the soft tone, but did as she said. Soon, his eyes were level with the red female fox. She gazed into his eyes for a moment, then spoke. "We have been waiting for you, Naruto-kun." Naruto rose a puzzled eyebrow. "Waiting for me?" The red fox smiled and said, "Come, we have much to talk about." She turned around and from the way everyone bowed to her, she must be a pretty important fox around here. He walked after her as she led the way. "I understand Kyubi-sama told you to come here?" "Why yes, he did." The red fox chuckled. "No need to be afraid, Naruto-kun. You are one of us now. Or you will be after you sign the contract." Naruto then spoke, his confidence returning but still being cautious. "I never did get your name, Kitsune-sama." The female fox chuckled. "That's because I never told you. My name is Naomi." Naruto smiled. "Nice to meet you, Naomi-sama." Naomi laughed softly. "You are very well-mannered, Naruto-kun. It is nice to meet you too." Naruto then said, "Not to be rude or anything, but having an animal contract is pretty serious. So shouldn't I be tested if I am worthy of the contract or not?" Naomi easily replied, "The word of Kyubi-sama is proof enough. Believe me, if Kyubi-sama didn't think you were worthy, he wouldn't have even told you that we exist." Naruto listened as Naomi told him the history of how the Kitsune contract came to be. Many years ago, way before the era of the cage, Kyubi was still a free demon. It was a misconception that Kyubi randomly attacked human settlements. In truth, Kyubi only attacked those human settlements where the greatest concentration of negative feelings was. People were right to fear the Kyubi, but they started taking out their anger on the normal foxes, attacking and killing a fox whenever it came into their sights. Kyubi listened to the plight of the foxes and created this realm in a remote corner of the world, so that foxes can live without having to look over their shoulders every few moments. The foxes settled down in these hills and over time, they became beings that were strong and intelligent enough to create a summoning contract of their own. However, there was only one person worthy enough to become their summoner. Then, a prophecy was told that a boy judged worthy by their lord would become the next summoner of the foxes and would change the world. Naruto was frowning at the end of the explanation. I get the history of the foxes, Naomi-sama, but I was mentioned in a prophecy? Naomi saw that Naruto was likely to prod at that, so she changed the subject. A story for another time. For now, you need to meet the boss of the Kitsune. They arrived at a large gate, which stood well over 120 meters. But what caused Naruto's mouth to drop were the guards that stood on either side of the doors. They were easily 70 to 80 meters, humanoid foxes like Kurama, with the opposable thumbs and all. They were wearing black, full sleeves haori and had swords strapped to their waists. The most notable features, though, were the 5 tails that lay 8 rest behind them. At Naruto's dumbfounded look, Naomi chuckled and explained. They are boss-level fighters, Naruto-kun. The number of tails they have denote their level of strength, and as such, rank is given out. But you don't need to know that right now. She nodded to the guards, who bowed deeply to her and proceeded to open the gates. Naomi-sama, you seem to be an important figure around here, Naruto commented as they proceeded inside. Naomi winked at him. If you must know, I am a member of the High Council of the Kitsune. She laughed at Naruto's pale face and walked inside. Naruto snapped out of his shock and ran after her. The sight on the inside was just as shocking as it was on the outside. Large foxes, with tails that varied from 2 to 6, were inside sparring with each other with various weapons. Naruto found it curious that none of the noise was heard when they were standing outside the gates. A silencing barrier, perhaps? He marveled at the sheer amount of chakra he was sensing from each of them. It was easily S rank, surpassing the cage level. Naruto himself had cage level chakra reserves due to having Kurama inside him and Uzumaki lineage. He looked around in awe, keeping up with Naomi, until he spotted a fox. The fox was easily the tallest of all, standing a bit taller than everyone. And he had 7 tails, making him the strongest fox here. Which meant he was the boss of the Kitsune. He had a deep blue fur, and wore a red haori which had the kanji for boss on the back. On his waist was strapped a chokudo. Naomi walked up to the boss, and as she did, Naruto noticed that everyone had stopped fighting and was bowing to her. After she acknowledged their now, they turned their attention to Naruto. As Naruto expected, they looked at him strangely, probably wondering what a human was doing in their realm. Naomi walked up to the boss of the Kitsune, who bowed deeply to her as well. Naomi-sama, his voice was deep like Kurama, but unlike the demon's rumbling, his voice was a deep, smooth baritone. Takeshi, she acknowledged. The now dubbed Takeshi straightened up and asked, Naomi-sama, what can I do for you today? Naomi's voice was full of authority. I want you to meet and judge the newest summoner of the Kitsune. The one who is mentioned in the prophecy. Takeshi frowned and asked, has he already arrived then? He then turned his eyes onto Naruto, who had to crane up his neck to see him. Takeshi bent down to take a greater look at Naruto. After a long moment, he dryly commented, you're tiny. Naruto almost face-planted at that. Even the other foxes were sniggering with mirth. Only Naomi was the one watching the conversation with a serious eye. Naruto snarked at him, well, I can't be as tall as you now, can I? Naruto got the impression that he had just insulted the boss, if the sucking of breath and straightening of backs from the other foxes was any indication. Takeshi's eyes narrowed, but Naruto didn't show a hint of fear. He had come too far to get afraid now. I see you're quite witty yourself. But I have to ask, Naomi-sama, he turned his attention to Naomi, who judged him worthy. Kyubi-sama. The single answer was enough for Takeshi to widen his eyes, along with all the other foxes. I see, he said slowly, straightening up. He gazed at Naruto, what is your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, he rolled the name over his tongue, testing it out. He held an arm out, climb on Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto wasn't startled this time, jumping onto the arm. Takeshi looked at him with a critical eye, if Kyubi-sama has judged you worthy to be our summoner, then I have no doubt that you are strong. But physical strength isn't everything. As the Kitsune, we value wisdom and cleverness as much as we value our physical strength. So answer me this, Uzumaki Naruto, when you stop and look, you can always see it. If you try to touch, you cannot feel it. It cannot move, but as you near it, it moves away from you. What is it? Naruto thought for a moment and replied, it's the horizon. If Takeshi was surprised, he did an excellent job of hiding it. He chuckled, what a sharp wit you have, Uzumaki Naruto. You are strong in the mind as well, as expected from someone who is to be our summoner. He surprised Naruto by gently setting his hand on the ground, saving Naruto from jumping from such a height. He smiled, the Kitsune will be glad to serve as your summons, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned widely and put a thumbs up, declaring loudly, I look forward to working with you guys as well. Takeshi chuckled loudly and said, Naomi-sama, now that I have judged our summoner, perhaps you should give him the contract? Naomi nodded and slapped her right front foot on the ground. A sealing array spread out and in a puff of smoke, a large red scroll was revealed. Naomi spread it open and gestured Naruto to sign it. Naruto nodded, took a kunai, cutting his thumb and letting some blood flow out. Naruto deftly put his name onto one of the columns, absently noting the name of the previous summoner. Yamamoto Arashi. Naruto couldn't make anything of that name, so he put it at the back of his mind. Placing the top of all his fingers beneath his name, he released a breath. He was finally a fox summoner now. He watched as Naomi rolled the scroll up and it disappeared into a puff of smoke, presumably returning to where it came from. Naomi smiled at Naruto and said, Congratulations, Naruto-kun. We welcome you as the summoner of foxes. Naruto smiled and nodded. Naomi then addressed him, Now that is over, I presume you know how to return? Naruto rose an eyebrow, It's the same way, isn't it? Kushios without the blood? When Naomi nodded, Naruto smiled and immediately performed the seals, saying, I'll summon you as soon as I can, Takeshi-san. With that, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. One of the foxes scoffed, as if he could summon you, Takeshi-sama. He was not expecting a blade to his throat, with Takeshi holding it with narrowed eyes. He gulped as his boss growled, I will not tolerate anyone insulting our new summoner. Is that clear? He asked the question to everyone. Hi. Naomi muttered to herself, Things are starting to look interesting on the horizon, Naruto-kun. XXXXXXX. Only 5 seemed to pass, but even then Jiraiya was close to chewing his nails. He was about to go into panic mode when a puff of smoke revealed Naruto, standing triumphantly with arms crossed. Jiraiya almost melted in relief, then asked the relevant question. Did you get it? Naruto grinned and spread his arms, You are now looking at the newest summoner of the Kitsune clan. Chapter 16. Naruto and Jiraiya established a schedule for Naruto's training. Jiraiya would create 2 shadow clones along with Naruto. He would remain with the original, while the other 2 would practice in Fuinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Naruto was already master of Fuinjutsu, so there was not much teach him that he didn't already know. Instead, they were working on new seals that he could use in the future. Not just in the Chunin exams, but against other opponents as well. Naruto's grasp on ninjutsu was pretty solid, not to mention his vast repertoire of them. He knew more C to B rank jutsus rather than the A ranks, and he used them very efficiently. He usually preferred using Suten and Futon, but his Kaden and Raiten were equally good. Jiraiya was training him in a B rank fire jutsu, Kaden, Ano Suda, fire style, blazing hands. Since Naruto knew that his opponent was primarily a taijutsu type fighter, he would have to fight hand to hand at some point. But Naruto knew that the Hyuga preferred to stick with their gentle fist. He already had a good repertoire of mid to long range jutsus to fight. Also, he knew the gentle fist targeted the tenketsu, the points in chakra network that control the flow of chakra. But just like Tenten, Neji couldn't have found a worse opponent since Naruto didn't have a chakra network, so Neji's fighting style was already null and void. Add to the fact that the Hyuga see learning elemental jutsu beneath someone of their stature, and Neji is totally crushed. The original Naruto was concentrating on increasing the speed of his reflexes in taijutsu against Jiraiya. Naruto found out on the first day of their training that Jiraiya was holding back a lot. Their routing was something like this. First, the Sannin would check whether Naruto's resistance seals were actually affecting him or not. Based on that, he would let it remain or change them to a higher level. Then he would tell him to just defend. Naruto would have impressive bruises by the end of the defensive sessions. After half an hour of relaxation, in which his bruises would get healed, Naruto would be told to try and hit Jiraiya. And every single day for the first week, he was only able to hit the man 5 times at the most. Granted, his fighting style, the elemental fist, was as aggressive as it was defensive, not to mention had a minority of made-up moves that he usually employed to finish a fight. He was still far from landing critical hits on the Sannin. Guess he isn't a Sannin in just name, after all, Naruto thought as he relaxed in the onsen. Today was the first Saturday of the month, and he and Jiraiya did nothing but a small, time-limited spar to evaluate Naruto's skills. Naruto had mastered the blazing hands in a total of just 4 hours, and spent rest of the week trying to incorporate it into his fighting style. Jiraiya had released him early because Naruto was to do his own training in the weekends. And Naruto planned to hit a long overdue task, his father's simulation room. He had 5 more levels to go, and Naruto planned to hit 4 of them in the following 4 weekends. He was confident that he would be able to complete with some, if not full ease. But he would worry about that later. Right now, Naruto felt nothing but exasperation along with resignation as he watched his godfather giggle perversely as he peeked onto the women's side of the bath. After their spar, Jiraiya had suggested they go to the onsen to relax. Naruto, the naive idiot that he was, readily agreed, saying he could use a hot bath. However, Naruto had planned on discussing a few things with Jiraiya about what he learned during the first week of the training month while relaxing. This was the first time he learnt that when Jiraiya suggested they relax in a hot bath, he really just wanted to peek on the women. Even though there were only 2 of them on the men's side, Naruto sunk lower in order to hide the fact that he was here with Jiraiya. Oh ho ho, this is good, very good, Jiraiya giggled lecherously as he gazed on the naked women on the other side. Naruto glared at his back fiercely, making the tiger hand seal. Chains of water rose up and wrapped around Jiraiya, viciously yanking him back into the water. Can't you stop being a pervert for just a moment and relax? Naruto dryly asked him as his head came out of the water. Jiraiya looked genuinely offended at the question. What? That's just not possible. Being a pervert runs in my blood. Jiraiya proclaimed graciously, even pumping a fist to prove his point. As if that's something to be proud of, Naruto grumbled as he got up, wrapping his towel around his waist. If he stayed any longer, he would faint from dizziness. He would hit the simulation later tonight, so right now he had nothing to do. As he walked towards his apartment, he absently wondered, I wonder what kind of training Sasuke is going through. Elsewhere, Sasuke sneezed, causing to slip into the water with his hand still alight with lightning, shocking him. XXXXXXX. Naruto panted as the simulation got over, his opponent lay beaten before him. It wasn't tough, but it wasn't easy either. A wave of satisfaction passed over him as he went through the fight in his head. This time, he had managed to inflict most of the bruises onto his opponent instead of himself. His opponent was crafty, and his fighting style was something Naruto had never seen. He fought almost like he was dancing, weaving around in circular patterns. His hands were almost always on the ground and kicks were inverted, the force behind increased with each maneuver. However, Naruto was able to find the weakness of this style. As offensive it was, only evasion tactics were used by his opponent to escape his attacks. There weren't many blocks, so the upper body's only way to not get hit is to continuously keep moving in an acrobatic way. Naruto, however, was able to land in a few attacks before getting annoyed. His opponent's patterns were too erratic to find an opening and exploit it at the same time. So Naruto himself improvised. An opponent with a style like that can be dealt with many ways, but the option that stood out the most to Naruto was the use of brute force. Up until now, Naruto had only attacked the opponent. However, Naruto enhanced his fist with his chakra and punched the ground hard. The force behind it was not what Naruto expected it to be. A few cracks spread around the impact area, but the force was enough to make his opponent stumble, just for a moment. Just what Naruto needed. In a flash step, he appeared before the attacker and slammed his fist straight into the stomach. The human body isn't strong enough to withstand the amount of force that Naruto put in the punch. Added with the fact that the last punch was enhanced by the blazing hands, and his opponent was out for the count. Naruto flashed into his apartment, groaning and looking forward to a hot shower after the session. He was to start his summoning training from Monday, so that was something to look forward to. He took off all his clothes and grabbed a towel from the rack, entering the bathroom and closing it. He sighed in relief as the hot water poured over him, washing all the grime and dirt from his body as well as soothing his muscles. He stood in there for over 20 minutes, after which he turned off the shower, wiping the water off him and tying it at the waist. Exiting the bathroom, he shut the door and paused for a moment before turning around, eyes narrowing. After a moment, he sighed and relaxed. He proceeded to get dressed and eat dinner before retiring to sleep. He failed to take notice of the crow perched on the lamp post outside his apartment, an ominous Sharingan in its eye socket. XXXXXXX. Yosh. You ready to learn the awesomeness that is summoning? Jiraiya questioned loudly, grinning like he knew something Naruto didn't. Naruto just stared at him in a deadpan. Jiraiya began to feel uncomfortable under the deadpan, coughing into his fist in order to maintain his dignity. Alright, summoning is a pretty simple jutsu, with a little amount technicalities. The chakra requirements for each summon differ greatly. Take me for example. If I put a large amount of chakra in the jutsu, I am likely to get a bigger and a stronger summon, like a battle toad, than when I put in a small amount of chakra, which is when I get a messenger toad. You will have to adjust accordingly to your summons, he explained. Naruto had to admit that whenever Jiraiya was serious it was actually possible to see how intelligent he was. Nodding to Jiraiya, Naruto bit his left thumb, allowing blood to come out. He then went through the hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground, pumping a little more than a quarter amount of his chakra. Kushios no Jutsu. While the sealing array spread out from beneath his hands, nothing else happened. Naruto rose an eyebrow in confusion. Jiraiya noticed it and smirked. While not shouting out the name of your jutsus is admirable and very useful as a habit, this one is a special case. You have to verbally pronounce it. Naruto rolled his eyes at that and exclaimed, Kushios no Jutsu. In a large puff of smoke, it revealed that Naruto had managed to summon Takeshi, the boss of foxes. The large summon easily towered over the entire forest they were in, providing a great view to Naruto, who stood upon the fox's head. Jiraiya was gaping at the gigantic summon that Naruto had managed to summon on his first try. Kami, I didn't know that the foxes were this powerful. This guy could easily tower over Gamabunta, and that guy's size is no joke at all. How the hell did Naruto manage to summon him on his first try? And judging by the giant sword, this guy's easily skilled in Kenjutsu. Naruto really did land a treasure with the fox contract, Jiraiya thought in awe as continued gazing the summon. Takeshi blinked when he didn't find any threat in front of him, so he addressed his summoner. Naruto-san? His voice snapped Naruto from his mental dance of victory. Ah, Takeshi-san. I was practicing the summoning jutsu to get used to using it in the future. Takeshi gave a sound of realization, I see. In that case, allow me to give you a little advice. Whenever you use the Kushios no Jutsu, state what type of summon do you want to come to your aid. Battle summons are always on standby, so you don't need to state this for battle summons. But I have to say, it is nothing short of impressive for you to manage to summon me at your age, he complimented Naruto. Naruto blushed at the praise and rubbed the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly, thank you, Takeshi-san. And please, just Naruto is fine. Takeshi chuckled, very well, Naruto it is. And don't hesitate to call me if things get difficult for you, Naruto. He dispelled himself after that, returning to the realm of the foxes. Naruto easily landed in a crouch beside a stunned Jiraiya. What the hell was that brat? Jiraiya almost yelled with wide eyes. Naruto gave him an innocent look, what do you mean? Jiraiya pointed a finger at him, don't give me that look. How the hell did you summon the boss of foxes in your first try? Even I didn't manage to summon the toad boss on the first try. Naruto gave him a confused look, all you have to do is pump the chakra and based on the amount, you get the summon, right? I pumped a significant amount in the jutsu right now. Jiraiya had calmed a little from Naruto's explanation, but was a little curious too. Just how much did you put into it? Naruto shrugged, a little over a quarter of my chakra. Jiraiya nodded absent-mindedly, but then he really registered what Naruto said and whipped around to stare at him. Is he for real? A little over a quarter? Most people his age would have had chakra exhaustion trying to summon the boss and they would still fail. But then again, his reserves are steadily being increased by the seal, so that's that, he thought speculatively. Well, brat, since you have shown that you can already summon the boss, we'll try to reduce the amount to see what you can get. Who knows, you might even get a personal summon of your own, Jiraiya suggested, mentally smirking when he saw Naruto's eyes lighting up at the words personal summon. Naruto grinned at the thought of having a fox partner. That would be so cool. He ignored Kurama's grumbles of I'm right here and cut his thumb, flashing through the hand signs and slamming his hand on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. A burst of smoke revealed that he had managed to summon a white fox with black markings on its upper body, standing up to Naruto's waist. It had a white tail swaying lazily behind it while it peered up to Naruto with curious green eyes. Who are you? Its tone, a soft tenor, held a hint of curiosity mixed with cautiousness. Naruto grinned and pointed towards himself with his thumb. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the newest summoner of the Kitsune. Nice to meet you. He watched as the fox's eyes brightened up and almost laughed when the fox introduced itself in a similar manner, pointing towards itself with its opposable thumbs. You are the newest summoner? This is awesome. My name is Raiden, the second son of the boss of the Kitsune and the most awesome Kitsune ever. Pleased to meet you. Man, Naruto had to stop himself from glomping the fox because his voice was just so damn cute. Naruto laughed at Raiden's introduction and said, pleased to meet you too, Raiden. You are actually the second summon I've summoned, you know. Raiden frowned. The second? Who's the first? Naruto smiled proudly. Why, your father of course. Raiden's eyes widened. You managed to summon my father? You must be really strong then. Naruto just closed his eyes and nodded, enjoying the moment and completely ignoring Jiraiya, who was gaping at the both of them. Kami, he's just like Naruto. He thought as he observed them converse. Raiden seemed come to some realization as he tugged at Naruto's lower, gaining a curious look from the boy. Naruto, do you know what this means? You summoning me? His voice seemed to grow with excitement as he voiced his question. Naruto raised a confused eyebrow. No, what does this mean? Raiden shook his head with wonder. It is a requirement to summon the boss of any summoning clan after you sign the contract, Naruto. However, whomever you summon next, becomes the summoner's personal summon. He finished with a significant amount of glee in his voice. Naruto also started grinning, and at the end of his explanation, he engulfed the fox in a hug, burying his head in his fur. Which means you are my personal summons now. We are going to have so much fun together, Raiden. The fox also laughed in happiness, and it was then that Naruto remembered something. Oh, Raiden, I almost forgot. This is my godfather, Jiraiya, he introduced the smirking man sitting behind him. Finally remembered me, huh Naruto? You are the Toad Sage? Raiden's whisper had the unmistakable feeling of awe. Jiraiya grinned and exclaimed, Indeed I am. Raiden began to shake in excitement. Kami-sama, I can't believe you have such cool company, Naruto. This is the first time I've met a summoner of the Toad clan, let alone a sage. Jiraiya was basking in pride that even the summons he hadn't heard of before seemed to know who he was. But that feeling of pride quickly shattered when Naruto spoke. Seriously, he's not that cool, Raiden. He's a pervert. Jiraiya shouted in defense, sounding extremely offended. Wrong. I'm a super pervert. However, Raiden shook his head, amused by the antics of the large man. I'll remember that in the future. It is nice to meet you, Jiraiya-sama. Turning to Naruto, he poked him in the chest. Naruto, don't you forget about me. Summon me whenever you can, okay? Even if you just want to hang out or talk. I've been told I'm a great listener. Naruto smiled and nodded, rubbing Raiden's head. Raiden then dispelled himself back to the summoning realm. XXXXXXX. The next 2 weeks were spent like the first week, since Naruto already had an excellent grasp on his summoning. So they spent the next 2 weeks speeding up his taijutsu and adding jutsu to his arsenal. Naruto had learnt 4 more jutsu, 1 jutsu for each of his affinity, and had improved his fighting speed considerably. For lightning, he had learnt Raiten, Raikokusen no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning beam technique, AB rank jutsu. He had found this jutsu in the Nidaim's library. A beam of lightning twice as wide as his arm. If it hits the target will experience a fantastic amount of pain and will be heavily stunned, not to mention unconscious from the pain. Even if it's a near miss, the effects will be of some effect due to small bolts of lightning escaping. While he won't be using this against Neji, it was still a very useful technique for live capture. For fire, he had learnt Canon, Meneminai High, fire style, invisible fire, AB rank technique Tobirama had created with the help of someone named Uchiha Kagami. After molding chakra, Naruto would expel a single, colorless beam of gas from his mouth. However, upon getting in contact with a target, the gas will spontaneously combust, and the strength of the resulting explosion will depend on how much chakra Naruto put into it. For air, he learnt the Fuuten, Repushu, wind style, Gale Wind Palm, AC rank technique created by someone in the Senju clan. After forming the needed hand seals, the user basically had to send an open palm thrust towards his opponent, which is capable of causing severe injury. Naruto can also use this in conjunction with a thrown weapon to increase its power. For water, he learnt not a jutsu, but the secret behind creating water out of thin air. It was what Tobirama was known for throughout the entire shinobi world. Usually, condensation is used to derive water from vapors. However, Tobirama did not have the luxury of creating vapor in the middle of a battlefield and then condensing it to form water. Therefore, he would cleverly saturate the air around him with his chakra, without losing control of it, so that whenever he was in need of water and no water body was near, he would simply mold the chakra-saturated air into water, thus negating the disadvantage that water could not be used without water bodies. What was amazing basically meant turning a battlefield into a geographical advantage. With your chakra saturating the air, Tobirama could literally use it to do anything. This is what I could come up. A bit of BS, so please bear with me. For Fuinjutsu, he completed the chakra suppressing seal he was working on with Jiraiya. He made it so that upon application, the chakra of the target would be completely locked. Which meant they were completely helpless unless they had something to outrun him without chakra. Another thing he came up with was slapping resistance seals on his opponents. Simple, but very effective, something he would use against Neji. All in all, with the help of his shadow clones, Naruto spent almost a week to entirely master the first 3 techniques, meaning using them with the minimum amount of hand seals. He was still working on Tobirama's chakra saturation technique, using it discreetly without letting your enemy know. However, it's useless against a censor. It was the last remaining week of the month, and Jiraiya had said that the last week was fully for Naruto train himself. That was good, since Naruto, with his nigh limitless spamming of shadow clones, had the chance to test his learnings in a battle simulation. It was the second day of the last week and Naruto was taking a water break, his t-shirt and jacket having been discarded for a while to avoid them from getting drenched in his sweat. "So, what do you think of my training, Raiden?" he asked after taking a sip of water. Raiden watched his summoner, sitting some distance away. "Well, it's definitely intense. You sure work hard for all your genius, Naruto," he dryly commented. When he was first summoned, he was delighted when Naruto asked him to give him some company while he trained. He had then proceeded to watch with wide eyes as Naruto summoned an army of around 500 shadow clones for an all-out battle against them. Raiden had asked, just out of curiosity, that how much chakra had Naruto just spent making the clones. "I'd say, a full 3/4 of my total reserves," Naruto had replied after a moment. Raiden had dumbly nodded and watched as Naruto proceeded to decimate his army. He had paid close attention to what Naruto had said and was doing some mental calculations. If Naruto spent a whole 3/4 of his chakra, that meant he would be close to light chakra exhaustion if he spent any more. But Naruto had explained it to him that whenever shadow clones are dispelled, the chakra returns to the original, along with the memories of that clone. Raiden observed that Naruto had started with taijutsu, destroying a dozen clones at first. Then, he used an elemental jutsu, whether it be fire or air or water or lightning, to destroy another group. He would then switch back to taijutsu, then use a jutsu again. It was a cycle, Raiden realized after intense observation. Naruto never used any jutsu if he didn't have sufficient chakra to not collapse into exhaustion. But the funny thing that Raiden realized, was that he couldn't understand whether Naruto was losing chakra or gaining it back. If it was simply taijutsu, Naruto would be gaining all the chakra back without any expenditure of his remaining reserves. But since he occasionally used a jutsu, it was hard to determine. In the end, he just presented Naruto with his theory and asked his opinion for it. Naruto had thought for a whole 5 minutes and then replied, "I'll put a pin on it, but I'm not thinking about it now." Turns out, Naruto was mentally exhausted as well, because he gained the memories of 500 clones in just 2 hours, so he won't be exerting any more today. Raiden was surprised he had remained conscious after all that stress. Naruto chuckled, "You say it like geniuses don't have to work hard." To his surprise, Raiden nodded, completely supporting his point. Naruto corrected him right then. "Raiden," he said softly, sitting beside the fox so that his head was on Naruto's thigh, "that is a belief which isn't right. People misunderstand what genius actually means. They believe that someone who achieves something great without appearing to work hard is hailed as a genius. But that's not true. Genius is just a great capacity for hard work. Take me for example, I have excellent chakra control, which allows me to grasp jutsus very quickly. But learning jutsus and mastering them are two totally different things. It is my genius that allows me to grasp concepts so quickly and easily." He stroked Raiden's head tenderly, having the fox's undivided attention, "but only through hard work can I master them completely. That is what genius is. Genius is the beginning of something great, but it is hard work that sees you through the finish. Genius is nothing without hard work." Raiden gazed at Naruto with wide eyes, who just looked at him with a small smile on his face. The fox could only shake his head in awe as he began to see Naruto in a new light. "I always thought that geniuses never have to work hard, but I never looked at it from your point of view," he mumbled, his head resting on Naruto's thigh. Naruto was wise beyond his years, that was for sure. "Why, you got some genius you are competing against?" Naruto inquired. Raiden just sighed and took comfort in Naruto's scratches behind his ears. "My elder brother, Toshi, is a part of the trackers of the Kitsune, and he is regarded a genius in almost every way. He already has gained 2 tails and is close to achieving the 3rd. My family always says I should be more like him," he grumbled. He sounds interesting. Trust me, he's a douchebag, Raiden replied as they collapsed into a peaceful silence. While Naruto wanted to say something, he kept quiet, not wanting to interfere in what was clearly a family matter. Raiden, on the other hand, was thinking about what Naruto had said. If what he said was true, did Toshi really work that hard to be where he was? Was he just seeing the tip of the iceberg? More importantly, if hard work was the key, was he not working hard enough? The questions plagued his mind for a while as Naruto kept scratching his ear. So lost in their thoughts they were that they didn't even notice the presence behind them. The sunset looks really beautiful from here, a female voice commented from behind them. Their reactions were instantaneous. Raiden was on his hind legs on an instant, taking the offensive stance of the kitsune fighting style, a snarl displaying his sharp teeth. Naruto himself had whipped two of his kunai into his hands in an instant, coating them in wind chakra and getting into his usual offensive stance, muscles tensed for any action. Only when he got a good look at the speaker did he relax. Raiden, relax. She's a friend, he sighed. Raiden looked at his partner before relaxing, turning his eyes onto the girl. Temari looked at both of them with something skin to amusement. She inspected the fox, then Naruto. Based on what she had seen from the last 5 minutes, they seemed to be pretty close. She had also gotten a good look at the bare upper body of Naruto, both front and back, and she had to admit, he was definitely hot, hotter than most of the males she had seen. She marveled at how defined his muscles were for his age. His chest muscles were clearly developed for someone his age, not to mention his abs. The perfectly chiseled six-pack caused her to blush deeply, imagining not so straight thoughts about her and Naruto being in an intimate position, being embraced by his powerful arms. "How can I help you today, Temari?" The voice broke her out of her thoughts and she desperately tried to regain control of her blush. Naruto and Raiden, who now was a little taller than Naruto's shoulder on his hind legs, looked at her quizzically. Raiden turned to Naruto and looked at his face, as if looking for something. He smirked when his nose picked up traces of arousal from both Naruto and Temari. If he was smelling correctly. "Naruto, is she your girlfriend?" he bluntly asked, not even hiding his smirk when both of them turned to him. Temari looked at him with slight anger, her blush not receding at all. Naruto looked at him with wide eyes of disbelief and a slightly open mouth. Temari regained her wits faster than Naruto, who still looked agape at his partner's suggestion. She almost swung her fan at Raiden. "Why you?" That was as far as she got when she stopped when Naruto got in front of the fox, holding a palm up and a small smile on his face. "It was a joke, Temari. He's a bit of a joker." Turning his face so that he faced Raiden and Temari couldn't see him, he gave a death glare to Raiden. The fox would have been intimidated greatly if not for the slight blush on Naruto's face. "Go back," Naruto mouthed. Raiden winked at him and mouthed back, "All the best," before going back home. Naruto barely resisted from bashing the fox's head. He took a deep breath and turned back to Temari, whose eyes were a bit lower than his. He became acutely aware for the first time that he was naked above his waist. He tried to salvage the situation with some light flirting. "You see something you like?" He saw as Temari's eyes snapped to his and had to hide his smirk at the embarrassment swimming in her eyes. He then saw her take a deep breath herself and calm down. She then smirked and replied in the same, light flirting tone, "Don't mind if I do. And it's quite a sight." She kept her smirk from widening when she saw him look away. Naruto decided to address the issue. "So, any reason why you are here?" He walked towards his t-shirt and jacket. He quickly got dressed and faced her, arms folded. She put one hand her hip, her smirk turning into a smile. "I just wanted to say, nice job in the prelims. You gave the dog boy quite the beating." Naruto smirked and shrugged. "I had something to settle with him, that's all. And your fight was something to see as well. I feel bad for my fellow Konoha nin," he complimented, sitting down. He was surprised when Temari walked and sat down in front of him as well, a little closer than what was appropriate. "But I'm not complaining," he mentally smirked. She shrugged, "Thank you for the compliment, but I believe it was just an unlucky matchup for her." Naruto nodded in agreement, having come to the same conclusion as before. He thought if he should ask her what was the Jinchuriki of Suna doing in a foreign village, especially during something as important as Chunin exams, but refrained. He could ask her later. Temari looked at Naruto closely. He was quite relaxed, but his position was such that he would be able to react instantaneously if she were to attack him now. "Speaking of which, say, would you care for a spar?" she asked, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. He gestured to himself, "As you can see, I have just finished today's training, so I'm quite tired. He watched her give a silent ah, but the disappointment was clear. He had to give her points though, she was quite bold in her attempt at trying to learn what his trump cards were. Too bad. But, her head lifted up, I wouldn't mind a short taijutsu spar. His smirk told her exactly that he knew why she asked for such a request. He hadn't said it, but he already knew why she was there. No point in hiding now, though. You are irritatingly smart, she grumbled, causing him to chuckle. He got up and held out a hand for her to get up. She looked at it for a moment and scoffed, but grabbed it nonetheless, allowing him to pull her up. Naruto looked down at the hand he held and just felt it for a moment. It was a bit smaller than his own, yet it fit perfectly in his own. He heard a small cough and looked up to see Temari's blushing face and a scowl. He immediately let go of it, a blush creeping up his face. He realized how creepy he must have looked. He cleared his throat and gestured behind him, shall we? That's how the next 4 days went. Naruto would summon hundreds of clones for an all-out battle to improve his application of newly learnt skills and techniques, fight for over 2 hours and then relax. Temari would come by sometime in the evening and they would spar. Naruto usually limited the spars with taijutsu so as to not accidentally reveal some of his tricks. Temari had caught on as well, and didn't protest at all, preferring to keep her tricks a secret as well. They would make small talk after the spar, and then Naruto would offer to escort her back, but she would playfully refuse every time. Naruto always thought that she was being observed, which is why she refused every time. She didn't want to be seen getting too friendly with a Konoha nin. Today was Saturday and so, Naruto planned to hit the simulation room one last time before the Chunin finals. He had already completed till the 5th level, each time more difficult than the last. But every level gave him ideas on where to improve, which he practiced all week and apply it onto the next level. So this is why Naruto was at the apartment right now, sitting on the floor of his bedroom and looking at the 30 kunai in front of him. He had already imprinted the seals on the handle of the tri-pronged kunai. One was the jutsu shiki for the Hiraishin, and the other was the seal he had developed so that the kunai could be stuck on the surface of water as well, allowing him to use them in the areas where water bodies were. You seem to be thinking something about last night, Naruto, Kurama commented from within. Naruto kept gazing at the kunai as he replied, last night, I can't figure out why they are doing this. Flashback. Late last night, Naruto was sitting on top of his father's head, idly wondering on how the villagers would react to his reveal. I can think of 2 things. Either they would start worshipping me, or the villagers who have some morals left in them would feel guilty enough to commit suicide based on the reason that they tortured the son of their beloved Yondaime for years. What do you think, Kurama? A chuckle sounded from within his mind. You know how the villagers are, Naruto. They would probably try to suck up to you after knowing just who you are, but I wouldn't mind witnessing the second option. What about you? Which one do you prefer? Naruto sighed at Kurama's insinuation, I don't prefer either one. I would actually prefer if they just treated me like any other villager, but that won't be happening anytime soon, considering I'm the heir to 2 major clans of Konoha, Lord if I make Chunin. Kurama huffed, you humans confuse me terribly. An excellent opportunity for you to crush them beneath your heel for what they have done to you and you are considering letting them go? I would have made a meal out of them if I were you. Naruto chuckled, I don't see what's wrong in being the better man, Kurama. Kurama was about to say something when he sensed an influx of chakra about 2 miles away, along with negative feelings. Naruto, can you sense that? Naruto raised an eyebrow but spread out his senses nonetheless, sitting up straight when he too sensed the amount of chakra being molded. Just who was molding a Chunin level amount of chakra at this time in the night? Making a half-ram seal, he used a series of body flickers to get where the chakra signatures were. When he reached there, he was horrified what he witnessed. He saw the prelims proctor, Gecko Hayate, locked in a battle with the Sand Jonin, Baki, if Naruto remembered correctly, and was losing, badly. He had numerous injuries on his person. If that blade of wind cut him, Hayate could kiss his life goodbye. He immediately acted. First priority was to get Hayate to the Hokage Tower. Baki held a blade of wind in his right hand, the other hand holding the sword of the proctor. He had to admit, Hayate was exceptionally skilled at Kenjutsu and had almost gotten him, but his sickness slowed him down terribly, allowing Baki to gain the upper hand. Try stopping this blade of wind. He was about to shove it into Hayate's chest when a blur grabbed Hayate and dodged, making Baki miss completely. Baki had just enough time to turn to his left, where he had seen the blur go, to witness Hayate disappearing in a blue flash. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, he escaped. Kazekage-sama won't like this. He vanished in a wind sunshine to inform his leader. The thought of the flash completely missed him. Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office, surprised to see the Izjiji still working at this time of the night. Anbu surrounded him in an instant, the only reason not skewering him because he still held Hayate in a fireman's carry. Hiruzen immediately stood up. Tora, get Hayate to the medical wing of this tower immediately. The Anbu stepped forward, took Hayate from Naruto and vanished. Hiruzen turned his attention to Naruto and spoke in a commanding voice, report. Naruto straightened up and narrated what happened. At the end of his report, Hiruzen sighed heavily and sat down. I didn't know it was this bad. Naruto asked in slight confusion, what do you mean, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen folded his hands and rested his chin on it. Naruto, on your suspicions, I assigned Gekko Hayate to keep a watch on Yakashi Kabuto. He was to report me any unusual activity that concerned the target. It seems that tonight is the first time he witnessed something significant, but was discovered and was likely going to be killed in order to keep the information from being discovered. He looked Naruto in the eye. It is most likely that Konoha is facing the possibility of an invasion from Suna. Naruto folded his arms. I didn't know Suna had enough manpower to take on the strongest of the five on its own. In fact, from the books that I've read, Suna is the weakest of the five. Hiruzen shook his head. I know the Kazekage well enough to understand that he's not stupid enough to make such a bold move. Which means he has an ally. He had a suspicion as to who it was, but that was for him to deal with. Naruto nodded. That would surely be the case, but we can rule out the possibility of Kumo, Iwa and Kiri attacking. Kiri is still wrapped up in a civil war, Iwa is still recovering from the defeat in the last war. Kumo wouldn't want to break the peace treaty you had established over the Hyuga just yet, which leaves. Hiruzen filled in the blanks. There's a new up-and-coming hidden village, whose Shin'an have participated in the exams. Otogakur. It is possible, but we don't know for sure. Naruto, you must keep this meeting a secret. Not a word is to be let out, do you understand? Hi, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. Flashback end. Why don't you ask your vixen? She might have an answer, Kurama suggested, both half seriously and half innocently. Naruto absently nodded, until he registered what Kurama said. What do you mean by that? Temari isn't my vixen. He corrected him in a sputter. Just what was the kitsune trying to say? Kurama laughed. I'm the only being in this world, Naruto, who you can't fool. I've seen the way you look at her. You want to just grab her and... Shut up. He shouted to the being inside him, his face a deep shade of red. He shook his head violently to shake off the train of thoughts Kurama had started. He couldn't imagine himself pinning her to a wall. He banged his head on the floor to clear it. Why did you suggest it? These thoughts are hard to get rid of, you know. Kurama, the bastard, just laughed heartily. Naruto decided to eat at Ichiraku tonight, just because he felt too lazy to cook dinner. Kurama grumbled from within, saying that he always made his clones cook. Naruto easily blocked him out. Gathering and sealing the kunai up in a scroll, he put the scroll in his closet and stepped outside his building. Leisurely walking in the direction of the ramen bar, he was surprised to see Temari about 100 meters from him, looking rather annoyed. She seemed to be searching for someone, and Naruto had an inkling as to who she was searching for. Naruto observed her looking around before catching his mop of blonde hair and marching in his direction, scowl firmly etched onto her face and anger rolling off her in waves. He sighed and steeled himself, for he knew what was about to come. Temari reached him quickly and stopped in front of him, hands on her hips. The anger was visible in her eyes. Where were you today? You missed our spar. Naruto didn't know if he should feel afraid of her or amusement about whether how cute she looked when she was angry. So he just held up his hands in defense. I know, but I have a legitimate reason for missing it. Temari folded her arms. Then let's hear it. Naruto put his arms in his pocket and thought on how to tell her about his simulation fight this night. You see, Haim, he grinned at the blush that came on Temari's face. Since Monday is the day of the Chunin finals, my sensei wanted to have one last fight to test my skills. So he told me to rest the whole day to be in top condition for our fight. The lie came out smoother than what he thought. And it was partially true. Level 6 was no joke, and Naruto wanted to be in peak form for it. Naruto got an idea. How about as an apology, I take you out for dinner? He didn't even stutter this time, he thought proudly. Temari thought that it was a lie, but she couldn't fault for his sensei having to evaluate his student one last time before the exams, so she believed it. She blinked at the sudden question, and a smirk spread on her face. She took a step closer to him. Is this another date, Naruto? Naruto smirked as well, internally jumping in joy, and took a step forward himself. Their faces were inches from each other, and he could vaguely feel the air she was exhaling. It was a unique, sweet and salty flavor. Only if you want it to be, he whispered huskily. He vaguely remembered that they were in the middle of a market. He, however, didn't expect Temari to lean forward so that her lips were a hair's breadth away from his own. Oh, I do, she returned. She was surprised when Naruto suddenly backed away, grinning playfully. Before she could feel hurt about her advances being rejected, an arm was draped across her shoulder, pulling her close. She yelped and steadied herself against what she felt to be Naruto's upper body. Then I really hope you don't mind if we go to Ichiraku. If I had known, I would have planned earlier. Naruto tried to play it smooth. It was a risky move, pulling Temari into a side hug. He had expected to be bashed in the head by her fan, but when she didn't, he relaxed and simultaneously celebrated inside his mind. She likes me. Kurama felt nauseous at how much joy was filled in that single thought. For a being of hatred such as himself, joy was his kryptonite. So he just tried to ignore it as much as he could. Such sappiness didn't suit him. Naruto kept his arm around Temari's shoulder and started walking in the direction of the ramen bar. Temari had to adjust her arms, so she just put one hand on his side. I really don't mind, she coolly replied. But she was barely keeping from letting a goofy smile spread on her face. She knew she liked Naruto, to the point of having an intense crush on him. But being in such close, physical contact with him only after knowing him for only a short time was almost overwhelming. The trip was short, lasting only 5 minutes. Just when they were within 50 meters of the bar, Naruto removed his arm from her shoulders, instead enveloping her hand in his own, giving it a small squeeze. He gave a warm smile to Temari, who blushed lightly, but returned the smile and squeezed back. They entered the ramen bar, and Ayame was the first to spot them, and then she spotted them holding hands and smiling. She promptly squealed in happiness, increasing the blush on Naruto and Temari's faces, but neither let go of each other's hands. Tucci came running out of the back in response to his daughter's squeal. When he saw the reason for her squeal, he himself grinned in parental pride. Naruto. So you finally made it official, I see, he commented. Naruto and Temari blushed even more at this, but Naruto was the one who spoke. We haven't, actually. But I will in the near future, he said with a wink towards Temari, managing to somewhat reduce his blush. Temari, however, just barely kept from hitting him for embarrassing her. The only reason she didn't because of what Naruto said. Ayame clasped her hands together and sighed dreamily, oh, you two look so cute together. Naruto and Temari slid onto the seats, side by side. They gave their orders, but when they were served, they were surprised by Tucci's announcement. Today's meal is on the house. Think of it as a congratulatory gift from us, he added a wink in Naruto's directions. Naruto and Temari tried to deny that they weren't in a relationship yet, sounded in both of their minds, but Tucci easily waved their sputters away. Trust me, he said, adults know it when two people are meant to be together or not. That sealed it. Naruto and Temari both reached the peak of embarrassment after hearing that statement, but there was nothing they could do until they finished their meals. Deliberately avoiding meeting each other's eyes, they quietly finished their meals and got out of there. Temari was the first one to break the silence between them. Those folks are weird. They kept teasing us all the time, she grumbled in annoyance. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, don't be like that. They are some of the very few people in the village that care about me. That sparked Temari's interest. She didn't know Naruto only had a small amount of people close to him. What do you mean when you say, some of the very few? It was a question of curiosity, so Naruto couldn't fault her for that. But the memories of years of loneliness resurfaced, and some of that sadness must have shown on his face, for Temari hastily backtracked, you don't have to answer that if you don't want to. Naruto waved away her apology, it's okay, you were just curious. But if you don't mind, I'd like to keep the answers to myself. His tone was soft, but the request was clear in his voice. Temari nodded, but wondered just what had happened to Naruto for him to get so sad so early in his life. She couldn't help but compare Naruto and Gaara in that aspect, both of them shunned by the village in some way. She felt for him, just like she felt for Gaara. Gaara had been chosen by their father to bear the particular burden of a Baijuu. Because of that, everyone in the village had ostracized Gaara in the extreme. Their father felt that Gaara was too dangerous, which is why he hired assassins to kill him. That was the last straw for Gaara. He became cold, So cold that the slightest provocation would cause him to kill someone, without batting an eyebrow. She tried to show him that she still cared for him as his older sister, but the distrust was so much deep-rooted into him that he distanced himself even from her. However, Naruto wasn't like that. He was willing to trust others, like her. But another problem lay in front of her. If tried to comfort him, it would just be a lie, for they would be standing on the opposite sides of a war just 2 days later. So she just held his hand, trying to give what little comfort she could. Naruto was surprised when he felt a warm hand holding his own. He saw Temari smiling at him, and he smiled in return, knowing that she was trying to comfort him. He turned his eyes back forward and saw an alley coming up. He felt extremely bad for what he was about to do, but as a shinobi of Konoha, the village came before everything, even personal feelings. So he pulled her into the alleyway, earning a surprised yelp from her. However, she was well trained. Her reflexes were fast, but nowhere near his own. He immediately grabbed her right hand with his left, pinning it above her head. Just as her left reached for her fan, he grabbed it with his right and forcefully pinned it alongside her other hand. He positioned himself carefully but swiftly, putting his leg slightly in between of her two legs so that his privates would be protected. He kept his head at enough distance so that she couldn't headbutt him and break his nose. All in all, Temari had nowhere to go, no matter how much she thrashed. He raised right leg a little, then gently stamped it on the ground, erecting a special privacy barrier around them. This was one of his father's creation. You can hear the sound from outside, but the sound from within the barrier won't be heard from outside. Also, a pulse of chakra within the barrier won't be able to be felt from outside. Which meant no pulses of chakra could be sent to signal for help. Tricky business to use it with his feet, but, thanks to his excellent chakra control, Naruto managed. Temari was surprised just how swiftly he was able to outmatch her reflexes and pin her to a wall. She felt hurt inside, a feeling of betrayal that was overshadowed by the boiling rage. She even felt slight fear with the way they were positioned. She turned furious eyes onto him, but froze when a wave of killing intent passed over her. Looking up into his eyes, she felt afraid when all she saw was a freezing coldness, absent of the complete warmth they were filled with from earlier. The killing intent was not a problem though, as she just brushed it aside. Gaara repeatedly used it on them, so the effect was null. She tried to project her rage on him. "What are you doing, you son of a? What is Suna planning?" That question stopped her cold, eyes widening. She suddenly had an idea of what this was all about. What? Naruto narrowed his eyes, freezing her with just his stare. She wasn't even thrashing in his arms now. "I don't like repeating myself, so pay attention. What is Suna planning to do?" Temari tried was so frozen with his stare, the stare that promised a lot of pain if she didn't answer. She hastily sent out a pulse of chakra, hoping someone would sense it and come to her help. "It's useless," he coldly informed her, "I've put up a barrier around us. No one would be able to sense that pulse of chakra. In fact, no one would be able to sense anything, let alone hear." Her hopes of getting help crashed and shattered. She also noticed that the killing intent had increased substantially, causing her to shake a little. "I can easily deduce that Gaara is an unstable Jinchuriki." "Yes, I know that," he said in response to her wide-eyed look. "No village would dare send an unstable Jinchuriki into another village. I also witnessed your sensei," he sneered at the word, "attacking a fellow Konoha nin with the intent to kill, possibly to prevent some important information from being discovered by us. So I'll ask again, what is Suna planning to do?" Temari couldn't believe that Naruto knew about what Gaara was. Add on to the fact, he had apparently witnessed Baki-sensei attacking a Konoha nin. And, she had been captured by Naruto for information on the invasion. They were already on the cusp of being discovered, so she couldn't see many options. Sighing with resignation, she admitted, "I'm sure you know of the new village, Otogakur." Upon seeing his nod, she continued. "A while before the Chunin exams, our father, the Kazekage, was approached by the leader of Otogakur. A man known as Orochimaru." Naruto did not allow Temari to see his shock at that piece of news. He just nodded Temari to continue, "I don't know what they talked about, but father began planning for an invasion a while after their meeting. He informed us that Otogakur would be aiding us during the invasion to cripple Konoha. It was his plan let Gaara loose during the invasion. Since Gaara has full control of his Baijuu, he would be set free too. Destroy the village in his unleashed form. Is that right?" Temari nodded, knowing that the invasion had practically failed, now that she had divulged the information. Naruto released a sigh, "I suspected as much." Temari tried to hide the quiver in her voice, but why did you question me yourself instead of handing me over to the Hokage? Naruto removed the cold gaze from her, unconsciously making her relax. He looked back at her with a worried gaze. I don't think you would have liked being subjected to the interrogation department. Trust me, they aren't nice. Temari wholeheartedly agreed with that. She didn't even want to imagine what they would have done to get the information out of her. She looked up, and it was then she realized their positions. Her arms pinned to the wall, Naruto's legs in between hers and bodies pressed to each other's. Oh, and don't forget that their lips were once again separated by mere inches. A blush of massive proportions came onto her face as she locked gazes with Naruto, who realized the same thing as her. His face also matched the same shade of red as hers as he locked his gaze with her. An awkward silence descended upon them, which Temari broke after several moments. Naruto, she whispered, trying to think of something to say. But Naruto was on a different track from hers. This was his chance, his moment. And he was, in absolutely no way, wasting it. Not to mention, if he did waste this chance, Jiraiya would beat him to within an inch of his life and then some. So he was going to seize it with both of his hands. Shh. He shushed her softly and leant forward, gently capturing her lips. It was the most pleasurable feeling Naruto had ever experienced. Her lips were soft, lingering with the taste of the ramen she ate earlier, which made her taste all the better. Temari went wide-eyed for a moment, but she closed her eyes in pleasure and slowly returned the kiss, molding her lips with Naruto. She knew it was wrong of her. They were enemies on the opposite sides of a war now. They shouldn't be kissing like this, but she couldn't help herself. She had, ever since that chaste kiss from that day, wanted to see for herself how Naruto's lips tasted like. Naruto felt like he was on cloud 9. He decided to take it a little further and bit her lower lip, causing her to gasp. He took advantage of it and pushed his tongue into her mouth, exploring it. He didn't know why, but he wanted to taste more of her, feel more of her. So he released her hands and put them around her waist, pulling her flush against him. Temari was stunned when she felt something wet entering her mouth and exploring it slowly. It took her a moment to realize that it was Naruto's tongue, but instincts were faster than her thinking. So even before she decided what to do, she was already massaging her tongue against Naruto. She couldn't even begin to describe the pleasure she was feeling. When Naruto released her hands, hers automatically went around his neck, pulling him close and further deepening their kiss. She could feel how warm Naruto was, since they both had practically molded their bodies together. They separated for a moment to take a breath, a string of saliva connecting their mouths. Before Naruto could even begin to think whether to do it again or not, Temari had already connected their mouths again, kissing him with more fervor than the previous kiss. Her tongue aggressively invaded his mouth, exploring it and massaging his own tongue with more force than what his tongue did to hers. Her one hand went up to his head, running through his hair. Naruto did not even think, he just enthusiastically returned her actions. His hands began to wander. First, they explored her back, then they explored her sides, each action gaining a pleased moan or sigh from Temari's mouth. He slid his hands lower, letting the primal part of his brain take control. His left hand wrapped around her waist again, while his right slipped lower and gently squeezed her butt. Temari felt like she was in heaven with all the pleasure she was feeling. In the back of her mind, she wondered whether Naruto was just this good or was it the euphoria of the first kiss. Either way, she wasn't complaining. She was about to break their kiss when one of Naruto's hands gently squeezed her butt. Pleasure racked through her body, and she released a loud moan of approval and pleasure. Naruto, taking it as a sign to continue, gently squeezed her other cheek, being rewarded with another moan. Suddenly, he didn't know why, he decided that Temari was standing a bit lower than what he liked. So he bent a little, taking hold of her inner thighs from behind, and hefted her up, pushing her against the wall, causing her to give out a surprised yelp, but she didn't break their kiss. Instead, her arms tightened around his neck while her legs wrapped around him, locking behind his back, their bodies pressing against each other even more. Temari's dress slid up from her thighs a little, exposing a bit of her thighs and skin for Naruto to feel. Naruto repositioned both of his hands on her clothed butt and squeezed, gaining moans of approval from Temari. They kept kissing like that for 5 more minutes, with Naruto occasionally and simultaneously squeezing both of her butt cheeks and gaining moans of pleasure, after which Naruto finally heard the rational part of his brain that was screaming, "You are going too fast, you idiot. Stop." Temari too, finally felt amidst all the pleasure she was feeling that they were going too far too fast and was about to break their kiss and leave, forcibly if she had to, but she didn't need to. Naruto broke their kiss first, looking at her with reluctance. No words needed to be said by either of them. Naruto gently released her, her legs coming to rest on the ground and his hands coming to rest on her waist, while hers moved to his shoulders. Both of them were breathing heavily, tasting each other's breath, trying to come down from the high. I think we can both agree not to mention this to anyone. Naruto found his voice first. Temari silently nodded as both of them took a step away from each other, both feeling the lack of touch. Temari turned and walked away from Naruto, straightening her dress and smoothing out wrinkles when Naruto stopped her with his voice. On the day of the finals, I'll see you on the other side, he said in a whisper, but each word was clearly heard by her. A lone tear slipped from her right eye, which she furiously wiped away. She did not care whether he saw her wiping it away or not. Good night, she hastily whispered, and in a blink of an eye, she was gone. Naruto was still trying to get his thoughts in order. Absently, he raised his foot and stomped softly on the ground, muttering Kai under his breath, releasing the barrier. Only then he gave a reply to the empty surroundings, "Goodbye, Sabaku no Temari." He flashed away after that. He had a simulation to demolish. He realized that he displayed lust on the surface, but deep inside, he knew it. He didn't know how or why, nor did he care. He just knew it. Temari was the one for him. He felt genuine feelings towards her. He didn't know how to describe them. He knew that it was far past the like stage. All he knew was that if he got the chance to hold her again, he would be grabbing it. And he would not let go of her that time. Unfortunately, that was the first and the last moment he would ever have with her, for in just 2 days, they would be on the opposite sides of a war, trying to kill each other. And Naruto knew that he won't be able to do it. He won't be able to kill Temari if she came before him. He had lost her, and the chances of being with her again were virtually impossible. Or so he thought. How was it? Man, I sure was extremely nervous while writing out the kissing scene. I might have overdone it, for they are just 13 and 14-year-old teens. But I know the boundaries, and if anything is good, it's worth overdoing, or so I think in some cases. Anyways, leave your thoughts and reviews. And I will be answering some reviews from the previous chapter. Oh. I almost forgot. Omake. Jiraiya considered himself as the biggest pervert in the world, and he was damn proud of the fact. He was also the legendary Sannin, and perhaps the only remaining sage in the world. He was also a damn good teacher, judging from the notable students he had taught. The 3 war orphans from the village hidden in rain, they must have changed their village by now, for the good. Then there was the Yondaime Hokage. The man was in a league all of his own, and Jiraiya couldn't have been prouder of the shinobi that his student had become. But alas, he died too early, even by shinobi standard. Then there was his latest student. Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya had seen many young prodigies in his life. Hell, Konoha had no shortage of them. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, his own teammate Orochimaru. But he had never seen one like Naruto. The boy was unbelievably skilled and powerful for someone of his age. He had impressive chakra reserves, excellent chakra control, intelligence to rival his father, all the makings of a prodigy. So Jiraiya promised himself that he would make Naruto a greater shinobi than even his father. But there was one thing that Jiraiya had failed to pass on to all his students. The art of perversion. Jiraiya had been a pervert since his Junin days, and had never given up the habit. When he had taken on Minato as an apprentice, Jiraiya had believed that he had finally found the perfect student to pass his perversion on to. Minato certainly had the looks for it, unlike Jiraiya, and he already had loads of fangirls after him just for that. So it killed Jiraiya on the inside when his student acted all polite and modest and refused to take advantage of it. No matter how much he tried to persuade Minato, the guy had an unshakable will and was already fixated on that petite redhead of his. Not that Jiraiya had any problems with it, in fact he thought that Minato had landed an excellent catch. It's just that he couldn't get any research material out of that couple, no matter how hard he tried. It was with these sullen thoughts that Jiraiya wandered around the village, not even noticing how people were whispering with awe that the famed Toad Sage was walking among them right now. So into his thoughts he was that when he actually looked around him, he found himself walking in a fairly empty Konoha street. Very few people were in the street, and they weren't even wandering, instead just gossiping on doorsteps. Jiraiya sighed, hopping onto a roof as he surveyed the village. His thoughts shifted to his meeting with his sensei from last night. Naruto had just saved one of their Jonin from being killed by the Jonin sensei of the Suna team. Sensei had instructed him to remain in the village for the time being, since he was convinced that they would be attacked on the day of the finals. That caused his thoughts to shift on to Naruto. A small smile came onto his face. He had no doubt that the kid would thrash the Hyuga in his match, but immediately getting in the middle of an invasion right after his fight? Jiraiya could not say or think anything for certain. A movement was caught in his peripheral vision, causing him to turn to left. His eyes widened with glee upon seeing the sight, and it was all he could do from hooting and shouting in joy. There was his student, in an alleyway across from him, locking lips with the pretty, blonde Junon from Suna. Not just any Junon, Jiraiya thought, because he was pretty sure that she was the daughter of the Kazekage. Naruto, the son of the Yondaime Hokage, was kissing Sabaku no Temari, the daughter of the Yondaime Kazekage. He didn't know whether it was fate or not, but he could care less about it. He wasted no time in whipping out his research notebook, hastily writing into it. Kinky, he giggled quietly, to not alert them of his presence, with a lecherous look on his face after he saw their positions. Naruto had Temari's arms pinned over her head, and both of his legs were in between the female blonde's legs. Oh ho hoo! This is good. Go my student, go! He mentally cheered his student on. His joy at finding his student making out in an alleyway increased even further when Naruto released her hands and wrapped them around Temari's waist, pulling her flush against him. Temari wrapped her own arms around his neck, deepening the kiss further. This is the ultimate jackpot. He is all over her. And it's not just a simple kiss. They are eating each other's mouths. He might be my best student yet, and I haven't even begun teaching him about that. Jiraiya kept his giggle to himself as he gleefully wrote down God knows what in his notebook, not taking his eyes off the couple for a second. He almost broke his cover when he yelled in joy when he saw Naruto grabbing Temari's butt, earning a pleased moan from her. That did it for him. He kept his notebook aside and just watched them with great pleasure. He knew he would remember this forever. He is getting bold, that's for sure. He is doing it as if he has previous experience, but Sensei didn't mention any previous relationships. But judging from her moans, she seems to have no problem with him doing that. I'll just jot this down later, right now, I will see to the end of this. A trickle of blood fell from his nose as he continued watching them without any shame. He almost resorted to dancing on that rooftop when Naruto picked Temari up, her legs going on either side of him and locking behind his back as the kiss intensified even more. He is really, really good. I haven't seen something as good as this in years. Oh, my next book will be breaking records. He kept watching, nodding in equal parts of appreciation and glee as Naruto squeezed her butt, earning pleasurable moans, back to back. At this rate, he might even get his cherry pop tonight. He was almost disappointed when the steamy make-out session came to an end, but that feeling was overridden by the immense pride and satisfaction he was feeling for his godson for landing such a girl for himself. He frowned, however, when they seemed to separate with solemn faces. Temari left, but not before shedding a tear at something Naruto said. Naruto didn't make her cry, that he was sure of, because the boy had the same feeling of sadness around him as the girl. It must have been something serious for them to get like that after a session such as that, he thought. No one should look that sad after a hot make-out such as that. Jiraiya knew he wouldn't, for he would jump at the chance. But perhaps his reasoning was flawed, for he hadn't had his first kiss in all 50 years of his life. Oh well, time to cheer, or maybe embarrass, his godson by letting him know of his audience. He finally let the giggle he had been holding in for so long loose. Naruto didn't disappoint him. His keen sense of hearing immediately picked up the giggles that he knew were aimed at him. Jiraiya was laughing on the inside when Naruto's face changed to that of horror. The amusement must have shone through his eyes, for Naruto's face instantly went red in embarrassment and anger. Mainly embarrassment though. Uro Seni 5555 and he leapt towards Jiraiya like a tiger. But his mind must still be addled by pleasure, for Jiraiya dodged like he wasn't even trying. Jiraiya laughed as he prepared to flicker away. Thanks for the research material, brat. He was gone after that. Naruto fumed as he spread out his senses and easily locked onto Jiraiya. He couldn't believe that his first kiss, more like a make-out session, Kurama so helpfully reminded him, was witnessed by Jiraiya. What was worse was that the man had made research material out of it for his porn books. Like hell he was going to let that happen. Things like that, no matter how awesome and pleasurable, were supposed to remain private. Chapter 17. Naruto flashed straight to his parents' home. He needed something to calm down, something to focus on. His mind was in a haze, with all his rational thoughts and logic buried beneath a storm of emotions he could make no sense out of. This was the first time he was feeling something like this, and his gut instinct was understandably confused. Fortunately, he had Kurama to talk some sense into him. Naruto. Calm down. Take it slowly, step by step. He rumbled in a calm manner, trying to work the panic out of Naruto's system by pushing some of his yang chakra through. He could feel Naruto trying to think this through logically, as he had done with every situation before. Naruto registered Kurama's shouts, and upon hearing the annoyance in his voice, he forcefully shook his head. He took deep breaths, letting each one out slowly. It took him over 5 minutes to calm down enough so he could listen to Kurama. He slowly sat down in the living room sofa, right in front of his parents' portrait. He put his chin on top of his joint hands and listened. "All right, I'm calm now, sorry about that. I just didn't know what to do," he said in a neutral tone, with only a hint of confusion in it. Kurama scoffed, "As you should be. I really don't see what's there to panic about. You should be jumping in ecstasy instead, having finally had your first kiss with a girl." Naruto frowned a bit, "Maybe you're right. However, even if I kissed her, she is going to be my enemy on the day of the finals. I don't know what I would do. As a shinobi of the leaf, it is my sworn duty to destroy the enemies of the leaf. However, I know that I won't be able to bring myself to kill Temari. And I can't even imagine the treatment a prisoner of Konoha gets." Kurama raised an eyebrow. "What you need to do is slow down. It is not up to you to decide what happens to them. That's the job of the Hokage. Your job is to simply stop them from completing their mission, by any means necessary." Naruto thought about it, weighing Kurama's words intensely. He was right, he simply had to stop the sand from achieving their goal. He figured that he might have to take some lives on the day of the finals, but he could choose to spare some. He got up, his keen mind slowly working out the various possibilities and scenarios as he made his way to the simulation. He already knew that Gaara was the biggest part of the opposition's plan, so he would have to neutralize him by any means. If he could stop Gaara, there is no other trump card that he could think of that Suna can fall back on. He could choose to spare Temari, as she can't do anything on her own. Her other brother was easy to handle as well. Based on his observations, Kankuro was a skilled puppeteer, but he was also a bit of an idiot. Both were a very small part of the entire invasion, the pawns on the chessboard. He removed his resistance seals and set the simulation to level 6. He stepped inside the room and activated the simulation with the seal sequence. As his opponent formed in front of him, he settled into his stance, eyes steely. As soon as the command was given, he dashed forward in a flash step. "I will figure out what to do. XXXXXXX." The fight was tough, easily the toughest that Naruto had ever fought. The bruises and sore muscles were the definite proof of that. He winced as he rolled his shoulder, trying to relax it a bit as he exited the room. He had given it his utmost effort from the beginning, trying to end it as quickly as possible. However, he wasn't surprised at all when he was parried blow for blow, jab for jab. Neither managed to gain the upper hand on the other for a whole of 15 minutes. Naruto could not hit his opponent, but he made sure that his opponent couldn't hit him either. It soon became clear that he won't be able to gain the upper hand if he continued like this, so he activated the blazing hands technique. At first, it looked like he had gained a slight advantage, but he was forced onto the defensive when his opponent copied the blazing hands and used it against him just as effectively. Naruto absently fingered the small, burnt hole in his jacket as he walked up the basement. The blazing hands had caught him off guard for a moment, which is why there was a burnt hole. But he had managed to put up a successful defense, all the while trying to think up of something that would give him an edge in the fight. The fact that there was no pattern to identify did not help at all. It all came down to this: the only way he was beating this opponent was by catching him off guard, and capitalizing on that hard and fast, give the opponent no time to recover or think up of a strategy. However, it had to be something completely new. Something totally out of the box. It did not escape his observation that the moves he fought in the previous level did not work on the next. So he waited, all the while defending himself from his opponent. It took him the better part of 20 minutes to think up of something that even remotely had a chance of working. Blazing hands was somewhat based on the tree walking exercise. You have to maintain a constant amount of chakra on your hands or feet, however, instead of it being normal chakra, it has to be canon. Canon was fire, and fire was weak to water, and vice versa. With this in mind, Naruto improvised. Instead of maintaining canon chakra, he changed the nature to Suiten. It wasn't difficult at all, if he didn't count the constant attacking on his person. It was no surprise that the blazing hands technique of his opponent was neutralized. But water nature chakra had no offensive capability in taijutsu. But his goal was something else entirely. He maintained the change for only 10 seconds, after which he switched back to canon. He smirked when he saw his attacks getting neutralized, the same way he neutralized them. His opponent was using Chunin to counter his blazing hands. This was the chance he was waiting for. Without a moment of waste, he had flipped away and charged back. He used the potential of his danger sense to the maximum, slowing down his perception, waiting for the exact moment to strike. When his punch towards the stomach was predictably blocked by a fist, he struck. Red lightning danced across the body of his opponent, sending his electrical impulses into overdrive and spasming his muscles. Naruto had gathered a small amount of his Hiraishin chakra in his punch. And since the opponent was using Chunin to counter blazing hands, the water only boosted the effect of electricity on his body. Naruto seized his chance. He would have to finish this in one move, otherwise he risked giving his opponent a chance to adapt. He backflipped, enforcing his right heel with chakra to amplify the damage. His opponent went flying in the air, and Naruto smirked when he heard the telltale sound of a bone cracking. But he didn't stop his movements. He jumped a bit and spun counterclockwise, timing his jump such that his left foot made a painful contact with the opponent's gut, sending him flying back. His back struck the wall hard, his head bumping back as well due to momentum. But Naruto was already flash-stepping forward as soon as his kick had ended. He had gathered a large amount of lightning in his fist, making tiny sparks go off in random directions. He struck his fist right in the chest where the heart is. It went right through it, emerging on the other side. The Hiraishin chakra burned away any blood that would have gathered on the fist, if it were a real opponent. As it wasn't, the simulation ended, signifying his victory. The sheer amount of lightning in his hand had given him a high amount of piercing power. The power to cut through almost anything. Naruto did not know, but he had unintentionally recreated something similar to the Chidori, the technique that Kakashi was infamous for. No wonder he didn't get back up, he thought as he prepared to flash away. The simulation had ended after that. His purpose was achieved, he had managed to distract himself from the whirlpool of panic he was going through. Now that his mind was focused enough, he could logically think this through on what he would do on the day of the invasion. And he had decided what he would do. For now, he needed to rest. He had an invasion to prepare for. XXXXXXX. Naruto was sleeping comfortably, a peaceful smile on his face. The sun peeked over the horizon slowly, and as soon as the first rays of the sun touched his face, his eyes fluttered open. He blinked his eyes several times to clear the sleep out of them. He then put his hands behind his head and just stared at the ceiling, attempting to piece together the facts he knew. Okay, here are the facts. Orochimaru attacked us in the second phase, making it clear that he is after Sasuke for some reason. From what I learnt from Temari, the Sand and the Sound are planning a combined invasion on the Leaf on the day of the finals. So it's not just that the Sand and the Sound shinobi will be fighting each other, but the Cage will fight as well. Gigi is up against the Kazekage, and possibly Orochimaru as well. That snake just want to see the Leaf destroyed, given that he was denied the title of the Yondaime by Gigi. The fact that Gigi only cemented the fact that he would never become Hokage by declaring him a missing nin is only the icing on the cake. He wants to see the Leaf utterly destroyed. Naruto frowned heavily at his thoughts. The Leaf was in a very bad situation. He knew that Gigi must have organized his forces accordingly upon learning of the invasion 2 days ago, so he only needed to worry about himself. It was finally time to cut loose. He was ready to show the world who he really is. Though it will be amusing to see whether the world is ready to know who I really am, Naruto smirked. He completed his morning rituals and was waiting for his clone to finish making breakfast. Today he would be resting entirely, so he could fight in peak condition tomorrow. Which means he had ample amount of time to come up with a plan on how to deal with Gaara. He doubted it was simple enough to get close to Gaara to apply the 5-element seal, for his absolute defense was nothing to laugh at. The clone was grumbling about slave drivers when he served breakfast to Naruto. Naruto proceeded to dispel the clone while he ate the pancakes. He began thinking of ways to beat Gaara as he slowly ate his breakfast. Taijutsu was out of the question, if what Gaara did to Lee was anything to go by. Genjutsu was a useless option to use against a Jinchuriki, for the beast inside them would release the illusion for them. That left ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Gaara primarily used sand, which was a glaring weakness for Naruto to exploit. Naruto knew how well Gaara could control his sand, but he doubted he could control it well enough when it got soaked in water. Wet sand was heavy. Fire was only good to use if it was hot enough to turn the sand to glass. He could use lightning, but he preferred if it didn't come to that. He would douse Gaara in so much water he would be hard-pressed to find enough sand that he could control. Fuinjutsu was something he could use to a great effect. A chakra absorption barrier would effectively trap and drain Gaara of his chakra until he dropped unconscious. But that presented another problem. Kurama had told him that the moment Gaara falls asleep, Shukaku would seize control and get free. So he would have to deal with a Baijuu. Thank God for the fox summons, he thought as he washed his plates. He dried them and went back to his room. Gazing in the mirror, he saw his hair and sighed wistfully. A second later, a clone popped into existence, already knowing what to do. He picked up a blade and scissors, and set about to cutting the original's hair. Tears of regret flowed out from his eyes. Why are you cutting your hair, Prime? It is such fine hair. Naruto turned in confusion. Why are you complaining? The clone scowled. I know what you want to do with your hair, and I say it's idiotic because we would look like idiots. Naruto snorted. Who says you have an option? The clone grumbled as he set to cutting the hair, while Naruto remained on guard, ready to dispel the clone in case he tried to shave him bald. 15 minutes later, Naruto gazed at himself in the mirror, smiling as he saw his new hairstyle. He even had his whiskers removed, for patches of hair, with a pattern that he had, hardly looked good on anyone. He had cut his ponytail, causing his hair to fall around and making 2 jaw-length, spiky ear tails on either sides of his head. He experimentally lifted his right hand and spiked his head forwards. He smiled when the hair seemed to actually spike forwards and stay like that. People are going to get a heart attack tomorrow, he smirked. He went into the bathroom and took a quick shower. I have to prepare some backup for Gigi, for he may have to face the Kazekage and Orochimaru at the same time, he thought as he wiped himself dry. What do you have in mind? The sudden deep baritone caused him to blink once. About time you woke up. I was beginning to get worried when you didn't respond to my thinking earlier. Kurama scoffed. You were about 10,000 years too young to worry about me. Anyways, what do you have in mind? Putting on his clothes, he scoffed in return and replied, I'm only a genin. I can only prepare a few hundred shadow clones, nothing else. Kurama thought for a few moments and said, you underestimate your shadow clones. Don't forget, you are a decently skilled mortal of your age. He gracefully ignored the snort from his host, and as such, shadow clones of your caliber can act as a great support for anyone. If you say so, Naruto absently replied as he dressed up as usual. He looked at his hair in the mirror, noting the way in which it formed a spiky mess on his head. He arranged it so it was spiked forward on top of his head. He wondered what to do about his ear tails. He knew that his father too had jaw-length bangs on either sides of his head. He could replicate that, but he really didn't want his hair sticking around his face if it got wet with water. He could tie the bangs under his headband, but then it would still stick randomly when wet. What to do? What to do? What to do? It's quite rare to see someone like you, who never pays attention to irrelevant things, fussing over your hair, Kurama slyly commented. Naruto scowled. It's a relevant concern, okay? And when did I ask for your opinion on this anyways? You didn't, I was simply stating a fact, the reply was swiftly delivered. Anyways, I have something that you can try. A bit old style, but you might do some justice to it. 5 minutes later, Naruto was looking over his new hairstyle. Kurama, this actually looks good on me. You do have good advice sometimes. The beast snarled in annoyance, you sure have some nerve, making fun of me like that. Naruto smirked but said nothing, further aggravating the Baijuu within. He had tied his bangs in the middle with bandages, and then tied his headband over the bangs. He has Ashura's hairstyle. Search for Naruto Ashura hairstyle. He grabbed 2 blank scrolls and his sealing supplies. He felt for the marker he had left on the training spot where Jiraiya trained for the last 3 weeks. He was gone in a flash. Naruto appeared in the clearing, spreading out his senses and confirming if he was truly alone or not. When he had confirmed, he sat down and opened one of the scrolls. Taking out his brush and ink, he started writing seals for a prisoner containment scroll, with a slight alteration. In just under a minute, he had completed writing down the sealing sequence. He inspected it for any mistakes, then nodded upon finding none. Standing up, he made a half ram. Around 200 shadow clones popped into existence. Alright, I want you to divide into 2 groups of 100. Hi. For a second, Naruto feared that the sound of 200 people simultaneously shouting would draw someone's attention. He sensed for any foreign chakra signatures, but found none. Nonetheless, he had to do this quickly. It took him just under 10 minutes, but he managed to seal 1 group of clones into the scroll. Normally, a prisoner scroll is made for dead people who have no chakra. Also, it is made only for 1 person. So Naruto had to tweak the seals a bit so that the amount of chakra that was shaped into his 100 shadow clones did not get disturbed in any way. He also tweaked the seals to allow solid, 100 constructs to safely get sealed. He exhaled a breath and did the same with the other 100. In 20 minutes, he had prepared a backup for himself and Gigi. Each backup worth 100 shadow clones. Alright, my work is done for today. Kurama, will my reserves be back to full by tomorrow? Easily. Leave it to me. I might even be able to expand them a bit. Naruto nodded, pleased with the development. All that was left is to wait for tomorrow. XXXXXXX. Temari watched as her sensei paced their room in agitation. She glanced over to the other occupants of the room. Kankuro was cleaning his puppets, but kept a wary eye on their sensei, as if unnerved by his recent behavior. Gaara was just simply staring out of the window, arms crossed. No one knew what Gaara was thinking all the time, but it wasn't that hard to guess that he was bloodthirsty. All this time, there had been no one who Gaara had managed to kill, aside from the second phase of the exams. He was getting restless, and that spelled danger for all of them. Temari thought back to the events of last night and had to vehemently fight off the blush that threatened to cover her entire face in red. That was her first kiss, and it couldn't have been any better. The way they had moved against each other was just mesmerizing. But then the memories of what had happened before their kiss came up, and Temari found it easier to beat back the blush. She had planned to tell her sensei about her being ambushed, but was dumbfounded when Baki told her that they may have already been discovered. There was a loose end untied. Some Konoha shinobi had been spying on Baki's secret meeting with their ally. Baki had almost managed to finish him off, but the shinobi was rescued by someone. Someone so fast that all Baki had managed to see was a blonde blur and a blue flash. Which meant that Temari didn't need to tell him if they had already been discovered. Baki was getting worried about the next day. The Kazekage had told him that they would be proceeding with the invasion no matter what. So far, the Konoha forces had not shown any signs that they knew about the invasion. But he had a bad feeling in his gut, and his entire shinobi career had told him to always trust his gut. He had no choice but to ignore it and follow the orders of his leader. XXXXXXX. Morning arrived sooner than Naruto thought. He got up, thinking about what would happen today. Today, two things were sure to happen. He was not just going to beat Neji, no, that would be too light of a punishment for what he did to Hinata. He would show him just how little fate meant to him. He was going to utterly humiliate the Hyuga. The chances of him winning were already in his favor with his lack of a chakra network, but he would put effort for Neji. The other thing was the invasion, something that scared Naruto a bit. So many people could die, and those people would not just be the enemies, but his comrades as well. He would do whatever he could to protect his comrades, even if it meant putting himself in the line of fire. He shook his head, wiping that line of thought immediately. He would fight like a shinobi today, fast, deceptive and ruthless. He already had his plan on how to beat Gaara, whether they crossed paths in the finals, or on the battlefield. Gaara would either lose, or die. He personally preferred if it didn't come to the second choice. Getting up, he quickly got ready. He checked and double-checked his hip pouches and holster, nodding when he saw they were fully stocked with what he needed. He put the backup scrolls in the pouches as well, reminding himself to give one of them to Gigi. He tied his headband around his head and tied his hair just like yesterday. He smirked when he saw he looked almost like a mini-me of his father. Today would be marked as the reveal of the legacy of Yondaime Hokage. XXXXXXX. The village was in a buzz, looking livelier than usual, many people noted. However, there was reason to be. Today was the day of the Chunin finals. People chatted happily as they made their way to the stadium, talking about who would win and who they would place their bets on. Of course, most of the buzz was about the last Uchiha. Many people were sure that the last Uchiha would no doubt emerge as the winner of the Chunin exams. It seemed as if the name of Uchiha automatically distinguished them as the strongest. Of course, people had reason to believe that as the last Uchiha was no other than the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, the greatest prodigy to come out of the Uchiha clan. So, there was a lot of hope placed on youngest Uchiha to perform well. Many other people were rooting for the Hyuga genius, Hyuga Neji. The boy was hailed as the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and there was no doubt as to how powerful the clan was. A prodigy of a powerful clan such as the Hyuga would no doubt be another favorable contender for the title of the winner of the Chunin exams. Naruto smirked as he made his way to the stadium, ensuring he was out of everyone's sight. It was important for him to not be seen by anyone. He wanted his entrance to be one worthy enough for the son of the Yondaime. As he made his way to the stadium, he paid close attention to what the people were saying. Most of them seemed damn sure of Sasuke's victory, while the others were in the favor of the Hyuga. Others were not even mentioned, which suited him just fine. The more he was ignored, more potent would be their guilt. He wanted the people of Konoha to know just who they were tormenting all this while. As the stadium came in sight, Naruto changed his route to arrive at the back of the stadium. Looking up, he saw the back wall of the stadium looming in front of him. There are still over 5 minutes before the announcements begin, he mused. He sat down to wait, and while he waited, he thought back to what Neji had said during the prelims. Flashback. Naruto watched in horror as Neji stood over the downed form of Hinata, who was twitching in pain. No one can defy fate, Hinata-sama. Fate deemed you to be weak, that is why you lost to me. Flashback end. Naruto frowned as he thought back to those words. The amount of scorn Neji held for his sister was unreal. He whispered, "Why do you believe in fate so much, Neji? Just what happened to you to believe in bullshit such as that?" He was shook out of his thoughts when his keen ears picked up an announcement, "All final contestants please get down in the arena." Naruto took a deep breath and stood up. This is it, he told himself. Looking up, he saw that the top of the wall was about 10 meters above the branch of the tree he was standing on. He made a clone, who charged his legs with chakra and jumped, easily vaulting over the wall. XXXXXXX. Shikamaru looked as lazy as usual, but he closely observed his opponents. His opponent, the girl from Sand, looked every bit confident of her victory. But there was a small hint of apprehension in her eyes, which darted around the arena anxiously. He didn't bother looking at Shino. The guy was as stoic as a stone, and never gave anything away. The glasses and high collar of his jacket only made it difficult to read him. The puppeteer from Sand was just like his sister, but unlike her, there was no anxiousness radiating from him. The last guy from Sand was the one that bothered Shikamaru the most. The redhead was dangerous, no doubt about that. Although his expression was stoic, it was betrayed by the sheer amount of bloodlust he could feel from the guy. He still remembered what happened to Lee in the prelims. Gaara had not hesitated one bit to kill him with his sand. He was a seasoned killer, one that Shikamaru doubted anyone wanted to cross. From the minute twitches that he could see, Shikamaru deduced that he was eager to get on with the fighting. He looked over to Neji, who was Naruto's opponent. Regarded as the rookie of the year of his batch, Neji was a proclaimed genius of the Hyuga, who were known for their deadly and unique taijutsu. While a formidable opponent, Shikamaru doubted he would win against Naruto. He knew that Naruto was powerful, but he had the feeling that Naruto had yet to show what he was fully capable of. Speaking of. He looked around, trying to find his blonde friend. Him and Sasuke, both of them were absent from the lineup, as well as the audience stands. If they didn't arrive right now. Troublesome, he muttered. The proctor, a different one from the prelims, was standing in front of their lineup. A lazy one, from what he could see. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chunin exam finals. I am Shiranui Genma, the proctor of this stage. The matches will be as follows: Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara, Aburame Shino vs Sabaku no Kankuro and Sabaku no Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. Turning his attention to the lineup, Genma continued, the rules are the same as preliminaries, however, whether you win or lose doesn't matter. Your promotion will be decided on the basis of your skill, your strategy and execution. Stands. Sakura looked worried as she tried to spot her two teammates. Ino, who was sitting next to her, said, "Where do you think are your teammates, Sakura?" While she still believed Sasuke would win the finals, she had gained a healthy amount of respect for the blonde Uzumaki, ever since she suffered the humiliating defeat at his hands. The ease at which he handled her told her how pathetic she really was. Also, it was evident just how much he was holding back from absolutely thrashing her. Sakura shook her head worryingly, "I don't know." "Where are you, Sasuke-kun, Naruto?" A sound coming from above the finalists caught hers, as well as every person's attention. Arena. The proctor was just about to speak some more when a sound above them caused everyone, including the audience and the cage, to look up. In a puff of smoke, a small object fell right in front of the assembled Junon. It was revealed to be a kunai, but not just any kunai. A three-pronged kunai. There was a collective gasp among the audience when they recognized what it was. Genma had wide eyes as he stared at the kunai, being reminded of the only person in the entire nations who used to wield these. Before he could think anything else, a person appeared in a blue flash. A pin-drop silence washed over the entire stadium as everyone got a good look at the person. Cage box. Hiruzen stared in awe as the person was revealed to be just who he thought it would be. And Kami, he looked just like his father. Minato, you would be proud of who he's become. Beside him, Orochimaru was seething. His fists were hidden from view, so that no one could see that they were clenched tightly. Uzumaki Naruto, it is not possible for anyone to master that jutsu in just a month, which means you knew it well before, and you knowingly held back against me. Very bold. But then he smirked, if you weren't the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, I would have marked you instead of Sasuke-kun. To have that jutsu in my arsenal, I would have been unstoppable. Stands. Everyone's eyes were at the point of bulging out when they saw the kunai used by their beloved Yondaime being thrown in the arena. Everyone had gasped collectively, and had jumped up on reflex when the person who had likely thrown the kunai had appeared. It couldn't be, it just couldn't be, were the thoughts of everyone. They were filled with disbelief, trying to deny what was right in front of their eyes. But no matter how much they wanted to, it was simply undeniable. Spiky blonde hair, which was no longer tied in a ponytail, but in a style that was painfully reminding them of a similar blonde. 2 jaw-length spiky bangs, although tied beneath the headband and the bangs themselves tied around the middle, there was no mistaking just who the blonde Uzumaki resembled so much. He was almost a literal copy of Namikaze Minato, with only his hairstyle distinguishing from the famous Hokage. The Yondaime couldn't return from the dead, which left only one conclusion. To think that the demon container was also the son of the Yondaime. The crowd exploded in mutters, exclamations of Yondaime. Mostly drowning any other verbal exclamation. It was something that no one was expecting to see. No one knew that the Yondaime had a legacy, and now that they thought about it, it was right in front of their eyes all the time. Guilt began to creep into every Konoha villager about how they treated the boy, who was almost royalty considering just whose legacy he represented. Is that Naruto? He looks so hot, Ino cried out as she hungrily looked at Naruto. Then she closely looked at Naruto. While he had only changed his hairstyle, he closely resembled a person that was on the tip of her tongue. Sakura was beside herself as she gazed upon Naruto's new look with a slight blush. He looks almost as handsome as Sasuke-kun, if not more. Arena. Naruto stood in a crouch, right hand grasping the handle of the kunai and eyes on the front, facing the Genin assembled. He took in the expression of each of them. Shikamaru's narrowed gaze, Shino's raised eyebrows, Kankuro's frown, Temari's appreciative but slightly guarded gaze, Neji's narrowed eyes but otherwise neutral expression. But what put him on guard most was Gaara. Pulling out the lodged kunai with a slight jerk, he slowly stood up, maintaining eye contact with Gaara. Gaara's mouth almost twisted into a manic smile, but it was so quick that Naruto would have missed it if he were not looking for it. He stood up to his full height, towering full 4 inches above him. Without breaking eye contact, both of them seemed to size each other up. It was as if along with them, their Baijuwu were also looking each other through their eyes. A new feeling washed over the assembled group. It was as if at first, there was an existing sensation of a contest between themselves. Temari and Kankuro knew that Gaara was the strongest among the 3 of them, and the Genin from Konoha knew Neji was the strongest among them. It was a clash between both the groups. But with Naruto's arrival, it seemed that the purpose of the clash went utterly void, for here was a Genin whose aura seemed to say that he already knew he was the strongest among them. The feeling was unsettling. Uzumaki, Gaara whispered, though it perfectly conveyed his bloodlust. Naruto did not change his expression, prompting Gaara to continue, "Mother cries for your blood." Naruto merely lifted an eyebrow and said, "She's going to have to wait." He then proceeded to stand next to Shikamaru, who turned an annoyed expression to him. "You're a troublesome guy, have I ever told you that?" Naruto smirked but said nothing. Genma gazed at Naruto for a moment more, before turning his gaze and calling out, "Just to be clear, I'll say it one more time. The same rules apply as last time. Opponents continue to fight until one is either knocked out or unable to continue. I also reserve the right to stop the match when I see fit. With that said, the contestants of the first match will step forward. The others will proceed to the contestant stands to wait for their matches." Shikamaru patted Naruto on his shoulders and walked off to sit with the rest of the rookies. When the field cleared, it was just Neji, Naruto, and Genma, who stood between the 2 fighters as the 2 sized each other up. "You should give up, Uzumaki. Fate has already decreed me to be the winner today. Neji broke the silence, informing Naruto as if what he said was fact, nothing more. Naruto smirked both at the squeals from the female audience and what he was about to say at him and replied, "Your eyes are said to be great, yet they can't even see that Fate is not the proctor of this match, Genma-san is." Neji's eyes hardened. "Everything in life is set by fate, as is your defeat. But I can see you do not understand fate." Slipping into his stance, he continued, "Allow me to explain by demonstrating it to you." Genma knew an opportunity when he saw it, and he swung his hand down in a slicing motion. Hajime. Immediately jumping back, he made a half-ram seal. 8 clones popped into existence. "Go," he commanded. All of them moved in to engage. Neji did not seem alarmed at all. He calmly engaged the clones with controlled expertise, slowly but surely, dispatching them. Naruto observed that Neji's eyes never once moved in their sockets, always gazing forward. As the last of the clones was finished off, Neji was surprised a bit that another batch was already moving in to engage. But no matter, they would not win. Fate had decreed him to be the victor of this match. Stands. What is he doing, using Cage Bunshine against Neji? Asuma wondered, confused by Naruto's tactics. Alongside him, Kurenai and Guy also were wondering the same thing. If he knows the Hiraishin, he could have ended the match easily, so why isn't he? With Neji's Byakugan, any type of attack using clones wouldn't work because of his all-around vision, Guy put in his thoughts. Perhaps there is more to this match than just achieving victory, that we are not seeing. A few seats away, the head and the heiress of the Hyuga clan watched the match with impassive expressions. Hyashi paid careful attention to the Uzumaki, who was intently studying Neji's fighting style. There was no doubt about it, Naruto was the son of his old friend, the Yondaime. Had he not known that Naruto knew that jutsu that made Namikaze Minato so known, he would have been in favor of Neji's victory. But now, he felt like Naruto was setting Neji up for something. Like a predator playing with its prey, before finishing it off. He would have told Hanabi about his assurance of Neji's victory, but that was before he realized just who Neji was facing. He wisely chose to keep quiet. Arena. There, Naruto mentally exclaimed as Neji finished off the 4th batch of shadow clones. He waited for Neji to get his breath back as he prepared himself, setting into his stance. He found out all he needed to fight this match on his terms. Neji finished off the last clone and faced the original, all the while mentally cursing. While it took much longer than he estimated, he was able to finish all of them off. But that wasn't what surprised him. The clones, along with the original, didn't seem to have any chakra network at all. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu was largely based on attacking the tenketsu in the chakra network, cutting off the flow of chakra where they struck. However, the revelation that Naruto did not have a chakra network almost made his taijutsu null and void. It was almost like he was fighting blind. Almost. Along with learning the locations of the tenketsu, the Hyuga also learned the locations of various pressure points. With the option of striking the tenketsu out, he only had pressure points to rely on. While not as many as the number of the tenketsu, there were enough for him to strike. He turned to the original, watching him settle into a strange stance. He settled into his, knowing that Uzumaki Naruto had given him yet another reason, along with being the son of the Yondaime, to believe that he was a very dangerous opponent. "I presume you know that I am not a normal opponent by now," Naruto called out. Neji narrowed his eyes and deactivated them. "Indeed you are not. But that doesn't matter. Fate has spoken in my favor today, which is why you will lose." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "If you insist on believing so much in fate, then allow me to show just how fragile the concept of fate is." With that, he moved. Almost everyone, including most of the Jonin in the stands, was perplexed as one moment Naruto was standing 10 feet away, and the next moment a foot was being barely blocked by the Hyuga. Many people thought it was Hiraishin. However, when Neji was sent skidding back from the force of the kick, they realized that Naruto had moved so fast that the momentum had augmented the force behind the kick, causing Neji to go skidding backwards. But Naruto had only started. Neji had barely begun to think when Naruto attacked again. He was shocked at just how fast and ruthlessly he was forced onto the defensive. As he tried to block the attacks, Neji had thought that Naruto's fighting style was focused more on the strength of the attacks, rather than speed. He was promptly proved when he failed to hide his winces when he felt the force behind each of the attacks. He moved by instinct as he attempted to redirect the force behind Naruto's attacks. The speed behind his attacks was nothing to scoff at as well. While the strikes had impressive force behind them, They seemed to be augmented by the sheer speed that Naruto was using to strike. Son of the Yondaime indeed. Only years of training in the martial art of his family and developing his instincts allowed him to dodge his attacks. Even then, he was dodging and blocking by instinct only. That wasn't the only problem. His hands were feeling unusually hot. Neji's thought process resulted in a punch slipping past his guard, right into his left cheek, and he found himself flying backwards from the force of it. He prevented from landing on his back by twisting himself midair and landing on his feet. His hand came up to tenderly rub the surprisingly, slightly burnt area as he narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out just how was Naruto defying fate. Cage box. Hiruzen was thoroughly impressed when he saw Naruto engaging Neji in taijutsu. Usually, it was considered suicidal to engage a Hyuga in taijutsu, but it seemed Naruto had no such qualms. Not just that, but his taijutsu was effective enough to put a Hyuga on the defensive. And it seemed he added his own touch to it, if the small burn on Neji's face was anything to go by. Most unpredictable ninja indeed. He pulled out a notepad, which he had brought to write points on which each Chunin qualified for the position. He wrote down something and kept it aside. Your Chunin is quite impressive and bold, Hokage Dono. He must be very confident to engage a shinobi of the Hyuga clan in taijutsu, Orochimaru commented, playing his role as the supposed Kazekage. Hiruzen chuckled, I'm sure that this is only the beginning, Kazekage Dono. He will surprise us, of that I have no doubt. Mentally though, you don't give me the credit I deserve, Orochimaru. Don't think I don't know that it's you in those robes. Stands. The surprise was evident on the faces of the three Jonin. Not every day you see a prodigal Hyuga being bested by the supposed dead last, now revealed to be the son of their late Hokage, in taijutsu. Guy was crying, shouting something about Naruto's youth, with Lee vehemently agreeing with him. Kami, is this really what he is capable of? Ino whispered in amazement and slight fear. She was suddenly, infinitely grateful that Naruto hadn't gone full force in their spar that day. If he had, she would have really been dead. Naruto, Sakura whispered in awe as she watched her teammate best one of the Hyuga at their own game. It suddenly became clear just how utterly huge the gap between their skills was. She couldn't even begin to see his movements, that's how fast he was. The first attack alone would have taken her out of the fight. A few seats away, Hinata watched with a slight smile as Naruto held his own against her prodigal cousin. Naruto-kun. Kiba on the other hand, was shocked and almost jealous of the speed and skill Naruto was displaying. It made him think back to his own fight with the blonde, and he ruefully smiled at how easily he was beaten. He had grown up with Naruto, and if there was anything he could say for certain about the blonde, it was that Naruto never gave up. He could say without a doubt that Naruto had trained his ass off to reach where he is now. It sort of inspired him to become the same. After all, if Naruto could do it, why can't he? Arena. Neji hid his wince as he kept his gaze on Naruto, slowly standing up. He evaluated on whatever he had experienced so far. There is no doubt that he is physically strong, almost on the same level as Lee. I'm willing to bet that he could withstand the amount of force he dishes in his attacks himself as well. And he is fast, unbelievably so. Nothing else would be expected of the son of the fastest shinobi to ever live, after all. I never knew that it was possible to have such impossibly fast reflexes. His fighting style is lethal, but in a way I have never seen before. Every fighting style has a focal point which it is based on. Gai Sensei's Goken is based on strength, Juken is based on precision. But his style seemingly incorporates strength, speed, flexibility and precision. It's as if he can switch to any one of them if one proves to be inadequate against one opponent. Not just that, his movements are bizarre. He seems to have mastered the way to perfectly switch from one set of movements to another, without hesitation. His hands also feel as if they are on fire, burning any area of contact. Fully standing up, he took deep breaths to center himself. I'll have to avoid his hands, no, pretty much as every blow. Am I getting to you, with that fragility of your so-called fate? Naruto asked, and no one missed the sarcasm in his voice. Neji chose to ignore that, and instead asked, how did you manage to burn my face? Naruto rose his eyebrow in a way that strongly reminded Neji of himself. He raised his eyebrows that way when his teammates seemed to suggest an utterly stupid idea. So that's how it feels to be on the receiving side of it. He felt quite stupid to be honest, and was a bit glad that he had a burn on his cheek, otherwise his blush would have been caught. What idiot reveals the secret of his or her technique, Baka? Naruto asked in a bored tone. Cage box. Hiruzen heartily laughed at the question. It was highly amusing when in his youth, his opponents seemed to spare him the thought process of trying to figure out their technique by revealing it on their own. It allowed him to create a counter-strategy quite easily. Instead of finishing him off, they seemed to choose to gloat about their techniques. What idiots! A very true question. Won't you agree, Kazekage Dono? Orochimaru forced out a chuckle, while he couldn't shake off the feeling that the old monkey knew it was him and was openly mocking him. I agree, Hokage Dono. Hiruzen smirked and turned back to watch what was turning out to be a highly entertaining match. So far, Naruto had only shown his superior prowess in taijutsu, and had yet to show something that qualified him for Chunin, except for keeping emotions under control. He had to keep his smirk from widening, for he was reminded of a younger Orochimaru, bragging about the secret behind the techniques he developed himself. What an idiot. Stands. Kiba shared the amusement with his Hokage, for he was laughing as well. He never knew Naruto had it in him to mock others. Hinata was trying to hide her giggles behind her hand. It would not do if her father caught her laughing at Naruto calling her cousin an idiot. Sakura and Ino shared no such restraints, and were full out giggling. The Jonin had mixed reactions. Asuma had snorted and had to catch his smoking stick from flying onto the head of the person in front of him. Kurenai was stifling her giggles like her student, not wanting to offend Guy for laughing at his student. Guy had an entirely different response. Instead of being offended on behalf of his student, tears came from his eyes and he clenched his fist. What a hip response. No doubt, you have passed your coolness on to your student, my eternal rival Kakashi. Needless to say, he entirely ignored insults on Neji, choosing to focus on how hip and cool Naruto's response was. Arena. Neji was barely keeping himself from turning red in embarrassment at all the giggles in the stadium that were aimed at him as a result of Naruto's comeback. Naruto was entirely amused by the giggles resounding in the stadium, but chose to keep it to himself. No need to embarrass him any further. Time to continue the fight, this time with a bit of misdirection. Neji was already worn out and trying to reduce the feeling of stupidity in himself, so when Naruto suddenly disappeared from in front of him, he was caught unawares. Naruto grinned as a solid kick connected to Neji's left shoulder, sending him flying away from him for the second time in the fight. He twisted and landed on feet, but was given no time to recover as he engaged the Uzumaki and taijutsu yet again. He activated his Byakugan this time, watching out for Naruto's no doubt, cat and chakra enhanced hand strikes. But for some reason, Uzumaki's hands were lacking the chakra that was making them heated. So Neji jumped at the opportunity to block rather than dodge, all the while trying to find an opening. He also deactivated his eyes to conserve chakra. He would endure the punishing force for a short while. Maybe he should taunt him a bit. You are not fighting with your chakra-coated strikes as you were doing before, Uzumaki. He smirked as he saw Naruto narrowing his eyes. It seems this is where fate draws the line for you using that technique. He was shocked, however, when Naruto, instead of getting enraged like he wanted, snorted out loud. In a surprising maneuver, Naruto locked himself with Neji, holding him in place. As much as Neji tried, he would only move if he managed to overpower him. Yeah, not happening. Neji grunted as he tried to get out of the lock Uzumaki had put him in. But as much as he struggled, he could not move the limbs of the blonde. His face twisted in a snarl, and he locked eyes with Naruto, who had a neutral expression on his face. Whatever he was going to say was thrown out of the window at the blonde's words. Only a pansy like you would call misdirection as an act of fate. He saw it, but could do absolutely nothing to stop it. Fu Uten, Repushu. Wind style, Gale Palm. A clone, who had appeared beside them without any hand seals which caused a gasp to resonate through the shinobi part of the crowd, had enough compressed air in his hands to cleanly blow Neji away almost 20 meters. Naruto had released him from the lock at the very last second. While the force was enough to send him flying, it lacked a damaging component. But instead of feeling relief, Neji only felt dread. He had a feeling that Uzumaki had planned something much worse for him. Unlike the previous times, Neji failed to add grace to his landing and as such, rolled toughly onto the ground. Remembering that Uzumaki would not likely give him time to recover, he quickly got up to his feet, just in time to see 4 shuriken converging on him with deadly accuracy. He jumped to the side to avoid them, but was surprised by the blonde, yet again. So he decided to switch to long-distance attacks. This is good for me, for I might be able to use this window to recover a bit. But that thought was thrown out of the window in the next moment. Naruto had predicted in a split second where Neji would land, after he avoided those shuriken. So, He had cleverly threw 3 kunai, wrapped with explosive tags of his own design, to that spot. Neji grit his teeth as the kunai came closer and closer. It seems I'll have to use that. Naruto watched as the kunai almost hit Neji. His eyebrows raised in surprise when Neji suddenly spun, so fast that he wasn't even visible anymore, and was covered in a dome of his own chakra. Hakushu Kaiden. Naruto activated his exploding tags just as they reached Neji, and watched with a mix of curiosity and fascination that the dome of chakra spinning around Neji completely protected him from the resulting explosion. Stands. Hanabi turned to her father, To-sama, isn't that? Yes, Hyashi replied instantly. His own eyes were narrowed as he clenched his fists. Kaiden is supposed to be the technique of the main house. How does Neji, a member of the branch house, know it so well? Arena. Neji stopped spinning, and couldn't really hide the smugness from his voice as he saw the expression on Naruto's face. He could gloat later, right now, he would capitalize on this small window of opportunity. No need to use the Byakugan, for he knew exactly where to strike. Naruto had immediately created 5 clones to scope out Neji's new technique and find a weakness, but his opponent's words momentarily gave him a pause. You are now in the field of my divination, Neji ominously announced. Not wanting to give Neji the chance of using this technique, 2 of them shot forward to engage him. But this time, Neji was ready, his hands moving in a blur. 2 palms. 2 clones gone. 4 palms. Another 2 gone. 8 palms. The last one tried to shield himself. Futile effort. Even if you have no tenketsu, the physical damage from the strikes alone will send you down. 16 palms. Naruto grunted as the hand slammed into him with considerable speed. 32 palms. 64 palms. Naruto skid back as Neji finished his technique, breathing evenly. Because he chose to keep his Byakugan deactivated for the majority of the fight, he had more than enough chakra to keep going on. It was easy to ignore the physical pain when you train with people such as Gai-sensei. Naruto had blood dripping from his mouth. He went down on one knee, drawing gasps from the crowd. This was the first time he had taken any damage in this fight, and it was enough to send him on one knee. Looking at Neji, he asked in obvious pain, I assume you were going for physical damage, if you couldn't find my tenketsu, weren't you? Neji felt a sense of superiority as he looked down on Naruto. No one remained in fighting condition after getting hit by the 8 trigrams, 64 palm technique. You assume correctly. While you were formidable for some time, this is where this ends, Uzumaki. I told you before, fate has decreed that I will win today. Cage box. Orochimaru smiled under the veil, a most formidable technique of the Hyuga clan, Hokage Dono. I wonder if this is the end for the young Uzumaki? Hiruzen smiled as he wrote something down on the notepad, don't worry, Kazekage Dono. Naruto won't go down this easily. Stands. The Jonin had confused looks on their faces. Why did Neji do that? Couldn't he see it? Guy was rubbing his chin. I don't know what Neji was thinking when he did that, but it clearly didn't work the way he might have expected. While the news that Naruto didn't have a chakra network was quite staggering, they wanted to see how Neji would work his way around it. The Genin, on the other hand, were different parts worried and resigned. Kiba, Hinata, Sakura and Ino wore worried looks as they looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered in worry, knowing just how formidable the technique that Neji had used was. Even if Neji didn't have tenketsu to strike, the muscles that were struck would suffer considerable damage. What a technique, Ino whispered in awe as she looked at the kneeling form of Naruto. Naruto had completely dominated the fight from the beginning, but Neji had seemingly turned the tables with just one move. Get up, Naruto. Sakura was chanting in her mind, restraining from saying it out loud. Tenten, on the other hand, just shook her head as if she already knew this was going to happen. While you were good, Naruto, there is no way you can recover from this. Arena. Naruto, despite being in pain, chuckled. Neji rose an eyebrow, what's so funny? Naruto looked up with mirth swimming in his eyes, and I told you, fate is very fragile. And he burst into smoke. Cheers erupted from the crowd as it was revealed that the Uzumaki had pulled a fast one on everyone, including Neji. The said Genin cursed as he activated his Byakugan and looked around. He almost gasped when he found out where Naruto was, but wasn't able to react in time. Naruto burst from the ground behind him, a predatory grin on his face and body already in motion. Neji was able to angle his body so that his left shoulder took the hit instead of his head. But he winced as the already abused shoulder took another hit, and he was sent toppling away. Naruto brushed off some of the dirt as Neji let out a small groan of pain and frustration, standing up. Most people don't think to look down at the last second. Am I right? Neji said nothing as he gazed scornfully at the smirking blonde. You made the mistake of deactivating your eyes. If you hadn't, you might have noticed that I substituted with my clone at the last second. Your mistake also allowed me to hide without worry under the ground. Pretty good for misdirection and deception, don't you think? Neji grit his teeth. Even if you had substituted with your clone, a shadow clone gets dispelled after one hit. Naruto made a sound of mock realization. Oh, that? I reinforced it with chakra. It's really not that difficult. He then smirked in a way that sent shivers down Neji's spine. I've somewhat heard about your defensive technique. The ultimate defense of the Hyuga, isn't it? Neji said nothing, which was more than enough for an answer. Holding up 4 shuriken, he challenged, let's test that so-called ultimate defense, shall we? Cage box. Your Junin is very ingenious, Hokage Dono. Hiruzen nodded, pride coursing through him at how well Naruto was handling himself. So far, Naruto had demonstrated skills that were already above the qualification level of Chunin. He wondered just how Naruto planned to break the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan. Stands. Kiba, Ino and Sakura had shouted in glee when Naruto had popped, the real Naruto kicking Neji away. Hinata had quietly cheered for Naruto, while Tenten was in a state of disbelief. While even Lee couldn't get up after Neji's technique, it was a whole another thing to avoid it successfully altogether. Arena. The shuriken whizzed towards Neji, who jumped to the side to avoid them, opting to conserve chakra. He was stupefied, however, when he spotted a giant ball of fire making its way towards him, fast. Having no time to jump again, he was forced to resort to his defense. Kaiten. Neji reached his maximum rotation speed just as the fireball reached him. The fireball crashed into the spinning dome of chakra, taking only 5 seconds to disperse, which was 4 seconds too late for Neji. It was hard to accurately keep track of your surroundings when you are spinning at a really high speed. So one moment Neji was inside the dome, the other moment Naruto was inside with him. Wait, what? This time, Neji didn't even have time to be fully surprised as he was punched in the face, hard. The sudden application of an external force disrupted the kaiten, and Neji was bodily thrown through the fireball. I'm really getting tired of being thrown like that, Neji lamented as he stood up once again, a bit burnt from going through the fireball. Stands. Asuma and Kurenai were gawking at the way Naruto broke the defensive technique. One moment he was standing outside the dome, the other moment they all saw him disappearing and appearing instantly inside the dome in a blue flash. Hiraishin, Guy whispered in awe. Even he had not found a way yet to break that defensive technique. But if the Hiraishin could surpass defenses with such amount of ease. It really was a terrifying technique. No wonder the Yondaime was so feared. Cage box. I really have no more words to describe how impressive that Junin of yours is, Hokage Dono. To learn and master the Yondaime's most feared technique at such a young age is no small feat, Kazekage complimented. Hiruzen smirked and nodded. That was a masterful use of the Hiraishin. Naruto must have marked Neji at the very first opportunity. Also, to be capable of using 2 elemental natures is very impressive, Orochimaru complimented. Hiruzen accepted the compliment on behalf of Naruto with a nod and a smirk. Arena. Neji breathed heavily as he gazed at Naruto. He was down to just a quarter of his chakra reserves, while Naruto had yet to show any signs of fatigue. What he didn't know that Naruto's chakra reserves were so much larger that he had only used a small drop of the entirety yet. How did you? How did I break your defense? Naruto helpfully finished it for him. When he saw him nod, he sighed. While I did say before that only idiots reveal their technique, it's no big secret as to the way I appeared inside with you. Reaching behind him, he pulled out his Hiraishin kunai, dangling it in his index finger. I'm sure you know what this is. He looked around, discreetly seeing that he had captured the attention of the entire audience. This is a kunai that was once used by my father, Namikaze Minato. Mutters rose in the crowd in response to the confirmation of their thoughts from before, but quickly silenced when Naruto continued. The Hiraishin no Jutsu is a space-time technique, a combination of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Basically, this formula here, he showed him his imprinted formula, acts as a beacon for me. Wherever this formula is, I can teleport there without any problem. That means, the reason I was able to get in there is because you already have a mark on you. Neji had never widened his eyes this much in his entire life. He desperately searched for the place where Naruto had placed his formula, and found it beneath his forearm. Never before had he been so outclassed in a fight. How had he failed to notice such a simple thing? Naruto spun the kunai, catching it in a reverse hold. The look on his face was almost as if set in stone. It was the same look the yellow flash gave to his enemies before killing them. I could have ended the fight the moment we engaged in taijutsu. In another scenario, if you would have been by enemy and not a comrade, you were dead the moment I put this mark on you. Silence rang in the entire statement as the cold truth of the words hit each person. It was only now that they realized just how truly dangerous and lethal the Yondaime's use of this jutsu was. It was basically as if you were marked by death. If you had this mark, there was no escape for you. Then why didn't you? Naruto raised an eyebrow, and put the kunai back in his pouch. Tell me something, Neji. Why do you believe in fate so much? What gives you the excuse to claim that everything is fated to be? Neji looked surprised for a moment, but then his eyes hardened. He reached for his headband and removed it. Because of this, he said, pointing to a green seal on his forehead. It was a cross in the middle, with hooks on either side of the cross. The birdcage seal is given to the branch house members of the Hyuga clan by the main house members. While it may seem that both the houses are family, it is a lie. The cold reality is that the branch house members only act as servants to the main house, he explained. Naruto didn't attack him when Neji closed his eyes, instead opting to hear his story out. The seal is given to the branch house members to protect our prized bloodline from falling into our enemies' hands. After the death of a house member, the seal activates and seals the abilities of Byakugan. By that, I mean this seal binds us until death. A destiny from which we cannot escape. Neji told him about the Hyuga incident which happened 8 years ago. How Hinata was almost kidnapped by the ambassador from Kumagakura no Sato. How the village had demanded the death of Hiraishin Hyuga as compensation, how his father was offered instead. Till the end of the explanation, Naruto did not allow one speck of emotion to show on his face. When Neji was finished, then Naruto spoke. You speak that it is fate that the branch family will always remain bound, yet you contradicted your own belief when you tried to kill Hinata in the prelims. You tried to divert from your predestined path. All of this, because you hold a grudge against the main family? Neji finally lost control of himself. My father was taken away from me because Hirashi-sama couldn't take the responsibility for his actions. My father had to give his own life, just so Hirashi-sama could keep on living. Naruto said nothing for a while. Neji thought he had got through the blonde, but was shell-shocked when he heard Naruto's next words. I already planned on winning today, but I'll say it just for you. I won't be losing to a coward who's always blaming all of his problems on some nonsense such as fate. Someone as ignorant as you is in no position to lecture me, Neji shot back. You can never understand what it's like to be burdened with a symbol you can never be rid of. There was a pin-drop silence in the whole stadium. The whole audience felt the impact of the words. Neji couldn't have been more wrong. The senior shinobi feared Naruto would lose it, even the Hokage. But, thankfully, Naruto kept a tight lid on his emotions. It wouldn't do losing it in the center of a crowd. Naruto sighed wistfully, whispering, "You're wrong. I know exactly how it feels, but enough talk." He finished in a strong voice. He made a ram seal, and Neji felt that it was better to be cautious rather than just wait and see what happens. Immediately, he jumped back, or tried to anyway. It wasn't as if he was paralyzed, but it felt like his body was stuck in mud. Just as you have to struggle to move your limbs when drowned in water or mud, Neji had to struggle to just move his arms. It was as if he was stuck in clay. What the hell is this? Naruto was calmly walking forward, now that he had successfully activated his seal. Resistance seals. While normally used for training, it's somewhat unusual to apply it in combat. You are currently experiencing a level 3 resistance. Fuinjutsu is perhaps the most versatile of the shinobi arts, won't you agree? Cage box. Your Junon is just full of surprises, Hokage Dono. To make use of seals so efficiently in combat, with just his chakra, it's almost as if he is already an expert. Not many choose to study that particular art. Hiruzen chuckled and replied, Naruto is more than just skilled in Fuinjutsu. He is perhaps the most skilled person I have ever seen. Not surprising, if you consider just who his father was. The other Cage nodded in approval. He definitely qualifies for Chunin. To think he had managed to put a Hiraishin and a resistance seal on his opponent. He had been several steps ahead of his opponent right from the beginning of the match. Hiruzen absently nodded, choosing to focus on the match. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu. Stands. I didn't know Naruto knew fuinjutsu like that, Ino exclaimed. Sakura smiled, proud of having a teammate like Naruto. Naruto is an expert in them, you know. Kiba hollered, Yosh. Go, Naruto. Tenten was dumbstruck just how many steps Naruto had been ahead of her teammate. The Jonin were beside themselves. Asumo was rubbing his head, you know, he really is quite well versed in sealing for his age. Not many people can apply seals with their chakra just like that. Kurenai nodded, and both of them tried to block out guys shouting of how youthfully Naruto was displaying his skills. Arena. Neji stood rooted to his place, and to his horror, Naruto came running towards him, with him being unable to do anything about it. He received a painful punch on his right cheek, and the force behind it was enough to send him stumbling to his left. It hurt, considering he was experiencing resistance in his movements. Naruto was suddenly in front of him, punching at the same spot again. Only this time, it hurt a lot more than before. The result was the same, Neji went stumbling to his left. Finishing it off, Naruto 540 kicked the side of his head with such force, that Neji could have sworn he saw stars in front of his eyes. He was sent onto the ground, and this time, there was no getting back up. You might think that it was because of the resistance seal, but no. He had taken way too many hits, and his body had finally given up. Neji could do nothing but glare at Naruto as he crouched in front of him. I told you, Naruto stated softly. Fate is a fragile concept. Our destiny is never set in stone, Neji. I am not strong because I was fated to be. I chose to work hard to reach where I am now. Hinata calls you Neji ni-san, doesn't she? You really should stop treating her like the way you do. She only wants to unite the branch family with the main family. She looks up to you as her big brother, it is only fitting you treat her like your sister. It's time you stepped up and stopped using fate as an excuse. He then removed the resistance seal from Neji. He stood up and started walking away, letting the medics carry the injured Hyuga away. He smiled as he heard a soft "maybe you're right." Perhaps there was some hope, after all. Genma declared loudly, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. The entire stadium burst into a tremendous applause. Everyone was clapping as hard as they could, even going so far as to stand and start chanting, Namikaze. 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 The chant resonated around in the entire stadium, and within seconds, the entire stadium was chanting it as well. Naruto, for his part, smiled softly. The sight of everyone cheering for him, even if it was a name that he really didn't use, brought a lump to his throat. He was finally acknowledged by everyone. Bowing to the crowd, he turned away and headed to the Jinan stands. He received many good-natured pats on the back, and shook almost everyone's hands on the way. The words "great job" and "congratulations" rang frequently in his ears. He just accepted them all with a smile and continued on his way. When he reached the stands, he took in the reactions. First there was Temari. She was gazing at him with a small smile, and nodded at him, mouthing "good match." Despite what had occurred between them 2 nights ago, they could respect each other as competitors. He nodded back in acknowledgement. As he walked by her, her brother was next. He just scoffed and turned away, but Naruto could spot small beads of sweat. Smirking, he continued. Gaara was staring at him, arms crossed. His expression gave nothing away, but his body twitched every now and then. Naruto spotted the cork on his gourd shaking, as if the sand was struggling to come out of it. He didn't wait to see if it would actually come out. Shino gave him a nod of respect, acknowledging his strength. Good job, Naruto. Naruto nodded back, thanks. Naruto didn't need to guess the response of Shikamaru. Troublesome, the shadow user sighed, further slouching, if possible. You just had to go and cause a ruckus, didn't you? Naruto snorted. It was true, the crowd was still chanting his name. He shrugged in mock modesty, what can I say, I'm just that charismatic and awesome. Would Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara please come down? Cage box. A splendid display of skills, I say. Don't you agree, Kazekage Dono? Indeed, Hokage Dono. I really didn't expect this match to be this entertaining. Hiruzen smiled as he gazed at the blonde Jinan, soon to be Chunin. Well done, Naruto. You performed better than expected. Though you could have ended the match far more quickly, you chose to amend Neji's ways by proving him wrong. You just might have gained a friend and a trusted comrade in him. He then frowned. It seems Naruto's teammate, Sasuke-kun, still hasn't arrived. And I can't spot Kakashi among the Jonin as well, he thought, looking at where the Jonin senseis were standing. He shook his head slightly in disappointment. Kakashi, your habits just cost your Genin his chance at promotion. He motioned the Jonin that was standing as his guard, informed the proctor that Uchiha Sasuke is disqualified due to his lateness. Orochimaru frowned beneath the veil. He didn't want the Uchiha to be disqualified as he wanted to see how much Sasuke had improved. Hokage Dono, can we not give him 5 more minutes to arrive? I am eager to see my son test his skills against the last Uchiha. Hiruzen kept his face carefully neutral. He knew exactly why the Kazekage wanted to see the last Uchiha in action. Apologies Kazekage Dono, but I cannot allow any favoritism towards my shinobi, last Uchiha or not. Following the orders of a superior is an important part of being a Chunin. By not showing up on time, Uchiha Sasuke is showing insubordination. I cannot, in good conscience, allow such a Genin such as that to progress to Chunin. He may try again in the next exams after 6 months. Orochimaru frowned. That won't do. Then perhaps a compromise is in order? It would be rather disappointing if he did not fight today, as many of the visiting nobility came here specifically to see the Uchiha fight. How about disqualifying him and denying him the chance of promotion, but allow him to fight in an exhibition match at the end of the tournament against the winner? That would allow the crowd to see the Uchiha fight, but still punish him for insubordination. Hiruzen thought it over a bit. If he disqualified Sasuke, Gaara would be declared the winner. According to the matchups, Gaara would then fight the winner of the first match, which was Naruto. While he was a bit worried about letting Naruto fight such a dangerous opponent, he had confidence that Naruto would be safe. Nodding, he said, that is an acceptable arrangement, Kazekage Dono. Stands. Ino was gaping at the piece of news that was revealed to the whole of Konoha and people from beyond. To think that Naruto, the dead last of their batch and the foremost prankster of Konoha, would turn out to be the son of the man Konoha almost worshipped. I never knew, she whispered. She could not believe she missed such a big fact. She was supposed to be from a clan that were masters of the mind, yet she could not see such obvious resemblance. She ought to be ashamed of herself. If not for the age, Naruto and Namikaze Minato could be clones of each other. Blonde hair of almost identical shade, azure eyes that were unique to them, it could not be more obvious than that. Sakura's jaw was almost unhinged. She couldn't believe she never saw the resemblance as well. It was so obvious. And come to think of it, she treated him like crap. The son of the hero who saved Konoha from the Kyuubi, treated like crap. Not just by her, but by the whole village, including her mother. She wanted to crawl into a hole and just hide. Kiba couldn't believe it. Well, he could, but had a hard time comprehending it. The person who he thought could never become a competent shinobi in the first place had just beat the known prodigy of the Hyuga, a person who was favored the most to win the Chunin exams. And apparently, he had done without breaking a sweat. He ruefully chuckled, I couldn't have been more wrong about him. Akamaru whined in agreement. Tenten was shaking her head in disbelief. She couldn't believe Naruto had beaten her teammate, who she believed to be the strongest Genin in Konoha. But then again, he had the Yondaime's jutsu on his side. Arena. Genma frowned but nodded at the message sent from the Hokage. Turning to the crowd, he announced the cage's decision. Due to not showing up in time for his match, Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified from the final stage of these exams. He continued despite the booing from the crowd. However, the Hokage has allowed an exhibition match between the winner of the tournament and Uchiha Sasuke in order to satisfy the visiting nobility. But he won't be given the chance to get promoted to Chunin. Therefore, winner by disqualification, Sabaku no Gaara. Stands. The audience, even though they were witness to a match such as that of the Hyuga and the Uzumaki, now revealed to be the sole Namikaze, were distraught to hear that the Hokage had chosen to disqualify the last Uchiha. Many were waiting solely to watch that match, so the reason for their displeasure was quite obvious. Their spirits were lifted up a bit though, when they heard that the Uchiha would be fighting in an exhibition match with the winner of this tournament. Everyone began muttering amongst themselves excitedly. Just maybe, they might get to see a match between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The last Uchiha versus the last Namikaze. Up in the area for the competing Genin, Naruto was frowning at the latest announcement. A bit of a partial treatment, don't you think? He addressed Shikamaru. Shikamaru frowned as well. Yeah. He is getting a chance to fight, whereas any other Junin wouldn't have been considered in the first place. Naruto nodded in agreement and added to the point, not only that, but he will be in peak condition to fight, while we would be worn out from fighting all the opponents. It's more than a bit unfair. Then he added mentally, though that match won't be happening anyways. The invasion would maybe begin as soon as the quarterfinals end. Thank you Kurama, for expanding my chakra reserves and making sure I am in top form today. He received a snort in response, I care not much for your words. Thank me by making sure you defeat that accursed Tanuki. He is trespassing on my area. Naruto smirked at the command. He planned to do it anyway. Down on the arena, Gaara turned and started walking back to the waiting area. His sand was twitching angrily as his next victim wasn't there. His blood had been pumping to fight the Uchiha, who he saw as a strong opponent. To find out he wasn't here. The only reason he hadn't started killing everyone with his sand was that his next match was with the Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto was someone worthy, someone who would prove his existence. Genma announced, the next match will be between Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Kankuro. Before he could say anything more, he was interrupted. Proctor, I forfeit. Kankuro's yell was followed by a confused look from Genma and a roar of disapproval from the crowd. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kankuro and Temari. While Kankuro did not glance at him, Temari cast a nervous and tense look at him. Naruto just turned back to the arena. He did not expect Sasuke of all people to be late to such an event. Maybe Kakashi was counting on to make a dramatic entrance for the last loyal Uchiha? Either way, he was disqualified, which meant one thing. His next match was with Gaara. Which was a good thing. He could neutralize Gaara before the invasion even began. Of course, that was not taking account of people who could likely interfere in the fight. In order for the invasion to succeed, it was critical that Gaara unleash the full form of his tailed beast. He intended to suck Gaara dry of all his chakra and as soon as he was weakened, slap the 5-element seal onto him. He just prayed he would be fast enough. Back in the arena, Genma was announcing. Then by default, the winner of the match is Aburame Shino. Thus, we can progress on to the next match. The next match is Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Temari. Naruto glanced towards his right. He smiled when a determined look came over Temari. She pulled out her fan from her sash and swiped. Naruto whistled, impressed that such a large amount of wind was generated from just one swipe. He watched as Temari jumped onto her fan and gracefully glided towards where Genma was standing. She set her fan down with one hand, the other hand resting on her hip and smirking, fully confident of her victory. Damn, that confidence makes her look so much sexier, Naruto thought with a slight nosebleed as he imagined some very naughty thoughts, ignoring the sniggering bastard within him. He wiped the blood off with his sleeve and glanced towards his left. Shikamaru had a panicked look on his face. Oi, why is it always my match that gets jumped up? He began to back away from the railing. I'm forfeiting as well. I don't care what my troublesome Ka-san says or does to me, I am not. His rant was cut off when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned to face Naruto with a quizzical look. What are you? It's okay Shika, Naruto said, complete with the sympathetic look. Shikamaru gave him a suspicious look, so Naruto did his best not to smile. But there's just one problem. If possible, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes even further. What? You can't forfeit. The next moment, he was standing right in front of a smirking Proctor and Temari. He blinked once, trying to figure what the hell just happened and how did he get down here. He turned around, and saw the complete look of innocence on Naruto's face. He gave a look of bloody murder at the blonde he called his friend. He had the nerve to use the flying thunder god to send him to the arena. He turned around, grumbling that at least he didn't have to walk the distance from the waiting area to the center arena. Naruto smirked when Shikamaru gave a burning glare at him. He wouldn't have been able to send Shikamaru the arena if a marker wasn't already present. As it happened to be, there indeed was a marker on Temari's skin, right below her left butt cheek. He put it on her while they were kissing in the alley, and he was holding her up by her butt. Her dress had rose up a bit, exposing more skin than what was appropriate for people of their age. A drop of blood trickled from his nose, happy times. He was brought back from a trip down the gutter by the proctor's call of beginning the match. He smirked when he saw Temari outright assaulting him, but had enough sense not to pursue him in the trees. He smirked as he saw the match progress, with Shikamaru passing time so as to lengthen the limit of his shadow. While Temari was certainly clever enough to engage from long distance, she failed to see that Shikamaru was obviously leading her into a specific position. Sorry Temari, but you weren't in the winning position in the first place. You aren't ready to beat an opponent of Shikamaru's caliber, yet. Naruto's guess about what Shikamaru was trying to do was proved right. While in the beginning of the match, it may have seemed that Shikamaru was randomly throwing kunai at her and missing. But Naruto knew that Shika didn't do anything without a purpose. When people are shown various, random pieces, they are confused and fail to see the bigger picture they make. The match dragged on for almost an hour, but at the end of the hour, Temari was caught in the grasp of Shikamaru's shadow. While it had seemed the kunai were just thrown around randomly, each of them had acted as a sort of platform for the shadow to jump from. Temari was too late to spot it, and finally got caught. On the arena, Temari was frozen. She couldn't believe that she was caught like this. Damn it. I was too late to see it. I should have finished him early with a large-scale jutsu. Instead I got caught playing his game. Stands. All the high-ranking shinobi were amazed and impressed. The level of planning, the number of steps he had thought ahead, this was another shining example of Chunin material. The exams this year were showcasing some real talent. Shikamaru played to his strengths, using his extreme talent for strategies to set a trap for his opponent. A trap that was clever enough not to be noticed by his opponent until it was too late. While he had not dispatched his opponent like Naruto, the skill shown was enough to tell that the lazy Nara was worthy of promotion. Naruto had owned his fight from the start. Even though everyone was smart enough not to engage a Hyuga in taijutsu, Naruto knew he was better than Neji. Even when he was confronted with Neji's defensive technique, he proved his smarts as he found a way around it. Overall, both the matches had shown that the Junin from Konoha this year were worthy of being promoted. Arena. Temari felt the unnerving feeling of not being in control of her own body as it stiffly shuffled forward. It was very awkward to walk with movements not your own. As the gap closed down between them to a mere 5 feet, they locked gazes. Shikamaru's gaze was level, his eyes giving nothing away. Temari's gaze was full of defiance and fierce anger. She was glaring at him with her jade eyes so hard that Shikamaru briefly wondered if he would catch on fire. H raised his hand in the air, his shadow bind on Temari ensuring that she did the same. She quivered, trying as hard as she could to fight it. She refused to admit defeat to this lazy excuse of a shinobi. I give up. I don't have any chakra left. His lazy voice carried over clearly, and whatever the audience was going to say died in their throat. What? Was the general reaction all around. Stands. Asuma was shaking his head, that kid has never been motivated for anything ever since I met him. The audience slowly started clapping throughout the stadium. People could appreciate a good battle of minds, even if it wasn't as flashy or as big as they wanted it to be. Arena. Genma just snorted and announced, winner, Sabaku no Temari. Shikamaru released his hold on Temari, who only just managed to catch herself. She stared at the retreating back of the Junin, and managed to stutter out. Why? Shikamaru turned around and answered, shrugging in a way that really made him look like a guy who doesn't want to be bothered for anything. It makes no sense to succumb to chakra exhaustion just for this when I might need my energy later. He turned to go to the audience stands. As he had lost, he won't be fighting any future matches, so there was no reason for him to go back to the waiting area. As he approached the place where he had spotted Kuji before his fight, he was slightly surprised to see almost all the rookies and Jonin sensais present, talking to Naruto. The blonde was chuckling at one of Lee's no doubt, highly youthful statements. Everyone was trying to talk to him, and Naruto was answering all their questions with a patient smile. The guy had become an instant celebrity. He spotted Shikamaru walking up and turned away from the group, choosing to grin in the shadow user's face. Shikamaru gave him a look that froze his two teammates in place, while Sakura just gave a confused look to Naruto. Asuma and Kurenai were smirking, while Lee and Guy looked as if they would burst with their youthfulness any moment. Naruto waved a hand in his direction, grin not falling from his face for even a moment. Go on, you look like you want to say something. Shikamaru didn't bother wasting more energy to reply and merely sighed exhaustedly, dropping his glare. He dropped down between Ino and Kuji. Ino's attention immediately switched from Naruto to him, causing him to mutter something about tiresome blondes. Kuji, the sweet guy that he was, merely offered a potato chip with a smile. Shikamaru smiled back at his longtime friend and took a few, the crunching sound they made almost soothing to him. Arena. Genma looked over to the Hokage, giving a questioning look. The Hokage shook his head and waved him to continue with the matches. Genma nodded and turned to the audience. The quarter-final matches are over. We will now proceed to the semi-finals. First semi-final match will be Sabaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto. Audience. The crowd roared in approval of the match, as they wanted to see, once again, the only son of the Yondaime in action. They were not going to see the Uchiha in action until the very end of the final match, but they weren't complaining about seeing Naruto in action in Sasuke's place. Over to where the rookies and their senseis were standing, the atmosphere was completely different in comparison to the rest of the crowd. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. 1 second, everyone was talking and joking around, the other second, everyone had grim faces. Only Naruto had a completely serious face that was not filled with any fear. No one had forgotten what Gaara had done to Lee back in the prelims. Would the contestants please come down? Gaara appeared in a whirl of sand next to Genma. Naruto took a deep breath and straightened up. He was about to walk down to the arena when he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw that it was Asuma's. Naruto, wow, he was serious, be careful down there. Kurenai and Guy also nodded seriously around him. Try to finish it as quickly as you can. Naruto smirked, I could finish it in a flash, but I've got a different strategy in mind. With that, he walked off, the rest of the rookies mumbling their good luck wishes. He snorted when Shikamaru mumbled, "Hey, you better not die." Ino swatted his head for that. Arena. Naruto kept his eye on Gaara the entire time he walked to the center of the arena. Gaara had dropped all pretense of being calm and controlled. A grin not unlike that of a psychopathic killer graced his face as Naruto came to stand in front of him. The tension was so thick that it was almost suffocating. Gaara was releasing ungodly amounts of killer amount, his quirk already twitching madly, as if the sand had a mind of its own instead of being in Gaara's control. Naruto, instead of releasing killing intent of his own, slowly started saturating the air with a moderate amount of chakra. His chakra was very dense, in addition to being almost soothing and had a positive feeling to it, unlike Gaara's. It somewhat eased the tension in the air. Genma nervously watched both of them. Cage box. Orochimaru smirked behind his veil. While he wished to see how Sasuke would do against Gaara, this was a fine arrangement as well. A match between two Jinchuriki would no doubt prove very informative. This should be a very entertaining match, Kazekage Dono. Your son versus the Yondaime Hokage's son, Hiruzen commented with a chuckle, hiding his nervousness about Naruto's safety. But you must understand my concern, given what happened to one of my Genin in the prelims. The other cage waved a hand, worry not, Hokage Dono. Your Genin has proved himself to be most ingenious and resourceful. However, if worst has come to pass, I'll stop Gaara myself. Hiruzen had to commend Orochimaru on his acting skills. Had he not known it was his former student under those robes, he would have believed that statement wholeheartedly. He turned his attention back to the match. Naruto was up against a Jinchuriki who had full control of his Baijuo. He was fully confident in Naruto's skills, but he couldn't wave the worry away. Something on the arena caught both the cage's attention. Arena. Just as Genma was about to give the signal to begin, a sudden whirl of wind and leaves interrupted them and received a frown from Naruto and Gaara. As the whirlwind settled down, Naruto had to stop himself from looking thoroughly annoyed. Two figures were standing back to back. Naruto mentally sighed, he really did want to make a dramatic entrance, after all. Kakashi and Sasuke were standing right in between Gaara and Naruto. Kakashi looked the same as always, while Sasuke had dramatically changed his attire, opting for a darker theme. He wore a black, one-piece version of his usual attire, with bandages wrapped around his left arm. Sasuke smirked as he came face to face with Gaara. He had trained heavily for the last month, even mastering a lethal jutsu. A jutsu that would secure him his victory. Sorry I'm a bit late for our match. But we can begin now. Gaara had made it very clear back in the prelims that he was very excited to face Sasuke in the finals and couldn't wait for the match. So it came as a shock to Sasuke when Gaara coldly replied, "Move aside, you are in my way." No reply came to his mouth, only snapping out of the shock when he heard Kakashi's voice. Is that you, Naruto?" Kakashi blinked as he came face to face with a face that looked painfully similar to his late sensei. The dots took a moment to connect, and once they did, his eye went wide. Is that you, Naruto?" Naruto was already annoyed for the interruption, so his patience was thinner than usual. He snapped back, "Yes, it's me. Now would you mind taking Sasuke to the stands with you?" You are interfering with my match. Kakashi blinked and turned to Genma. We are not late, are we? Genma gave him his best deadpan look. You are a bit too late, actually. Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified due to being late for his fight and won't be fighting in any of the matches for a chance at promotion. He will only fight in an exhibition match at the very end of the tournament. Anger filled Sasuke's features and he snarled in a whisper, you can't do that. Genma was unimpressed with the glare. Tell that to the Hokage. It was his decision in the first place. Now get out of my arena, he motioned to them. Sasuke turned his snarl onto Naruto. Move, Naruto. This is my fight. Naruto fired back in a calm manner. Your match was in the quarterfinals, Sasuke. This is the semifinals. Get off the field. Sasuke almost made to punch Naruto when Kakashi grabbed his shoulder tightly. Calm down, Sasuke. Turning to Naruto, he gave an eye smile. The whole month he had felt tremendously guilty for not training Naruto. Seeing this as the semifinals, it was easy to conclude that Naruto had won his first match against Neji. Congratulations on winning your first fight, Naruto. All the best for this one. With that, he shunshined to the stands with all the rookies and Jonin senseis. Genma turned to Naruto and Gaara. Are you two ready? Naruto nodded, while Gaara made his impatience known. Just started already. Mother is hungry for his blood. Genma nodded and chopped the air in front of him. Hajime. Naruto immediately jumped back. Gaara whispered with a crazy expression, make me feel alive, Uzumaki. The cork on his gourd flew off with the pressure his sand was putting on it. An enormous amount of sand, almost half of it, Naruto estimated, flew out and rushed towards him. Naruto immediately flash-stepped to 20 meters behind Gaara to avoid it. It's not enough. I'll have to goad him until he unleashes every grain of his goddamn sand. He pulled out 4 of his Hiraishin kunai, and flash-stepped back to his previous position to avoid the stab of sand. The only thing he left behind was the kunai, lodged in the ground. He repeated the process until the 4 kunai were scattered in a trapezius position around Gaara. You won't get me like that. Come on, show me what you got. He then flashed to a kunai to escape Gaara's sand. It was a waiting game for him now. Cage box. He is not so forward in this fight as he was in his previous one, Hokage Dono. Hiruzen nodded his head, he might be scouting for Gaara's weakness to form a viable plan. We'll just have to wait and see. Orochimaru chuckled, Gaara's defense is absolute, Hokage Dono. He would run out of chakra faster than he would find a weakness. Hiruzen smirked, we both know what happened to the so-called ultimate defense of the Hyuga, Kazekage Dono. He refrained from chuckling at the silence that followed. Stands. The whole audience was leaning forward in their seats, eager to see the famous Hiraishin no Jutsu in action. The rookies were all wondering what the blonde was up to. Ino asked, confused, why is he scattering those kunai? It's not like he's using them to attack Gaara or something. Shikamaru was frowning as well, trying to discern Naruto's strategy. Just what was he up to? If anyone looked at Sasuke, they would think that he was about to burst a blood vessel on his forehead. His jaw was clenched and eyes filled with jealousy and scorn as he looked at Naruto easily dodging Gaara's attempts, Sharingan fully activated. What is that jutsu? Is that the reason he is so fast? My eyes can't even begin to trace his movements. He looks as if he isn't even beginning to get tired. I should be the one who knows that jutsu, so I can use it to kill him. What does he need it for? Just how far ahead of me are you, Naruto? Sasuke was pissed as whatever jutsu Naruto was using to dodge Gaara's sand, he wasn't using any hand signs, so Sasuke had no chance of copying it. Kakashi had pulled his headband up as soon as the match had begun. While he should be saving it for the invasion, he wanted to see Naruto use his sensei's legacy in action. He watched as Naruto put the kunai around Gaara, doing nothing but teleporting from one to another. His eyes narrowed as pieces of a similar tactic came to his mind, but could not piece it together. By his side, Asuma spoke up in a grave tone, Gaara will get mad if Naruto keeps doing this. Getting that kid mad is the last thing he needs to do. Kakashi absently spoke up, eyes keenly observing the match, on second thought, that might be exactly what he might be trying to do. The 3 other Jonin whipped to stare at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. The Genin, who had heard the conversation as well, turned to stare at him with wide eyes as well. But unlike the Jonin, there was a bit of fear and horror in their eyes. Is he mad or what? Ino almost shrieked. But Kakashi was not worried at all. From what he had seen of Naruto up until now, Naruto resembled his father more than his mother. And if Naruto was even half like his father was, he had no reason to worry. Arena. He could see it, Gaara was beginning to show signs of irritation at his repeated escape attempts. He had started to flash step around as well, not wanting to give Gaara a pattern to follow his kunai. If he thought Naruto was only using the kunai to escape his grasp, he just might uproot and throw them away. Gaara was gritting his teeth as Uzumaki yet again escaped his grasp. More sand flew from his gourd as he tried cover a larger area with it, cutting Naruto's chances of escape. Why are you escaping, Uzumaki? Face me. Now's my chance. Flash stepping to a more cleared part of the arena, he called out. Gaara. Gaara narrowed his eyes, his sand momentarily pausing in its pursuit of Naruto. What is it, Uzumaki? Are you afraid to face me? Is that why you are running away? To his surprise, Naruto snorted out loud. You think those pathetic attacks can get to me? Your sand has yet to even come close to touching me. Come on, Gaara, unleash every drop of your sand. His words had the intended effect on Gaara. More sand flew out of his gourd, and he uncrossed his arms. His face split into a truly frightening grin. Naruto internally smirked. Just one more push should do it. Naruto spread his arms out, in your own words, make me feel alive. The last part was whispered with a challenging grin. That finally did it for Gaara. An opponent who was asking the same thing he asked from him. This was almost like a rare treat for him. No one asked him to make them feel alive, as he was usually the one to do it. With deadly intent, he whispered, fine, Uzumaki. He commanded all of his sand to come out of the gourd, which was truly a huge amount. It could cover almost one entire half of the arena in ankle-deep sand. He shouted as he spread his own hands, almost laughing. Let's make each other feel alive. Cage box. Hiruzen was intently observing the match, trying to make out Naruto's plan. Naruto was mad if he wanted to fight Gaara at full power, but there was a glint in Naruto's eyes that told him that this was part of a plan. Orochimaru was barely refraining from laughing in joy. He couldn't have asked for a more entertaining match. He doubted that even Sasuke could have given such entertainment to him. He secretly signaled for his people to be ready. The time for the invasion to start was drawing to a close. Stands. Every rookie and Jonin sensei watched in horror as Naruto asked Gaara to come at him with full power. He had basically just signed his death warrant, many thought. Sakura almost shrieked, what is that idiot doing? Guy nodded grimly, I have to agree with your student, Kakashi. Fighting that Jonin at full power seems to be an extremely bad idea. Kakashi gave no reply as worry began creeping in him. He could only hope Naruto had a plan to deal with that amount of sand. Sasuke intently watched with his Sharingan active, ready to spot any hand signs that Naruto might weave. He would take any opportunity to copy Naruto's jutsu. Not once did concern rang for his teammate potentially facing his death. Arena. The crowd gasped at seeing the huge amount of sand rotating behind Gaara in form of a vortex. Gaara was grinning in a way that would have sent many shinobi running in the opposite direction, but not Naruto. Naruto was prepared for this. Take this, Uzumaki. The vortex rushed towards with the force of a sandstorm. Naruto narrowed his eyes and gathered his chakra. He jumped almost impossibly high, clean above the rushing vortex, two Hiraishin kunai in hand. He threw one of them 20 meters behind Gaara, completing the pattern he was going for. Gaara was so deep into his bloodlust that he failed to take notice of the kunai arranged around him in a pentagon. The other one went 20 meters ahead of the kunai he just threw. As he predicted, the vortex changed direction and headed right for him, when he was still in the jump. He thought he might have heard someone shouting his name, but he could have imagined it. Just as the vortex was about to hit him, he flashed to the last kunai he threw, momentarily entering safe zone. Stands. Sakura could no longer hold her concern for her teammate. Everyone watched in horror as the vortex almost swallowed, at which point Sakura shouted. Naruto. She practically melted in relief when Naruto disappeared, reappearing at the kunai he just threw. Looking back, she saw that everyone unconsciously relaxed from the tension. Kakashi didn't know that he was holding his breath until he released it. He had not seen such dangerous maneuvers in a long time. He was used to seeing his sensei do it like that, but Naruto on the other hand. It was strangely nostalgic, almost like seeing his sensei in action. Arena. Naruto appeared at the kunai in a crouch, expression serious and eyes set on the sand vortex. Gaara turned around and wasted no time in sending the vortex towards Naruto very gleefully, but this time, he split it in 4, so that it would converge on Naruto from 4 different directions. Naruto only needed 2 hand seals to make this work. He had already saturated the air with his chakra before, so his chances of success were high. Tiger Bird. Suten, Mizu Tatsumaki no Jutsu. Water Style, Water Tornado Technique. Naruto converted the entire amount of chakra he had saturated the air with into water chakra. A giant spinning vortex made of water of his own seemed to suddenly come into existence around him. The 4 smaller vortexes of sand crashed into the vortex from 4 different sides. Naruto was rotating his water vortex at such a high speed that the sand that crashed into it was dispersed almost instantly upon contact, becoming wet and heavy. Cage Box. It is very surprising to see that he has a water affinity as well. One strong enough to draw water from thin air. Wasn't the Nidaime known for the same feat? Orochimaru asked in genuine surprise. Not every day he met ninja, let alone a Chunin, who could perform feat like some of the cage. Hiruzen nodded, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He did have a plan after all, he mused. Stands. The crowd was cheering Naruto on. They thought that Naruto would escape using the Hiraishin, or worse, get crushed. But then, a tornado of water came into existence around him from seemingly nowhere. It protected Naruto from the sand perfectly. The Jonin were once again wide-eyed, including Kakashi. Kurenai shook her head, he drew water from the air around him. Most water users can't do even half of what he just did. Guy and Lee were shouting. Such youthfulness. Kakashi pointed out to his peers and the Chunin, whose eyes were wide with wonder at the display of power. Not just that, but that jutsu acted both as a defense and an offense in Naruto's favor. Sand becomes heavy when hit with water. So by hitting Gaara's sand with water, Naruto negated the sheer control Gaara had on his sand, ensuring his safety simultaneously. No doubt, Gaara would find wet sand increasingly difficult to control. As Kakashi explained Naruto's move, Sasuke found himself getting increasingly frustrated. Why was Naruto so powerful in comparison to him? Was he hiding this much all along? He had to painfully admit, Naruto had dealt with Gaara much more efficiently than he would have. He had nothing but taijutsu, speed and the jutsu Kakashi had taught him to deal with Gaara, which really wasn't much compared to what Naruto had. His fire was useless unless it was hot enough to turn sand into glass, which it wasn't. He couldn't even copy Naruto's jutsu, for fuck's sake. In addition to the absence of a water affinity, he needed to see all the hand signs to copy a jutsu. Naruto obviously had a very high water affinity to use a jutsu like that too in the absence of water and with only 2 hand seals. He knew Naruto had a large amount of chakra, but this was just ridiculous. He was still not looking winded. He clenched his fists so tight that blood seeped out. The cursed seal throbbed on his shoulder, but he forcefully pushed its influence back. I will make your power my own, Naruto. Just you wait. Arena. Naruto maintained the vortex for about 5 seconds, after which the sand stopped coming. Dispersing the vortex outwards with a flourish, he smirked at the results. All the sand that he had been attacked by was now wet, saturated with water and heavy. It won't be as fast as before. Gaara watched in alarm as his sand collided into a water vortex that seemingly came out of nowhere. He realized too late, even with Mother shouting in his head, what Naruto had planned, but it was too late. Almost all the sand was wet now, and only a tiny amount was available to him, the only amount he was able to pull back before it was too late. He rotated it in the form of a ring around him to prevent it from getting any more wet. Naruto didn't waste time admiring the effects of his jutsu. Forming the bird seal, he took a deep breath and let go. Suten, Mizurappa. Water Style, Violent Water Wave. A jet of water was expelled from his mouth, heading towards Gaara with great force. Gaara looked stunned as the sand automatically formed as a barrier in front of him, taking the brunt of the water. Gaara hadn't felt this helpless in a long time. Uzumaki had a counter for his sand, which was a major part of how he fought. He could make his own sand, but that took him some time, which he didn't have. He would have to do it nonetheless. He molded a huge amount of his own chakra, sand particles slowly forming in front of him. He couldn't help but let his excitement grow a little. It was hard to remember just when he had let loose like this the last time. Naruto smirked as the last of the sand fell in front of Gaara, wet and unusable. He had taken into account that a sand user such as Gaara would be able to form his own sand even if he negated it, which was exactly what Gaara was trying to do now. Oh no, you don't. Boar Snake Dragon Ram. The kunai finally would come into play. Gaara's choice of standing in one place would cost him dearly. Cage Box. Very clever of him to have negated Gaara's sand, Hokage Dono. I can't help but feel that Naruto-kun is well above the level of a Chunin, don't you think? Hiruzen smiled in pride as Naruto used the element of water to completely turn the tables on Gaara. He couldn't help but be reminded of Tobirama-sensei. He was pretty much the same. His mastery of water was so unrivaled that he used to turn the battle in his favor in a place where there was no water. Considering that Naruto now had a Jinchuriki on the ropes without resorting to his own Baijuu chakra, he was starting to feel the same. Naruto was well above the level of a Chunin. He doubted any Jonin could have turned the tides like Naruto did. Stands. Holy shit. Did you see that? Ino shrieked, pointing at Naruto as if she couldn't believe it. Shikamaru slowly nodded, still trying to make sense of how Naruto did what he just did. He took away Gaara's greatest advantage. Sakura was smiling with happiness. At first she had doubted Naruto could beat Gaara, but Naruto had shown that he could find a way around the impossible. Arena. Gaara was still concentrating on forming his sand when a light green shield rose up around him. He whipped his head from side to side, trying to figure out how it came into existence without him noticing. Then he felt it. He knew he was draining his chakra forming his sand, but the chakra drain was much larger than he usually felt. He then noticed the light green barrier was slowly turning into a darker shade. He looked down to his feet, noticing that he was standing in the center of a complex ceiling array shaped like a pentagon. His eyes widened in realization. This was a chakra-absorbing barrier. Naruto was smirking as he held up the ram seal. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Kisei Shoheiki, Uzumaki Sealing Arts, Parasitic Barrier, was a success. This pentagonal barrier was designed by the Uzumaki clan to suck the chakra right out of their enemies. The best thing about this barrier was that the users only need to spend an initial amount of chakra to simply build the barrier, not maintain. The barrier maintained itself and grew stronger by sucking the chakra of the people trapped inside. This barrier was designed to be used by 5 people. But Naruto's dad had written in his notes that he was able to use this barrier all by himself with the help of his special kunai. The formula on the kunai acted as a sort of dimensional rift. Instead of sending himself through that rift, Minato sent his chakra to all the 5 points, thus successfully setting up the barrier. For Naruto, this was no problem at all. His chakra control was excellent and on a level that he could split his chakra and send it in different direction, through a dimensional slipstream, without any problem. And, he had more than enough chakra to spare. Gaara tried to use whatever sand he had built up, which was only a small amount, to break the barrier. Naruto called out, "It's fruitless, Gaara. This barrier will take more than just physical attacks to break." Cage Box. Incredible, simply incredible, Orochimaru breathed out in amazement. To be able to use Fuinjutsu like this, in conjunction to the Hiraishin, it was a testament to Naruto's genius and the incredible amount of power and skill that he had. Hiruzen was in the same state of awe, though he was able to keep it to himself. Minato was the only one who was capable of using barriers like this. For Naruto to replicate this feat, it spoke volumes of his mastery of the art. "You have a true gem in your forces, Hokage Dono," Orochimaru complimented. Though he was silently lamenting why he could not mark Naruto. Putting his curse seal on a Jinchuriki was something that even he didn't want to test. Hiruzen smiled in pride, "That I do, Kazekage Dono." Stands. The audience was in awe of the power and skill displayed by the last Namikaze. As soon as he had trapped Gaara inside, they had erupted into cheers that could be heard throughout the entire village. Asuma stuttered out, What power?" He had only ever seen barriers of this magnitude used by a single person, and that was the Yondaime. Kurenai simply gaped at the skill being displayed. Guy was shouting something about youthfulness again, so only Lee was listening to him. Everyone had tuned out both of them. Kakashi gazed in utter pride as he watched Naruto corner Gaara and trap him inside his barrier. "Sensei, you would be proud of who Naruto has become," he whispered. He looked over to see the Junon reactions. Sakura and Ino were cheering loudly, while Shikamaru and Kuji were leaning forward with smiles, Kuji's more vibrant than that of Shikamaru's, interested in seeing what Naruto would do next. He smiled at seeing their reactions. "Naruto, you managed to make your comrades believe in you. Earlier, they may not have found you to be trustworthy, however today, you managed to convince them that they can trust you with their lives, Kakashi thought, pride inside him growing by the second. He glanced to the side, and found himself disappointed. He wondered, not for the first time since arriving to the stadium, whether or not he had made the right choice in choosing to ditch Naruto and train Sasuke for the finals. He was beginning to think he may have been wrong after all. Sasuke had clenched his jaw, his fists, and was watching Naruto dispatch Gaara with efficiency he knew he didn't have. Naruto's way had been very professional. First, find the weakness. Second, exploit the weakness and take away the strengths. Finally, finish him off. He didn't even have words to express just how furious he was, both with Naruto and himself. He was furious with Naruto for being so much stronger than him. He was furious with himself for being so weak compared to Naruto. He wanted to be the strongest. Only when he was strongest would he be able to kill him. His Sharingan flashed, he wanted to copy all the techniques Naruto had to offer and leave him with nothing. Only he deserved to be the strongest, not him. Kakashi shook his head. Perhaps training Sasuke was a bad choice after all. Not surprising, considering the number of those type of choices he had made in his life. Sasuke looked like he would sooner kill Naruto and take his techniques for himself than call Naruto a friend and a comrade. Arena. Naruto watched Gaara drop to all fours, no doubt the result of the barrier absorbing his chakra, which was now a dark shade of green. He dropped the barrier as soon as Gaara looked he would pass out. He ran forward, making sure not to use a flash step. Gaara was breathing heavily, trying not drop in exhaustion. This was the first time he had suffered something like this, and all because of that damn Uzumaki. Rage began to boil inside as Mother began screaming in his head. Kill him, Gaara. Kill him. Give me his blood. I want his blood. Yes, Mother, Gaara agreed before looking up to glare at Uzumaki. He was about to take Mother's power when he was suddenly sent flying, landing in a heap. Naruto had punched him on the nose with enough force to break it, and watched with some satisfaction as Gaara was sent flying. He landed about 10 meters from Naruto, and Naruto feared that he had knocked the redhead out. But then Gaara stirred, causing Naruto to relax a bit. Gaara stood up on shaky legs, which Naruto took as a positive sign to initiate the last part of his plan. His fingertips on the right hand lit up in 5 purple, kanji characters. Cage box. Orochimaru's eyes widened in panic. He knows that as well? I can't let him put that seal on Gaara. He immediately gave his signal to start the invasion. Arena. Naruto was about run and slammed the seal onto Gaara, making sure Shukaku didn't come out to play. Gaara felt something wet on his face, he wiped his hand and took a look at what it was. A scream so chilling erupted from his throat, and Naruto took that as his chance. If he was late, he would never be able to put it on Gaara again. Blood. My blood. Gaara screamed in pain. He had never seen his own blood before. He wasn't if he even had it. But he knew now, and it hurt so badly to see his blood. His mind snapped, and he only wanted to kill everyone and everything that hurt him, including Uzumaki Naruto. A roar that was not entirely his own came from him. Naruto was 5 feet from Gaara, fingers outstretched and ready to slap it on him, when sand erupted from Gaara, coming from God knows where, in the shape of a hand covered in purple lines, shooting towards him. Naruto flashed towards the farthest kunai, escaping from being grabbed by a hair's breadth. Shit. His danger sense rang, and he turned his head to the cage box, where an explosion took place and suddenly, feathers were falling from above. The invasion had begun, and he was too late to stop it. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.